Check, check. Okay, perfect. Welcome home, gamer. We are back, awake early in the morning. It's just before 7 o'clock a.m. for me, and we are here for MAG1 live competition. It should be starting in about 5 minutes, which I would love to give you guys a quick little update about what we're going to see today. Maybe we should wait until we've got a full set of casters, etc. But the gist of it is through the regular season, the 501 were top highest scoring team. 201 were the second highest scoring team. 601 was eliminated, so they were the third highest placed team. And the third place team is guaranteed at least one roster in the finals. So even though they were eliminated, they can participate. They can bring back one player. So with a chance to sweep, but it would be very difficult to get through all 8 of the players on the other team, on the other 2 teams. You'd have to go like 8-0. So we are expecting 8 matches today that you're going to see. It's in a last man standing, winner stays on format. So you could conceivably see a sweep, but yes, Mongst is the player who has been brought back for the 601. He's going to go 8-0. That's the plan. It's a good plan. Not sure it's going to go to plan, but you know. Mongst has joined our room. Excellent. Let me switch on over. I'm not the one that needs to be in a player seat. There we go. You're going all in on the bets, right? Every time, baller. Just complete full faith in Mongst. Not. We will put our prediction on. His first opponent is going to be the Flower Fairy. We'll get Flower Fairy in here in a minute. I am expecting to have broadcast room and privileges in a moment. Check, check. You want to put us in the on air so we can start hype? Yes, Winbig? suspect we've got things we want to discuss, explain the format, etc. before the match starts. Oh, that's interesting. Hello, hello time. Where are we? I see you. I don't see a message particularly. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, put us on the, put us on air. Oh, okay. Yep. Check, check. Sorry about that. Check, check. 1 2 3. Check, check. 1 2 3. Uh, meow, meow. All right. Cool. Hello, Miss Diana. Welcome in. Hello, Lady Winbig. Yep. 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 Hello, and welcome to MAG1 Finals. It's been a month of effort. We've got 9 players remaining. The way this works, through the regular season, 501 were the highest scoring team, the 201 were second, and the 601 were third, which means they get 1 entry in the finals. The finals are a last man standing format, so first one up is first one up is Monkst, and he's here in the booth with us. All right. In the booth with me is Time for Miracle. Welcome, Time. How are you today? This is going to be amazing. Monkst goes 8-0. Perfect. You heard it here first, guys. It would. Well, I mean, it's the design, right? There should be 8. Well, it'll be 5 through 8 matches. So we will be, depending on how things go. Yeah, the spreadsheet's pretty cool. The 501 as a team have an 87% win rate. That's pretty amazing. Ouch. Yeah. Yeah, you guys get the W's. I'm the captain. It'll be fine. All right. Welcome to our very first match. We've got Flower Fairy from the 201 near side blue, Mongst representing the 601 far side and red. Flower Fairy is going to be a fortified specialist with fangs and storm collars. You've got Mongst still choosing. Like any of these for him? He took Badger, crawlers and storms, picking by starting units rather than by specialist a little bit. Nice. All right. Oil is allowed. It's the finals. Anything goes. Ooh, that would be fun. And and I mean, and it's three fangs and two crawlers versus two fangs and three crawlers. Very large differences. Yeah. Looks like, yeah. Amongst winning on the left for exactly what you said. There was the one thing that didn't die. On the right, there are three surviving things, and our Flower Fairy gets our second. Now we get the Storm v Storm ending. 4,800 for Flower Fairy, 4,300 for Monks. We go to round two. I had no chaff clear. I wanted some chaff clear. Fair Lake gave me arc lights. I'll take the arc lights. Right. Oh, so we have marksmen and badgers for monks. We have more chaff and an arc light and an extra arc light for Flower Fairy. Now, yep. They did not. Yeah, they had taken it off. So, right, so it's fire storms versus EMP storms are the decision points that they're making there. So Flower Fairy is going to be relying on other things to deliver his EMP. Yeah. Yep. Both had a reduction in price. Yep. All right. This is, in fact, monks playing standard. Yes, we have monks sitting back in standard. We're going standard v standard against Flower Fairy. They're both at about 4,200 hit points. It's really fascinating to watch Flower Fairy work because of the way that he runs his economy. And we find it, he's exceptionally, I don't know, exceptionally efficient at it. Both pairs adding the pair of crawlers here. We've got ranged arcs for Flower Fairy, and no techs taken for monks yet. So there should have been an advantage for Flower Fairy in terms of the ranged arc lights, and that'd be one extra arc light. For monks, it was the addition was one extra Stormcaller, and that is proving pretty beneficial for him. He's winning the right side, the center, and now the left. And round goes to monks with essentially 3 surviving Stormcallers and drops Flower Fairy to 3,500. Excellent. We have both players took the incendiary bomb up, and we've added a mobile beacon and a running crawler for Flower Fairy. Monks did level that Fire Badger, hasn't teched it yet. Monks has now added high explosive ammo as the tech there. And again, we've got range as the only tech, range on the arc lights is the only tech for Flower Fairy. He's debating his last buy, he's got another 400 to spend. Drops that into, I'm sorry, he had 500 to spend. He dropped that into 2 more ranged arc lights. And he's still carrying that heavy armor, doesn't have a unit to put it on yet. Adds oil. So we have the no oil picture missing from monks, and Flower Fairy is going to take the oil, connect it to the incendiary, and try to light the whole board on fire. That is a pretty devastating amount of fire there. Of course, the heavy armor Badgers are what won the right side for monks last round, and there's nothing added that I think is going to kill them this round with them leveling. Right. Right. Right, we have a Scorpion dropped for Flower Fairy. Mustang, Wraith, and Vulcan are monks' options. Yeah. I have something. Right. It is. He sold the one, But Flower Fairy has nothing on the board that's a really great upshoot. He's got the 3 sets of fangs that could conceivably do some work on that Wraith, but that's it. Well, 5 sets of fangs, I guess. If I was looking at 3 on that side. Now there's 3 on this side. He's moved it over. It's going to play with the Fire Badger. Yeah. And then we're... yeah, the Scorpion, of course, is going to lock that Wraith just about indefinitely. We do get to see one of the kind of cool pieces about a Wraith, is even though 3 of the guns are locked onto the Scorpion, one of the guns will target something else, and that something else could be the fangs. Unfortunately, it was Arclight, so, you know, yeah. It doesn't get horribly stuck on just one unit. It'll retarget like that, which is kind of neat. Still not enough for him. So Monk's losing that right side, and he has 2 units he's going to want to sell out from that right side, I think. So both players skipping, and it'll be... what's this? Elite Marksman for the Arc Lights. So looks like we're on a carry arc build for Flower Fairy. And he's adding a Marksman on the right side to handle the Ray. Mm-hmm. Right. He's going to add a second Marksman on the left. Temp range for the rest of the game, yeah. The range tax. Mm-hmm. He's fought 2. He just... He just bought two marksmen this round. So, yeah. But yeah, that was what was surprising me, and that was why I had said it looked to me like he was in carry arc, because he had no other single target. So the adding the damage output was, in my mind, the damage output was similarly important to the range, but so he has added the single target. We're going to count on the marksman for damage, but he's, you know, behind by a lot of marksmen and a range tech on Mark right now. Marksman levels. Mm-hmm. Oh, yep, yes, he did. Mm-hmm. Right. So right. So as soon as he saw the second drop, the Scorpion drop, he knew he wasn't going to wait until rounds 8, 9, 10 for the marksman, so he took them the round 6 there. That would make a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. I know Flower Fairy values the deploys, right? A lot. Both players dropping an orbital and continuing to build out their boards. Huge, notable adds this round. Flower Fairy still not detecting the marksman at all. So those are very short-range marksmen compared to the ones on Monk's board. But this right-sided Scorpion doing a lot of work and backed up by just a whole lot of artillery for both players. Really the ad for the day. Are we reaching the point where you actually take, you do take range on the storms? Both players click it to ensure that they're not outranged in this last portion of the fight. And, yep, we're down to no units left. Remember, this is not a weekend tournament game. This does not automatically end at 13 rounds. A flower finally got hit the Phoenix he wanted. I mean, he hasn't teched the marks. I'm guessing that's why, right? Yeah, they're level 1. He's got no investment in them. I mean, I pointed out that he... Mm-hmm. Right. Most took the... Yes. It absolutely is. I have labbed it, and it's definitely advantageous in it because you're splashing into all of the other storms. Your shots, how a lot of times it feels like that comes down to RNG. Your shots that miss are still more likely to hit, and your shots that hit are likely to hit more than just 2 Stormcallers. So you can take out huge packs. Range. Storm has been a menace lately. Sure. Yes. No. We had joked about the number of times that we saw the standard worms, and you were wondering how we got there. I've finally seen a couple of those games happen in casting weekend tournaments. It just really is. The worm was the best unit in the drop. I put it in the back line, because what else was I going to do with it? Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, range and anti-air for Flower Fairies Wasps, anti-air for Monks Wasps, and no text at all on the Phoenix. But Monks took the melter, I think it was a level 2 melter, and sold it last round. Buys it back this round at level 1, gives it range and a barrier, so that's going to be the answer to the Scorpion that won the right side for Flower Fairy last turn. Just having something that tanky. He's up to par. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Whoosh. Both towers. And that should be game. Lethal. The... Alright. That is game one. The 601 eliminated. Congrats.
Will be him. It will be Dillo, it sounds like.
Alright.
So Dillo versus Flower Fairy is our next match. Also, perhaps interesting to note from a stats standpoint, Flower Fairy has a 67% win rate so far besides this match, it'll be 80 after this match. Shade has a 100%, Godog has a 100%, and Shade has the most games played from the 201 squad. Whereas all the 501 players except Sako have a 100% win rate also.
Yeah.
And Dillo has played 3, and Arbiter's played 3. So Dillo currently undefeated in the tournament, Flower Fairy almost undefeated. What did Flower Fairy lose to? Was it a spider cage? It wasn't a spider cage, right? I feel like he lost to Amongst, no? Wasn't it Amongst?
I would have to go look that up. I don't have it instantly in mind.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I think Amongst played like Aggro Spider or something and beat him. And I think Masal maybe played Aggro Spider versus Flower Fairy or a different 201 player. And it did not work out. But I'm pretty sure Monks is the one that defeated him previously. I remember the game because I was very excited to see Monks play aggro. We always talk when Monks plays about how he historically is a very, very well-known aggro player, but as of late he is despaired and played standard due to the RNG present in aggro.
Yes.
I was talking to him about it earlier. Feels really bad to see Monks play aggro. Someday he'll come back, I believe.
I did appreciate you in the pregame. We were talking off the air, and you said to Monks he should play aggro all 8 games, and I'm gonna take aggro as far as I can take it in the final. I think that would have been fun. It would have been fun to watch.
It would have. It would have.
Even if it's 0 for 1, right? It wouldn't have been any worse than he did. So.
Yeah, exactly. I know that he has like way more fun playing aggro from what he said historically. Maybe his feelings have changed in more recent times, but
well,
at the end of the day, you know, it's a video game, so might as well at least try and have fun, right? Obviously, trying to win, but hey.
Right, play to these strats that are going to be fun for you and give you a shot to win. And I do think that's where why that's happened for Monks is that the man just does not find losing fun and really gets upset, kind of tilted if it's feels like it was losing for things that were somewhat outside of his control, the random drops, the oil, that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing though, right? It's not like aggro is like definitively bad from like a MMR standpoint. There's plenty of players that have done very, very well playing exclusively aggro. So hope to see Monks come back to it someday. I believe he's a great player.
Well, we are down to the 201 and the 501. 4 players alive for each. We are in a last man standing format. Whichever team has a player alive after the next 4, 5, 6, or 7 matches, whichever team still has one player standing will be your champion. Starting it off for us, 201 represented by Flower Fairy, near side blue. Far side represented by Dillo, or 501 represented by Dillo, far side red. Dillo taking the elite spec with a sledge crawler opening. Flower Fairy near side, a aerial specialist with Stormcaller and Fang. Of course, we saw a very interesting build from Blue Hair get all the way to the finals of the European Elite Tournament last weekend, which was a Splash, how was it? HE Launcher Overload Range Overlord build from Standard. Just drop two giants teched on round 4 and tempo your opponent out of the game before they've quite responded. Dillo coming out aggro on the left side with the crawlers behind Sledge, one crawler in front. We've got the very standard deploy from Flower Fairy. They each have their a pair of crawlers for Dillo, the ad, a pair of arc lights, the ad for Flower Fairy. Those arc lights are hidden right in front of tower.
Yeah, perhaps the most surprising thing here is that Dillo is willing to play Elite Sledge and aggro. Because I know that Dillo is a great aggro player, but he also made an account to practice Standard. I was talking to him last night, which is just his alt account, not like a new account, but it's his alt account that he's had. And honestly, just a bit surprised to see Sledge aggro. Some players don't hate it that much. I guess Dillo is one of those players, or either way, he just thinks that Elite is flexible enough to just salt out of the sledges and not care too much. Which, at least me personally, I think is pretty accurate. A lot of people think that Elite is a bit inflexible due to, like, you know, everything costing so much, right? But I think if you're able to utilize the just like base stats of level 2 units in a way that's advantageous for you, like breakpoint wise, that Elite's actually very flexible and easy to pivot from. Not to say that I'd recommend playing Elite Sledge Opener. I'm a big Elite enjoyer and only play Elite aggro, but I don't know about this one. Especially not versus someone who's as strong as Flower Fairy, but hey, we'll see. We'll see. Looks like the Sledges get it done round 1, so great round 1 from Dillo with the Elite Crawlers.
So, 250 hit points dealt. Flower Fairy down to 4750. Dillo's at 4600. We go to round 2. Underground Threat, almost insta-pick for Flower Fairy. Dillo, of course, can afford any of these pretty easily. With 400, he's going to spend 300, presumably, on 2 level 1 units, so it's mostly about thinking through what he's vulnerable to. Obviously, he knows he's going to be vulnerable to that underground.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to say no to underground on 2, but if you're Elite, a big way that you plan on winning the game in nearly all cases, assuming you're aggro at least, I guess technically you might not be playing Elite aggro, but there's almost nobody who thinks highly of Elite in Standard as far as I know, so we'll assume for the purpose of argument that Elite probably is always going to be aggro. Intensive is really great for Mustangs because Mustangs love items and love levels. So obviously you'd like to take that probably, since that's a great win con. It is a bit less great overall in Elites, but since Mustang is such a good win con for Elites, it is pretty strong. However, Underground is Underground. You just simply take Underground, probably, in like nearly all cases. Very powerful spell for the amount that it costs. Great early game, great late game, great tempo. It's nuts. Really strong. Interestingly, looks like Dillo has gone for a Fang. Which I think is very interesting. I was watching him play some games last night, and he seems to be a lot more open to putting some Fangs on his board as an aggro player than most people are. Most people are just like, me crawler, me only spam crawler. That's pretty respectable, but Dillo's like, you know what, let's use our brain, let's buy some chaff that is not just a crawler.
Right.
And in this case, he almost manages to kill the Wasp and Flower Fairy, so really good read. He just needed to have it like 2 more ticks upwards in order to be able to address that. But he very nearly took out both things there. Almost killed the Wasp and killed the Underground Threat.
Right.
So.
Unfortunately, the Underground Threat is also still alive. Main army demolished, and round goes to Flower Fairy. Dillo will be down to 4,000 hit points.
Yeah, kind of sad if you're the elite sludge player there. Oh, there's an absorption. Very polarizing item to play the game around. But there's also underground threat again, which if underground was good last turn, it's probably still good this turn.
Alright.
But the item is rather strong. Dillo could maybe like sell his sledges and go like Wraith, for example. I don't know if you want to be in Wraith if you're elites necessarily, but does choose to go for the Rhino drop instead. And they both have their summons in the exact same spots. That is quite funny. Well, I guess you're really sad if you click the Rhino drop and they click the underground right there. Oh no, he moves it. No, he had the right prediction. Maybe he puts it back. He hasn't decided where he wants it yet. Nope, he puts it back again. He knows.
Yes, this is going to be great.
Flower Fairy, very large brain.
Big brain. Let's go. The jump drive on the wasps to get them back off the front so they're not in the predictable location.
Yeah, I kind of like the putting the wasp back here. I feel like most people just instantly go for like either A, the same position, or B, they go for the other flank. They're just like coin flipping it. But in this case, Flower Fairy says, alright, we've shown the wasp, let's get guaranteed value out of the wasp. Probably he thinks that he can beat the elite board by having the wasp back here. Doesn't expect Dillo to maybe go into his own wasp and aggress in the same area this turn. So he's looking for more like consistent value, but Dillo says, you know what, if you want to play that game, we can play that game. We're both going wasp. And Dillo's wasp is blue also, so it will kill towers way faster. And also, it's actually going towards the tower, unlike Flower Fairies.
It's going to take out the pack of fangs, take out the Arclight that could have helped the Rhino down there. Now the tower. Poor Rhino is going to be hanging out in the... The Rhino, I'm sorry, won its battle against the... I had it reversed whose calling that was.
Yeah, it's Dillo's Rhino drop and it's Flower Fairy's Crawler summon. Weirdly, the Rhino won. I feel like usually it's supposed to lose, but...
I thought it was going to lose as well, so...
I mean, it's not very often you see a Rhino drop and a Crawler summon happen on the exact same spot, so... I could have the wrong read on what's supposed to win there, but I'm pretty sure the Rhino is supposed to lose on average. But it's very, very, very close. I had like 10% HP left, so... It could go either way. It's pretty RNG heavy.
Yep.
Importantly, Dillo's Wasp does level. It is rather hard to defend every angle against level 3 Wasp. It kills Fortified Tower rather easily. Obviously, kills Fangs without any trouble. So maybe we'll see some like missile spam from Flower Fairy to some extent. Maybe he just doesn't care. Either way is possible. If he just puts more chaff down, it does just slow it down. Perhaps to that point, it's not super relevant.
When both players take the level
Looks like Dillo may even just keep it here.
Both players took the level 3 Typhoon, which does make you worry as Dillo, so he's going to take the jump drive. And much like Flower Fairy did, he's going to jump drive it way back. Unfortunately, that is going to put it running into the Typhoon now. Slightly outplaying himself, but that's alright.
Yeah, he's kind of just sort of mind-gaming Flower Fairy. Like, in a way, you probably expect the level 3 Typhoon to be on the same side as your main push, but also, like, Flower Fairy probably assumes that the Sledgehammers are not necessarily where Dillo wants his entire board. He does have 2 Crawlers on the offside, or sorry, a Crawler and a Fang on the offside of his board, so he could very easily pivot to an offensive over there if he wanted to. So, opts to go for it all over here. Definitely want to stack it, probably, no matter what you're doing this turn, but does opt to stack on the same side as his existing board. Oh, what is this beacon for? Oh, he took it away. I'm not sure what that beacon was for. I guess it's... Oh, it's to stop him from getting pulled. Yeah, that would work, I guess. I think the Fangs are still too far back, but he did fortify the tower. Yeah, so Dillo was turning his Fangs there with the beacon trick. The beacon trick being the ability to place a mobile beacon on a unit, take the beacon away, and have the units end up like looking the direction that the beacon was pointing them when the combat starts, which affects their targeting, essentially. You can use that to stop yourself from getting pulled to flanks, which is like a relatively recent thing that has started to be used. It's been like known for quite some time, like about maybe like 9 months or a year at this point, I guess, but hasn't been seeing a lot of play really in any capacity until quite recently.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah, originally when it was found out, which I don't remember who found it out, but when it was originally found out, myself and a bunch of other high-level players talking about it, and we're like, that sounds kind of broken. Surely there's a way to abuse this, right? And it took a really long time for people to start abusing it. But it's very, very, very powerful. I think particularly the thing that's strong with it is things you can do like what Dillo's done here, or was doing here. He's like playing around the thing that might happen, right? So you can gain value that you don't otherwise gain by having the beacon turn your unit in a way that it can address the threats if the threat is there, and if the threat isn't there, then it behaves as normal. So you just simply gain invisible value across your board by having your units do that. It even allows you to do things like place your crawler that he has like behind the left tower, for example, Dillo, vertically instead of horizontally, because you can force it to path forward. So you can gain better crawler spread, for example, which is just something you straight up cannot do, guaranteed, otherwise. It could very easily be pulled, whereas if you have this beacon trick, then suddenly you can do that, and suddenly you have a much better crawler spread versus like arc lights, storm colors, etc., etc. So simply your chaff is just better than it could otherwise be.
And for those of you that missed our discussion about this last week, we talked about it when we were watching cast as well, but the idea there is you're using the mobile beacon to change the facing of the unit. At the start of a round, there's a brief, about, what would you say, it's about 3 seconds or so before the round starts, that the units are already starting their pathfinding. So they look in the direction that they're currently facing, and apparently their look is a little bit further than it is in the off-sides directions. So if there's a target in front of them, even if it's a little further away than other possible targets, they will head towards the target that's still in front of them. If there's no target there, they use those 3 seconds as the round is starting to rotate and face the direction they would otherwise have faced. So you don't actually lose any time. You don't lose the time of them turning to fire or anything, because all of that's happening before the round actually started. Beautiful mobile beacon and pull from Dillo here to get the left side tower.
Really, yeah, definitely really nice.
Beautiful little combo.
And I think you could also mention this beacon thing for Flower Fairy here. So, at least as far as I saw, he did not use a beacon here, right?
Right.
But in theory, what he could have done is he could have beaconed all of his units that he did not want to get pulled like that forward. And obviously Dillo might not pull like this, right? But if Dillo does pull like this, then he has gained value. He's forced the units that he wants to go forward, and forced the ones that he does not want to not go forward. So, very powerful tool. Very, very, very strong. Also, like, very hard to read for your opponent that is or isn't happening unless they finish their turn before you and can see it happening.
Right.
Flower Fairy's taken whatever the drop was so fast, it's Fortress UI.
Fortress this time?
Okay. It's Fortress. Nice. Flower Fairy, very decisive. I like that. He's just like Muxed. So it was cool to see him play earlier. They both, like, know what they want and they click it immediately. Like, yes, this is the perfect thing I've been waiting on. It's time. And looks like Flower Fairy goes to replicate. Dillo has not yet. Dillo does take his time quite a bit, so it's likely he may click that to this turn and match it. It's pretty expected. Particularly with, like, he may even click Impact Drill instead, by the way, since Flower Fairy does have a second Underground next turn. That would be the thing that I would expect the most from him if he is going to click attack. It may be that he assumes the Flower Fairy only uses his drop defensively rather than offensively, in which case he probably does not care about clicking attack, but either way, there is some credence to be given to it. Otherwise, left side of his board probably loses very easily. The right side, middle definitely does not, I don't think, with like 1.5-ish blue crawlers plus a blue fang. Right side probably also does not lose, but definitely the left side of his board could lose. Usually if there's like one spot that can lose, yeah, he does match with his own replicates. Right. If there's one spot that can lose, people will often disrespect it, because it's a very easy hole for you to fill. Your opponent may assume that you fill it. Flower Fairy does assume that and goes to the defensive underground threats. And that's the utility we were talking about earlier, right? Like, this thing is just nuts. Yep. Just having a bunch of delayed, like, really, really, really spread chaff is just very powerful mechanically. So, I don't know. It just doesn't cost any money. There's no point not taking it. Assume there's nothing, like, insane that you want to take instead.
We have one
very nice mobile beacon, it looks like.
Battle in the back corner here.
Yes,
will eventually go green. There it is. And the anti-air solid, but the mobile beacon jump drive wasps off the right side corner. Hit the right side tower this time. And Dillo really relying on the early tower takes here. And I think you called it out when it happened. That early level on this one pack of wasps has been pretty critical.
Yeah, it's just very hard to defend effectively unless you missile it. Unless you have like a Mustang or something in your board, obviously, but assuming that you're not building units that are specifically addressing it, it's pretty hard to answer. Assuming that it's being used in a way that you need to answer it, of course. Maybe it's not, but in this case, it's got a laser sight. It's level 4. It's a menace.
Right.
Flower Fairy has clicked anti-air forts, which Dillo does have 2 phoenixes. You know, he's transgressed. Up there, he buy more than 1, so obviously we clicked Fortress Anti-Air. There's also the Giga Wasp, you know, it's pretty good to kill.
Yeah, it's good against the Giga Wasp.
Certainly,
right?
it's yeah. There's at least 3 air units. The button is very cheap, but if Dillo also clicks Fortress like has happened here, then suddenly you're down techs in the Fort Mirror, so your techs cost $1 billion and your opponents do not. They both have the exact same bar, so in theory what this game comes down to at this point is a Fort Mirror, and you really don't want to be down techs in the Fort Mirror. That is really, really, really bad, because if your opponent snowballs levels and you don't have levels, that's kind of just like game over, unless you're able to pivot War Factory, so a bit of a dangerous position for Flower Fairy, but he says, I guess we're going to answer whatever's happening at the forts in a different way than Fort, perhaps, because he's gone Bubble. Obviously, Bubble is very high value for Defender here, since he's able to protect his stuff from getting flamed, whereas Dillo is not, because he is playing aggro. So therefore, he does not have any way to deal with that. But he didn't have that much staff in the first place on that side, so it's all good.
And
That's a lot of the bird, by the way.
Dillo has taken a range launcher overload for the forts, so taking advantage of exactly what you noted. I'm going to be able to do better in the Fort Mirror than you are. I'm going to outrange you, I'm going to shoot twice as often, and yeah, I'll just chew through those bubbles from back here, no problem.
Yeah, and for that reason, Dillo also has 2 blue forts. I'm pretty sure... Did he buy a fort last round, or is this a new blue fort? Did he recruit a blue Typhoon and a blue fort?
He recruited a blue Typhoon last round, he recruited a blue fort this round. And there's the Typhoon.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. So I really like that play from Dillo. People often misevaluate when they're supposed to use elite recruitments at lower MR brackets, but it's very, 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 very strong. Oh wait, no, actually, sorry, he's elite. My bad.
So yeah.
Right, yeah. So he has to.
Intelligence choice. This was a requirement.
Yes, indeed. Yes, it is actually rather good though. This is part of why Elite Special is so good at being Fortress and so good at being Mustang, and Typhoon for that matter. Is those units all love that. It's just super duper duper strong, especially in a Fort Mirror, of course. Being up level is really great. Yeah, it looks like Flower Fairy now says, oh wait, actually yes. We might need to click the Fort Dex, or that's going to be really bad, so... I was honestly pretty surprised to see him click Bubble last rounds. I honestly expected him to, sell something or loan or something like that and get, launcher range, because you expect Dillo to do that, right? So, I'm not really sure that I understand why he wanted to click Bubble. It's very, 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 very expensive. Obviously, he wants to block a spell that rounds. And historically, people just, jam Bubble when they see a spell, and that's just, how you play the game. But it's extremely expensive, and making your techs more expensive in the Fort Mirror is pretty bad. You really can't have your round go in a way where your opponent has launcher range and you don't, and still win the game in most cases, unless you have a very, very commanding position otherwise. Which in this case, Flower Fairy kind of does.
Yeah, which he did, because he won that round. He's won round 6, he's won round 7. He's at 4,000 hit points, still is down to 1,500.
Yeah, last round though, he did win due to fire. Having no chaff is probably pretty impactful, so we'll see how it goes for him this round. He is still down at launcher overload. Dill is obviously down Bubble. But Dill is able to buy blue forts very easily without paying anything for it, and that is, generally speaking, rather strong. Both players have the same endgame for their forts, they have the exact same bars. So there's no, elite marksman or double shot. I think Cass was running some, really odd bar recently. He had, double shot, bubble, fist, and, fang prod or some insanity. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't exactly all 4 of those, but it was, double shot plus some things that double shot is very odd with, and, no range. So people run a really wide variety of things in their fort bar nowadays. It's really cool. It's definitely a very, flexible to build units. People often, ask in streams and stuff, hey man, what are you running your units or something,
Right.
And people always answer in, a different variety of ways. They'll be like, oh, you should, do this, and I think the cool thing about Mechabellum is that you can answer so many problems in so many different ways. And in this game, that's not well reflected. Both players have the exact same bar, but, even at very high level, people play in a wide variety of ways, which I think is a really cool thing about the game.
You saw that in this game in particular, they took two different techs first for their two ports. You know, they each had two ports. They each took two techs. It was pretty widely different.
Yep. Even when both players are very high level and play the game at a very similar MMR, even they have very different ideas about how they want to approach the turn sometimes, and also their spots are simply different. Like Dillo's elite,
right?
Flower Fairy isn't. Flower Fairy's defense, Dillo is aggro. Like it just is a different game for them. But in terms of like how you address problems, I think that's really, really cool. Also, this one fort next to the tower, Flower Fairy, this thing is just killing it. This thing is level 5. Like that's just nuts.
Level 5 haste fort.
I don't know how this guy's done that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, haste is a great item for it, but
he was feasting off of level 2 and level 3 Typhoon. He comes over and finishes off the high level fort, so he's just getting a level every round. And
and probably too. It's always kind of hard for me to remember because I don't run anti-air fort myself, but anti-air is actually a great way for forts to farm XP very often. So these anti-air forts got to farm the Blue Phoenix XP and the level, I don't know what level he sold it at, it was at least level 3.
Yep.
But it got to farm the Wasp XP and the Bird XP and the Fort XP, right? And Dillo's Blue on top of all that.
Right.
It's just a bit strange to not see Dillo's board get rubber band back the same way, but I think the fire turn was really, really impactful for Dillo. To like lose this XP war, basically. Like that's the thing that the launcher overload is supposed to win you, is the XP war. But if you're just elite and you have like very little chaff, or you get flamed, or you get oiled, etc., then yeah, I mean the only thing that matters is XP war when you're in forts.
We don't have
and to some extent range matters too, as in like having launcher versus not, like losing your range can be impactful at times. So in this case, Flower Fairy is not chosen to commit to launcher, even though that is in general pretty strong for him. So I think that's just his way of saying that like our chaff is in such a different spot, either because you're aggro and I'm not, or because you're elite and I'm not, that I don't need to click launcher, or I don't want to click it yet. And I'm guessing this Giga Fort is going to carry him.
Yep.
Once this tower gets locked onto. There's one fort in particular, this blue one. Oh, it died. Alright, well, rest in peace.
And, oh, by the way, those arc lights have EMP, so those range launcher overload forts, they don't have range or launcher overload anymore.
Ah, that's a great point. Yeah, that is why he chooses not to go for launcher then, probably. Is because of these EMP arc lights.
I'm just gonna
he did that in this round, right?
Yes. So,
yeah. Nice play from him. Really good.
Very well done. And Flower Fairy gets the first win for the 201. So 201 are ahead 1-0. We're basically in what you might think of as a best of 7 at this point. So it is a last man standing format. So Flower Fairy stays on, Dillo is eliminated, and we go to our next match.
Yes, indeed. And again, it is winner stays on, so Flower Fairy will be playing until they lose or knock out everyone. Either one is definitely a possibility. They're very strong players, so we shall see. But that is first loss for Dillo and first loss for 501. First loss in MAG1, that is to say. 100% win rate prior to this. But hey, if you're going to lose to somebody, losing to Flower Fairy is a respectable person to lose to.
Right.
Casters. Players started matchmaking. You guys are going to have to spectate on your own.
Oh, all right. We've got to find Flower Fairy then.
Yeah, it looks like Flower Fairy is playing soccer right now, loading into the match. Alright, they are just starting. So Sako is picking between Typhoon, Speed Supply, Fire Badger. Probably Sako is going to play aggro, I'd imagine, given these packs. The only thing here that has Chaff is Typhoon, so probably that's his best choice. He might also pick Fire Badger instead. Flower Fairy gives for a pretty solid standard pack. Rhino, Fang, Sledge. So if Sako does go for the Typhoons here, it's rather good for him. There's not much way of knowing that you are against Sledge here, because he does not see like 0 Sledge packs himself, but he does go for the Ball Arc. He does not have a particularly great matchup. He does not have any starting Chaff, and Flower Fairy does not have starting Crawlers, so you're not getting a lot of mileage in the Arc Lights. So probably the early game is fairly favored towards Sako from turn 2 onwards, the Badger. But after that, Flower Fairy might turn it around. Probably Sako also wins turn 1, so probably should expect to see like the first 3 rounds at least going Sako's way, barring any very weird shenanigans, we'll say. particularly if he chooses to open asymmetrically like this, which...
Nice.
Oh, nope. Sorry. Never mind. He said recently he's hating or hating symmetrical openers with balls again, but chooses to go for it anyways versus Flower Fairy.
Interesting. I hadn't heard that. I had picked up the symmetrical from him and have been running it a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. I tried it a bunch myself. I also kind of hate it. I don't know, man. Balls are just like really beneficial or really big beneficiaries of playing asym, so
yeah, they are.
If you nerf yourself by playing symmetrical, and I mean basically it's just saying like I hate losing to spells, right? Like that's really the big benefit you're getting here is you no longer just auto lose to oil as hard, but also balls are such weak units and so easily countered that when you don't have some sort of advantage from being asymmetrical, they tend to just look like really, really, really bad a lot of times. And Flower Fairy obviously knows where Sako is positioning here, so Flower Fairy assumes that Sako is in the corners, and so he puts a sludge on the outside of his tower vertically like this.
All of a sudden,
very good choice from him.
Yeah, all of a sudden it would have been way better to be asymmetrical.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, right? Like, there is only one way to do this. Like, you're in the corner. Like, we know where you're positioned. If you're symmetrical, like, it's like spreadsheet, flowchart, like, it's really, really straightforward. And it's not like ball's a hard unit to counter, right? So, you are putting yourself in a position of not just insta losing the spells, but you are also putting yourself in a position of being easy to read, like, to an extreme. Like, you can guess, like, where a standard, like, you know, Storm Queller board is going to be, for example, if you're against Flower Fairy, because I think he does almost the same positioning for his Storms and his Crawlers and his Fangs on one in most games, unless maybe he's against something very bizarre, perhaps. I don't know what that would constitute necessarily, but... And same thing here for, like, all symmetrical. So if you're the Sludge player here, it's very easy to read where you're supposed to put your stuff. For the drop, Sako has a Badger. Sako currently has balls and arcs as well, of course. Flower Fairy goes to the mark, Sako probably takes the bird. Yep, he does. Makes sense to me. So now Sako's probably playing a bit more asymmetrically, probably going to commit to the Badger and the bird at the same side, I would guess. Flower Fairy is fully symmetrical, I believe. Yeah, he's literally fully symmetrical, so no side bias for Sako, just choose the right side. And Flower Fairy with the drop is still also fully symmetrical. Interestingly, Sako's arc lights are not very far forward, by the way. It's really funny, because in previous games in MAG1, his arcs were on the line, basically, on round 1. And they got sniped by storms a bunch of times, and now he's not against storms, and they're now back.
Now they're back, yes.
Even though there's not any storms. Oh, actually, Sako's symmetrical, too, with the bird. Interesting. I feel like this spot is not very good for him. I'm not saying it's, like, incorrect to not fully stack here, but I don't think you're, like, that happy to be... shooting the sledges here with your bird and trying to kill them with your balls as well. Like, historically, maybe, back in the olden days of Phoenix one-shot Sledgehammer by default, and Sledge has to take HP in order to not be one-shot, like, maybe this looks a lot better for him. But in current Mechabellum, it's actually, like, the inverse is true, or even maybe you need, like, more than level 1 tower attack to kill Sledge in one hit. I'm not too sure what the breakpoint is anymore, but the point is, this sucks, right? Like, it's not super great. Certainly level 2 bird plus the Badger side is doing great. That's definitely not too much of a problem, but this level 1 bird side's quite a lot sadder. Probably still will win, though, via tower debuff in the Phoenixes.
Yeah, even with tower attack, you don't one-shot that sledge. So.
Yep.
He does win on the right.
I do think it's a bit interesting, though, to commit to this. Yeah, he certainly does win there, for sure. It's just a bit weird to invest the bird on the left, I would think.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it's still threatening to build symmetrical. Right, so Flower Fairy at least has to respect both sides.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. Like, he has the Badger on the right side and the blue bird on that side, so obviously he is playing asymmetrical, right?
Right.
Like, you need to respect it, like, a little bit, but it's not like a steel ball is very threatening against a vertical sledge plus blue marksman board. Flower Fairy does go on the offensive, though. Has the Wasp flank, has the Rhino drop.
And,
Sako's Shaft should take care of the Rhino drop pretty well.
Right. Really reading it does... So he's thinking about the Rhino drop, he's not thinking about the Wasp flank, particularly. So, putting those back crawlers that far deep, that wide, they will cover the Rhino wherever it might be. He does do... That's interesting, he does go for the symmetrical Fire Badger on the left side.
Yeah, the shallow flank Badger is just very strong. It's very good at killing the late chaff with the balls. Helps enable them and the bird versus Sledge here.
possible value missile for Flower Fairy, but Sacco had leveled up to level 2 on the tower, so his steel balls do survive. They won't survive long after that, because they're basically getting one-tapped by the sledges or arc lights as they walked up. They did have a shot at surviving. The missile proper.
Yeah, that's kind of the funny thing, is like the steel ball is so useless here, really all he's missing is like the HP for his front line of the balls. It's not like it was really getting anything done. Like the biggest unit it kills like freaking arc lights. The sledges are not too much of a important thing to kill, it's just a slow thing to kill. But out of the way, the tower debuff does win the round for Flower Fairy. And now he has his Rhino, so he has a lot more supply than he did previously, so you should expect to see the match look quite a lot more even from here on out, and there's also the oil, of course, as well. So Sacco is rewarded for playing symmetrically rather than asymmetrically. But who knows, maybe Flower Fairy just like oils both sides, and then it's like, well, who knows at that point.
That would actually
But also Sacco has Badgers, so
yeah, the oil
maybe the Badgers end up lighting the oil on fire. Yeah. Yeah, in some ways, like it's sometimes better to have the Badger to cause it to get lit on fire.
Right,
and in some ways, sometimes it's just bad.
Yeah, you don't want to pay the price 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and if you're very light on chaff like this, like Sacco is currently, he has like 3 crawlers on the right side and 1 Mustang this added this round, of course. Like if you have only those things, maybe minus the Mustang, you're not that unhappy about getting fired. So, you know, maybe even your Badger's like beneficial for you to be lighting the oil on fire at that point.
Well, look at this read
have, like, you know,
from
5 or 6
Sacco.
plus.
The mobile beacon Rhino.
I mean, you know that the
Wasp.
Rhino. Yeah, you know the Rhino isn't going to be on the flank though, right? Because
Right.
there's already plenty of chaff there to slow it down really far. So, really, the only possible place in the entire map the Rhino can be is in the middle, or it's getting sold. So, Sacco goes for a slightly offset steel ball plus Mustang.
I'm gonna
That
cover
is in the
that
middle here
possibility.
Yeah, it covers the possibility, and it also is able to be mobile beacon onto the right tower or left tower later in the game. Addresses the possibility of oil, even. It's like outside of the AoE of it, right? So, really nice flexible play from him, addresses both possibilities, and also develops his board in a way that's proactive against spells later in the game. So,
yeah, that was
really effective positioning.
That is Sacco at his best, in my opinion. Thinking through, like, because that play addresses so many different possibilities, as well as, you know, completely correctly reading it. And we got to see that, you know, we saw what Flower Fairy had chosen into first, so we got to see how good of a read it was live. Just spectacularly done. There is a reason the guy was selected as our captain.
Of course, both players are very good. I think the really impressive part of the play is that it also has a lot of utility for the rest of the game in the ways that I mentioned with the mobile beacon stuff. So, you know, on the one hand, there's like making a correct read, and then there's also like making a play that addresses the read you have and also is incredible for the rest of the game. And that is the truly great play. The good play is making the right read and like being dead center, right? The great play is it being biased towards the side that you want to be working towards and also avoiding the oil. So, really great from him. Also has a really large Mustang in the middle here, so this probably tells you that Sacco is like actively trying to, as hard as possible, play around the possibility of oil. Obviously, we have the maximum possible amount of oil in the game currently. There was spell oil offered, tower oil offered as well. So he has the Giga Mustang in the middle, so that it's not like guaranteed killable basically on one side or the other by oil. So in some ways that's good, because it means it's hard to kill, and in some ways it's bad because it means that it's not necessarily like exerting as much pressure in this corner area that's normally used to kill towers as well as it might otherwise. But it is very hard to kill, which has a lot of value. Giga Mustang, very strong. Also, interestingly, Sacco has not yet clicked range.
Yep. He spent a bunch leveling it. All it has to do is be longer range than the steel balls, in theory. But Flower Fairy adds Mustangs of his own and ranges them, so now the Mustangs have a bit of a problem. Sacco did have to play one on the left side to cover the possible jump drive Wasps coming back over to that side. Oil gets lit on fire.
Yeah, and interestingly,
right away.
Flower Fairy is field maintenance the sledgehammers this round, which I think is just a nod to the birds killing the sledges every time rather than the balls. Because first, the steel balls is not very effective. I don't know how many like extra ticks that is, but For the ball to kill it, that is. But certainly versus the birds it's effective. It gets you at least like one more hit in most cases.
Yeah, it turned
and the fire killing Giga Mustang is quite a bit.
It turned the level 3 Phoenix into two-shotting level 2 sledges instead of one-shotting them. That changed the dynamic on the right side.
Yeah, quite cheap too, right? I think field maintenance is $200 right now, so... Also, there's like the possibility of Flower Fairy getting 2 more blue sledges, maybe, if he wants to. Not saying he will, but he could just like buy 2 more, put them in the middle, have like a similar response to the white steel balls in the middle part of the map here, if he were to so choose.
Now,
not sure absorption is very good for Sako in this spot. Generally speaking, quite strong. But unless you want to put it in like this maybe blue steel ball on the right side, it's just not going to do a whole lot. It does take it though.
And that is where it's going.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does with it. Yeah.
And he does have subsidized steel balls, so I am expecting, now we've got 2 more. Definitely expecting to start seeing some steel ball techs. We've also got a range for the Mustangs and a 4th Mustang. We're in Classic.
Yeah, subsidized ball is a bit of a weird choice because, I mean, ball just like loses outright to hacker if you click MechDiv. Now, obviously, range ball is powerful, but I don't think you're like that excited about putting a bunch of low-level ranged balls in your board if you're not willing to click MechDiv. So probably like MechDiv is like the finisher for him, and thankfully for him, he's in a fairly good spot, like relative to Flower Fairy's HP. So maybe we'll see like a triple white steel ball with MechDiv play at some point that might finish out the game. In general, if you're clicking subsidized ball, you're like very, very wary of ever committing and getting hacked, because that can just lose you the game outright. If you click attack that you shouldn't, and your board suddenly just, explodes because balls lose super duper hard to hackers.
2 more Mustangs and a mobilized battleship drop for Flower Fairy. And another oil. Nice mobile beacon plays around the Overlord. The high-level Mustang coming back to get the XP from it. Sako gets the job done there. Hovers against the spell.
Oh no, I think the oil isn't going to light on fire. Oh no, that's so bad for Sako.
Ugh.
He was so close to having the oil light right there. And it would have killed like, I don't know, like 1.5 crawler packs in like a Mustang. Like, obviously, you just wish the oil wasn't there in the first place, but you definitely don't want to have it there a second round, because second round it guaranteed lights on fire. Flower Fairy puts a chaff that should light it himself, even if nothing else walks into it. But either way, the round does go to Sako. Flower Fairy did buy a boat drop. It failed, so... And bought the oil, of course. And still lost. So that's really, really, really good if you're Sako, I think. You're like $300+ up in spells at the minimum. And Flower Fairy is taking Fortress from the drop. He keeps
so
taking the drop
quickly.
so fast it breaks the UI. Yeah. Yeah, no surprise Sako matches it. Sako does have the exact same bar as Dillo. So I'm assuming Flower Fairy's bar is not changed. I know it's not changed. Alright, so exact same thing we saw last game. Almost to a T. I think even the oil was on the ground already when the Fortress drop came last game. This time, though, Sako does have an absorption module and intensive, and Flower Fairy does not have either of those things, both of which are extremely impactful in the Fortress Mirror, so...
Nice.
Oh, he's trying to Goomba stomp the forts! He's trying to Goomba it on the right side. What a play.
That was
Sako says no. I don't care.
That was where the blue steel ball was. The Sako stole out of the blue steel ball. No Goomba for you.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy to read, though, that Sako is going to sell the ball and go into fort here, because Absorb Fort's just so strong, and Sako has the intensive this round, and I don't know. It's pretty easy to read for Flower Fairy, I think, so probably he even assumes, like, maybe it doesn't hit the steel ball, but perhaps it hits the Fortress instead, which it's not, like, incredible if that happens, I think, but it's probably acceptable. And here you also see the versatility of the play Sako made earlier with putting the Giga Mustang in the middle and putting that Ball plus Mustang response to the Rhino plus Wasp earlier. You can now just choose to say, hey, we're going to swap sides because the second turn of an oil, it's probably going to ignite me. And we're just going to drive the Giga Mustang over here now. And we are just now pushing a completely different side of the board.
Right.
Very, very flexible.
Yeah, exactly what you called out when he made the play. Now taking advantage of it.
Yep. Interestingly, both players go bubble here first. I don't think there was any... I mean, there couldn't have been spells, right? Because it was a unit drop turn.
It was a unit drop
I'm not really sure why both want to go bubble immediately. Like, I guess both just think that bubble is too important if the Mustang is alive, but there really isn't, like, anything threatening them, I don't think. So, I'm not sure. I'm not saying I think they should both launch or range first, but I'm a bit surprised to see exactly bubble first on both sides. Typically, bubble does lose to your opponent clicking launch or range, or just one or the other in a lot of cases. Particularly if you expect your opponent maybe has like you know, an absorption blue fort.
Right, absorption blue fort.
That in particular.
Watching it shoot and just fully heal every piece of damage that had been done to it in the 3 seconds is pretty amazing. Yep, no, I'm fine here.
For sure.
No biggie.
Yeah, and absorption blue fort does not quite level, by the way. Giga Mustang also does not quite level. That's very sad for Sako. It's like 40 XP away.
Oh. Laser sights.
Oh, he does
both?
get a laser sight though. Probably both put it on a fort. Maybe it goes on a Mustang for Sako just because it helps keep it alive versus fire. Yeah, he does agree.
4 Mustang.
Yeah, I think really the only reason you put it on the Mustang here though is for fire. So probably for Flower Fairy's side it goes on a Fortress, but maybe he still wants to put it on a Mustang.
Oh, nice read again. Let's go, Sako. Just ahead of the game. Basically calls exactly where that oil is going to be. Adds 2 more forts to the other side in the same spots he's got, right? He's got his fort positions.
Yep, indeed. Very nice dodge. Pretty much expect that Flower Fairy is going to want to take off the blue absorb fort from the fight, since that is the thing his board basically just cannot deal with.
Right.
I don't even know if he can kill it, to be honest, if Sako ranges, which he probably will at some point this turn.
He has not
Assuming he has
yet.
money.
He needs 500. He had 4. He's just gotten himself down to 200. So with range, or with the alone, he gets himself back up to 400. That's not going to be enough. Instead, it'll be
let's go for the level 2 tower HP.
Extra hit points. Yep.
Not sure if I agree with the tower HP here versus taking tower attack like Flower Fairy's done. Because both sides are Mustangs, both sides are forts, both sides have bubbles. I think the most important thing in that spot is for... Maybe arguably for Flower Fairy it's slightly less important due to the presence of oil just deleting all the chaff. But for both players, killing chaff faster and killing bubbles faster is of like paramount importance, so...
Yeah.
Not sure if I think HP is better than attack here, but that is the difference between their 2 plays.
Flower Fairy did a nice, interesting little piece there where he was dropping the oil. He put a crawler as well to ensure that the fort couldn't walk forward and block the oil. It would stay stationary and shooting, and then also to draw other units into that oil area. So, for example, the hyper-ranged Mustangs half the pack went over there. But not going to work out, and in fact a lot of his units are going to get stuck in the oil. The absorbed fort does go down, and it looks like this round goes to Flower Fairy.
Yeah, Absorb died during tower debuff. I think it was maybe like half a second or 1 second off of getting undebuffed and popping off. I'm pretty sure it killed the whole board there if it did. Either way though, it does level, and so does Giga Mustang, so it's probably fine overall. But now Flower Fairy has given a very nice answer to the absorption for it with the level 3 melting points. So I'd say that the Sako's primary advantage here has mostly been nullified by that. He doesn't have like elite marksman on his fortresses, for example, to be able to just say like your melter doesn't matter. So, and also the Ola to contend with, of course, as well, and he isn't a fort mirror at the end of the day. Oh, actually Flower Fairy does sell the melter, so he says I don't care about your orange absorb fort. Bold choice, honestly.
I'm going to go with 2 level 1 melters.
Oh no, sorry, he didn't sell it.
No, he sold it?
Yeah, he sold the big one and goes to the level 1 ones, yeah. I'm honestly a bit scared of going to level 1 melters here. This orange fort's going to be hitting... Wait, you do absorption module off of bubbles, right?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, you should, right? Because you lifesteal off bubbles to steal balls, right?
Yep.
So it definitely should work.
Yep, it does.
I don't know, I'm a bit afraid that we just can't kill a level 4 absorb fort that has bubbles and other fortresses to shoot. That's a bold choice.
Done the math.
He's putting the melters
this.
on the right side, though.
If that melter is fully leveled up, right, it does... What is this? 30,000? A little more than 30,000 DPS. And this fort is just over 30,000 DPS in healing. So it is really close.
So I think
to
it like straight up can't kill it.
I think it's really close to healing the same rate that the melter does damage. Even when the melter is fully leveled up. So it would take something else doing the damage or the fort getting stuck on chaff to
Yeah. Exactly, and that's the thing, right, is the fort is in front of a Giga Mustang.
Right.
It's being beaconed into it, so... I mean, this lock here looks pretty good. Oh, it broke. Welp. That's probably really bad if you're Flower Fairy right there to see that lock break. It was really close to killing it through the bubble. It is locking again though, and the fort's kind of trolling. Yeah, you can see it right here. It's just like healing up through the beam, but man, this beacon is drawn too long.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't matter though. Let's go.
Wow. Both melters are down. Super health fort is still alive. Now we get tower debuff. Like we can spend the tower debuff time not engaging on that fort at what that long beacon was for. I'm sure that didn't happen. Now it's healing up off the...
Well, I think the long beacon was to try and dodge a melting point lock.
Maybe.
And also deal DPS, so... In a way, he almost succeeded with that. It's like really close. It did keep it from dying to its bubble being pierced by the beam. So he was far enough out of that, but he didn't quite get far enough to not get locked onto at all. So it wasn't good enough to tank, which is just, you know, beneficial. Purely beneficial since it didn't die. Almost drew the beacon a bit too far. Would have been very bad if you gave over the XP. But now the smelter does not level at all, and will just die, probably. EMP spell for Flower Fairy looks quite good. Looks pretty good for Sako too.
Yeah,
I guess Sako probably benefits a bit more because tower debuff is more accessible for him. Flower Fairy has mostly blue forts, and Sako does have at least one white fort that's going to be hit by this, so might cause this like middle right fortress to die earlier than expected. Oh, Sako also goes to the oil. Interesting. He does still have his Badger on the right. So I guess his goal here is to say that... Well, I don't know. That is the Laser Sight Mustang 2 side. This kills like maybe one pack of crawlers? Maybe? It's like 1.5 at best, I think. Because the Badger will be shooting the crawler in front of the fort originally, right? So it won't kill this Fang on the middle right here. And the other Fang in like the very right side of the far right tower takes a really long time to die to it, so it's mostly killing this back right crawler next to the Laser Sight Mustang. Quite a high price to pay for killing one pack chaff early in the fight. The crawler directly behind the tower probably dies to just a Mustang before it walks in the fire. We'll see. Maybe... Oh, he's doing this beacon, actually. Maybe he even doesn't want this ult to ignite, but it definitely does. So I guess the plan here is that we want a beacon left side so that the Laser Sight Mustang dies to the fire. That makes more sense.
Right. I'm gonna lose my right side. The Laser Sight Mustang will walk out of the... You know, out of the depths there.
Yeah, and here you see the versatility of the positioning from earlier. You know, it's we're just going to push a different side every turn with the beacon, with the Gigafort and Gigastang, and that's just a fairly powerful thing to be able to do versus Soul and Fire. Because even if you're in like the best possible comp versus Soul and Fire, which is Mustang Forts, Oil is bugged currently, so it just like goes through shields sometimes.
Right.
So Sako playing around that very well with the swapping sides over and over, and does take the match versus Flower Fairy. Also gets his second win in MAG1.
Very nice, very nice. He's up to a 50% win rate.
Strongest to a win. Yes, indeed.
Right.
I just love memeing on him because he's a friend, by the way.
Yes. Okay.
For the record. That's the only reason I meme on him. He's obviously a great player.
All right.
How can we not meme on the 501 captain being the only one with losses, you know? It's just too good. It's low-hanging fruits.
It is too good. It is way too good. All right, so Sako will stay on, and the series is evened up at 1 game apiece. Remember, this is effectively a best of 7 in a winner stays on format. So Flower Fairy is eliminated. We'll not be seeing Flower Fairy anymore. Sako remains on to face the next player up from the 201. Which, I don't know who that's going to be. I don't know what order the captains have chosen. So
Red Hair.
It's going to be Red Hair. Let's go. Sako versus Red Hair. Can we put Sako in blue so that Red Hair is red?
Would only be appropriate, right?
It would only be appropriate.
I hope we get a blue hair in the 201 squad, so...
Yes.
Well, I guess after this it might not be squads anymore, but I hope we get to see a blue hair versus red hair match, or blue hair is blue side and red hair is red side.
Exactly. This is the most critical feature I have asked Bear Lake for.
Yes, indeed. We need it hard-coded so red hair is red side every time.
Absolutely.
It'd be
This
great.
is the stop ship. The game could not have shipped with this.
Really the most important thing.
Red hair is restarting client.
Yep. So red hair is just restarting client real quick. We'll be bringing that game to you in just a moment. What's red hair's win rate?
It is 50%.
All right, so
I think it's quite surprising, by the way, because Red Hair, Flower Fairy, Sako, and Arbiter are probably some of the 4 strongest players in the tournaments. And Sako is 33% going into the finals. Red Hair is 50%. Flower Fairy was 67%. Arbiter's the
Right.
only one of these 4 with 100% thus far. Obviously, none have played very many matches. It's like 3 maximum between all these players. Monks has played the most by far at 5 matches, and of the people in the finals. But interesting to see that the people that have the highest MMR on ladder are not necessarily the people that have the highest win rates in the tournaments. Not saying that makes them like worse or something, of course. Not trying to draw conclusions, but it's funny to see the data.
Yep.
Always cool.
I love seeing data. I could geek out on stats with you for hours, I'm sure.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, I expect in this next match that we'll probably see Sako play aggro again, by the way. I think he has mentioned recently that he is back on the aggro train after being on the standard train for some time, so hopefully we get to see it again. Sako's a great aggro player, has great ideas about how to play it, and make it succeed even in the face of things like the oil going through shield bug and things like fire being very strong versus aggro, so we'll love to see some more of that. Might also get a standard match, though. Both players are very strong at both styles, so we'll see.
I mean, he did win through the maximum possible oil in that last round, right? That last game. Oil from tower, oil from drop. Right?
Yeah. And I just think I will say that I think oil is probably more problematic to have 2 copies of than to have like oil plus fire. Because the oil fire even lasts longer, apparently. I didn't even know this like very recently, but apparently the oil fire lasts longer than the incendiary, like the spell incendiary.
Wow.
Which is really weird. I don't know why that works that way, but it lasts like 50% longer or something. I think the standard fire is like 30 seconds and the oil is like 45 or something along those lines. So,
well, being
in any case, the oil is like more versatile.
Yikes.
Yeah. Yeah. The oil is definitely more versatile though versus aggro. And against balls in particular, which is definitely like either the best or the second best aggro pack. It's, of course, just exceptionally strong. Stops the balls from being a unit at all, pretty much. Obviously holds like massive threat with being lit on fire and things of that nature, so in many ways I think that it's a lot stronger than Incendiary. They obviously both can do the same thing, but Bull is much more flexible and leaves doubt in your opponent, which I think is a very powerful thing. It's kind of like having a jump drive on the bar, of your Wasp or your boat or whatever. It introduces doubt, and that's very powerful.
You describe it as introducing doubt, and I would also think of it as having flexibility for yourself. Like giving yourself flexibility is so important, and that was exactly what Sako did with that pack of steel balls and Mustangs. It's the flexibility, the ability to adapt and adapt what he's doing to what his opponent is doing positionally, right? Or with mobile beacon. Welcome to our third match. We are tied 1 game apiece. Red Hair is representing the 201, playing blue. Sako will be far side red, and I'm hoping you do not take the fire bet, and he'll be playing the character with the red hair. Ay, guys. Could you have made this any harder for the casters, please? Eliminated so far have been Flower Fairy and Dillo. And of course, this is a best of 7, but it's last man standing format. So winner stays on, loser goes home.
601 also eliminated, of course.
Yeah, 601 was eliminated.
Can't forget Mungst.
At the very start, yes. Mungst had a short cameo in the finals.
I mean, hey, he could have won the whole thing. It's important to note,
He could have gone 8-0, it's true.
All right, well, in theory, important to note for Sako, Red Hair certainly could have been aggro. Arc Storm is definitely one of the, well, just Storm in general, doesn't really matter what it's paired with, but Storm is certainly a very fine aggro pack at the moment. Red Hair certainly is known for playing some aggro. So from the side of Sako here, he doesn't necessarily know if Red Hair is going to play aggro or defense. There's at least some doubt there. I think the Red Hair probably prefers playing defense in most cases. I don't think he just jams aggro nonstop, at least in tournaments, compared to some players. But
Right.
probably Sako assumes he's mostly going to be defense here, but there's definitely some doubt and consideration for his positioning on round 1. For the most part, he's just, clicking 5 crawlers. That's what you do in your Tarantula. Tarantula not very good, not down to buy another copy of it, not down to miss deploy. And certainly if you're aggro and your name is not Delio, then maybe you just want to click only crawlers. Not saying things are ever bad, but, most of the time you're just clicking some crawlers. I don't think Delio would click things on 1 either. I'm just trolling. But Sako does go for only the crawlers on 1. Goes this middle crawler here to make his spiders have a little bit more tempo on round 1. Used to, before spiders lost so much max HP, they kind of just win versus storms, but more recently, even with all the storm damage nerfs, they kind of just lose because you can't put your crawler on the line on turn 1. And for the most part, it's pretty bad if you do not have your crawler on the line. So Sako goes to the sacrifice in the middle, which is the less important position for having that storm baits. Not sacrifice his corner position on either side to have that baits. Does still lose the round though. Showcases how bad Spider is versus Storm Opener. That's also probably part of why Red Hair chooses to go for defense here, because it is more consistent versus Spider. It's probably near impossible to lose unless your Arclight somehow dies really early, which is again near impossible versus 5 Crawler 2 Spider, so pretty consistently going to win there for him. Does go for the Wasp drop on 2. Not really sure what you want here if you're Sako. Spider start's always quite weird, because Spider's just a pretty poor unit overall. And Sako is a player that really hates selling, because he thinks that selling is negative tempo, as he puts it, which it certainly is. So, certainly might expect to see Sako keep the Spiders for quite some time here. Does have the Badger Specialist as well, of course. And there is some Badger Boat going around, so perhaps we'll see some Badger Boat this game. Who knows? Maybe if we get a boat drop on 3 or 4, maybe we'll see some more Badger Boat. And Badger did just get buffed in several ways, cost-wise, with text, so who knows? Maybe it's even Badger Phoenix on the left side here.
Badger Boat, huh? Great, now I know what I'm going to be running all morning, trying to figure out how it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just like Sledge Boat, right?
Yeah.
It's just unit that stands in front of boat and clears for it, except unlike a Sledgehammer, a Badger is actually a pretty good unit, so, it's pretty good. It's just a thing that clears chaff and sits there and is tanky. Pretty flexible.
What would you do to fix Sledgehammer?
Probably remove Scorpion from the game to start.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing for Steel Balls.
Yeah, Scorpion is, I don't particularly like as a unit for sure, for exactly that reason. But,
well, it's not really so much that I dislike Scorpion, it's just, if you want Sledge to function or you want Steel Balls to function with a Scorpion in the board, they kind of just have to have a different stat line, which I think is part of why they've mentioned that they're going to rework Steel Ball into a 300 cost units, as opposed to being a $200 units. Yeah, I don't know if that's still the plan, but that has been mentioned. Because it is pretty hard for Steel Ball to exist in the game as it currently stands.
Yeah.
Assuming we're not putting a new tech on it that drastically alters how it interacts with the game or something. It kind of just gets countered and then it gets sold instantly, unless you're playing Ball Wraith, of course. It's also historically a big pain point for newer players, due to it being, not super obvious how to use Chaff for them, and Chaff being the biggest counter to Steel Ball, so.
Right.
Probably several of the reasons why they're considering making that change. Red Hair goes instantly for the Missile Strike, probably going to put it on the bird.
Yep.
Sako presumably does not have jump. Oh, he does have jump. Wow. Not many people run jump anymore, but he does have it. So you might see Sako go into maybe a left side play here, maybe. Maybe he just doesn't care. But that is part of the reason that button's there, and your Phoenix buttons aren't necessarily that important. So maybe you'll see that from him. Maybe the Badger goes to the left. Maybe Phoenix gets jumped. Who knows? It is $100 nowadays. It's not super cheap anymore.
$100 plus every other tech is more expensive.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it looks like he does just choose to buy the Phoenix instead. I definitely like that. I feel like in general, it's a really, really heavy investment to get a jump drive for $100. At 50, it feels pretty, trivial. You just like do it. It's just tempo, But if it's 100, even if it's a unit that you don't want to tech further, implying that you're like not actually paying that cost, like maybe at some point you want range, if they get like itemized or leveled a whole bunch or something, but
Red Hair
feels pretty committal.
Red Hair has the Phoenix flank coming, deep left flank. No mobile beacon, so with a little bit of luck for Sacco, it'll chase crawlers. I think it chases one or two and then turns on the tower, right? So that works.
Yep,
Sacco gets through to the left side tower very quickly. That is fixable with the Farseers, but not... yeah, by the time the left side flank gets the towers, half the board is gone. Watching this attack in slow motion, you can just see how... Like, you see the crawlers straining to keep going forward. Like, boss, can we please? And Sacco wins round 3. Red Hair down to 26-21. Sacco still on 3,900.
Yeah, nice missile strike from Sacco that round. Really shows how weak this conventional like crawler plus storm positioning, which is slightly unconventional. It's like one tick to the left for Red Hair, but really shows how weak that positioning is to missile strike. Hits the arc light, hits the storm, hits the crawler. Unless you shield it and he does something there, you're screwed. So very, very strong play against that positioning. Looks like Red Hair takes the Scorpion drop, Sacco takes the Wasp drop. Sacco does have shield range, jump, anti-air on the Wasps. Pretty normal stuff. Pretty expected. Some people are a little unhinged and run like Elite Marksman, for example. Maybe if they're like want to lean into like improved Wasp, perhaps.
A little unhinged,
but
like Diana.
This bar says... well, improved Wasp is very strong, so it's a nice thing to have on the bar if you like playing around that, but Jump obviously says, like, I like doing this turn 2 or turn 3 Wasp tempo play, and, just basically says that you like playing Wasp as a unit outside of cards or something like that you're willing to use it. That is what Sacco is doing here. Also happens to address very nicely the Phoenix flank.
Yeah, I was
has
just
gotten right here to
that.
invest the money in the jump.
Yep. Just noticing.
And like we mentioned earlier, Sacco could be beaconing these Wasps in this particular position backwards if he wants to. Not like fully beaconing them backwards, but using the beacon to turn them backwards to address the flank if he needs to. It's very flexible positioning for that reason. Very powerfully for your aggro. You get to answer multiple things without having to invest any real resources into it besides unlocking the beacon in the first place.
And
also a rather nice pickup versus Scorpions here.
Again, collapsing on that left side. The Fire Badger did its best against the level 2 Wasps. On the right side, it was enough. On the left, we're going to get Tower. Unfortunately, I don't think the Tower timing is good for Sacco particularly.
Well, actually, he did fort his tower, so it might end up being good for him. It's pretty close. The birds did not go to the tower, though.
Yeah, if the birds go to the tower and join the Wasps, it would have been a lot better. 2,600 apiece. We go to round 5.
Well, Red Hair is offered oil, but Sacco's entire board pretty much is in the air. There's like 2 useless spiders and 1 Fire Badger that's not in a flank. So the ult isn't looking too incredible. Yeah, Red Hair agrees, it goes to the shield instead. Goes for a Fortress, so probably expect him to click Fortress Anti-Air. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. Alright.
Well, and a bubble. Let's go.
Said that exactly as it happens.
That was amazing. You do not know this game at all, sir. Clearly.
Yeah, I've never played this game before. I've never played either of these players, have no clue what they like doing. It's honestly just a mystery how I say things as they do them. It's crazy. Well, anyways, that's a pretty strong play for Red Hair. It's very, very strong versus this like Wasp Phoenix tempo board thing that Sacco has going on. Sacco did sell out of that like middle-ish tower positioned Wasp that he had here. Honestly, a bit surprised to see him put it there. I guess he just wanted to lean fully into like saying right side is dead that last round and say we push left.
Right.
It's like that game we just watched for Flower Fairy that he played right. He has this style of saying like, hey, we're gonna push this side. Oh, just kidding, we're on this side. Oh, actually, no, we're over here now. Or he just like flip-flop back and forth. Seems like it's kind of symmetrical, isn't actually symmetrical. Commits to one side. Very strong play. It's kind of like reminiscent of watching Fang Fort historically.
I'm gonna get one side, then I'm gonna get the other side, and I'm gonna come back. Gonna get you to overcommit to something. and then switch where I'm getting, as soon as I spot a weakness, I'm going to exploit it. I mean, that's, I would say the thing that he does really, really well is just identifying the weaknesses. So here he has jump-driven the Phoenix away from the AA fort, among other things, lets them get through to the right side tower. We also took range on the Fire Badgers, and that has chewed up a ton of chaff. If it weren't for Red Hair getting the left side tower with a single Phoenix, understanding the mission, I think that might have gone a lot better for Sacco. 2600 to 1090 now. Go to round 6.
Yes, indeed. And also, importantly, there was oil offered last round. And obviously, there's tower oil that could be collected at any time, but oil was offered last round, which is part of why Sacco did choose to do the flip-flop right there. And it is, like, enabled further by the jump Phoenixes, too, so that helps, like, lean into this thing that he's doing. But that was the primary reason, probably, that he chose to, like, full commit to his side that turn with the double badger drop on that side, I believe, and also goes to the War Factory, so we'll get to see how the anti-air fort clicks plus the bubble purchase look into the War Factory. This is what he always says when I talk to him about forts. He's like, oh, can't we just kill the forts at the War Factory? And I guess looking at this board, now I understand what he meant. He meant, like, when people commit into a type that does nothing versus War Factory on a board that's bad into War Factory. War Factory kind of just kills everything, so we shall see. It's looking pretty good as long as this oil gets ignited, probably. I will say that the factory is outranged by the fortresses and also the Scorpion in this current board, and Red Hair does also have a Scorpion unlocked currently, of course, and
Acid
even
available?
the crawlers have acid, so yeah.
All sorts of
It does not look incredible overall.
You kind of need to win it outright, I would think.
Yeah, and there's even, like, also Farseer EMP that's, like, just basically everything you could possibly want. Say, like, Factory cannot play the video game is available in the board after this turn, so I don't think Sacco even has enough damage on board to end the game this turn. It could even be, maybe that he wants to, like, sell out of the factory after this round, and it's just like, oh hey, I'm gonna get you to commit into a bunch of things to, like, counter War Factory, and then we're just gonna not be War Factory anymore. But I'm not really sure what he does. Like, I'm not sure what his play is after this round, if that's what he does, so it feels pretty committal to me.
What is the end game here? And just to be clear, Sacco had 2600 showing in non-chaff units. So, as long as every single thing on the board, had survived, and a couple of the chaff, he'd have won. Okay, we know that wasn't going to happen, but still.
Yeah, it looks like the oil is saying, hey, your War Factory might as well not exist. And looks like Sacco is actually just dead.
Yeah,
feels bad.
That might be game. It is game. Sacco KO'd on the oil from tower. Feels bad, man. Red Hair gets the win. 201 ahead, 2 games to 1. We've got 2 501 players remaining after Dillo and Sacco eliminated.
Arbiter coming up next.
Sounds like we'll have a banger game next. It will be Forgotten Arbiter versus Red Hair.
Ooh-wee. Let's go. Forgotten Arbiter up for the 501. Do we know who the 4th player is? Is it Apucci?
Yes, I think.
Surely it would be.
I would assume it's Apucci. I know that he took a break last week. I don't know what the reasoning was, but yeah, I haven't heard anything about subbing. So I'm assuming Apucci is playing as the 4th.
The week
6
prior...
players will play today for both teams.
Oh! I have misunderstood. This is not best of 7. It is, dear God, best of 13. Best of 11.
No, there's only 12 players, right?
Yeah,
or no, I guess
11.
there is 13 total if we include amongst. Yeah,
best of 11 then. So, update. We're not best of 7, we're best of 11, with 6 players for each team, not 4 players for each team. And so still a long way to go. We will be here all morning, however long it takes.
Yeah, currently 201 has a pretty commanding lead with taking out both Dillo, who has previously 100% win rates, and team captain Sacco, so shortest it could be is 3 more matches if Red Hair takes out Arbiter Zillag, and Dachshund. Certainly all strong players though, so it is definitely anyone's game. Certainly would not be surprised to see Arbiter reverse sweep it even. So we'll see how it goes. Very important match here though for 501.
So Arbiter, one of those 501 players who had a 100% win rate coming in.
Yes, and previous to this, Red Hair had a 50% win rate, but only across 2 matches played, so has not played very many matches. And on ladder lately has extremely, extremely high rating, almost 2400, doing it super well with that. I'm not sure, I guess I can look at my own client that is not currently spectating. We'll see. We'll see what the leaderboard looks like, but probably is rank 1 worldwide right now, I would imagine. Arbiter is 2300 on that account, I think. But both certainly very, very highly ranked. Oh, actually, Red Hair is not rank 1 worldwide. I'm not even sure which 201 player this is. That is rank 1 right now. It might be a Smurf of somebody.
Is it one of Flower Fairies? He's got several.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his Smurfs looked like.
Yeah, he had been holding on to number 1 for a while.
Yeah, it might be him. It's very possible.
There was a point recently where he had 1 and 2 on different vaults. So, no.
Yeah,
just
Arbiter
really,
is
just really
currently rank 4 and...
rank 4?
Yeah, Arbiter is rank 4, Red Hair is rank 2, and Arbiter is also rank 9. And Red Hair has a troll alt account also that is somewhere in the depths. He plays things like Quad Tech Spider. I played him when he was playing Quad Tech Spider. I'm just like, yes. Pretty base board you have here.
Yeah, very standard.
It was absolutely terrible, by the way.
Quad Tech
it turns out it does not matter if you're 2400 if you're playing Quad Tech Spider. It is still terrible. So feels bad, man.
Well, welcome to game 4.
Poor spiders.
Game 4 of our MAG1 finals. Red Hair Nearside Blue, Supply Specialist, with Crawler and Storms, 4100 hit point pack. Forgotten Arbiter, Far Side Red. Blue, Red Hair is the second player for the 201. Forgotten Arbiter, the third player for the 501. So, tournament ends when a team is knocked out. We're in a last man standing format. So, effectively, best of 11. Don't lose 6 times. That would be the plan.
Yes. And importantly, this is, of course, effectively a best of 1 format per player.
Yes.
If you're knocked out once, you are donezo. Which, for this case, for Arbiter, I think his packs were absolutely terrible. He is unfortunately stuck with Fortified, and Red Hair has arguably possibly one of the best defense packs. I think maybe something is probably better than Supply, but it's probably at least like top 3, whereas Fortified has very little benefits. Steel Ball, especially versus Storm, is like extremely high variance on turn 1 and turn 2 and onwards, honestly. Like, Storm's just a high variance unit, but definitely hope that you're something other than Fortified here if you're Arbiter. There is, in fact, a lot of very consistently good options in the game at this point. Used to, Rhino, Supply, and Quick Supply were pretty far ahead of the rest of the pack, but things like Fire Badger, Typhoon, Farsi are all... I don't think we've seen stats since they've been added to the game, but they effectively do the same thing as Quick Supply in certain ways, so you could probably pretty fairly expect, and I think is also reflected by the choices high MMR players make, that those packs are very strong statistically, whereas something like Fortified, even though it is better with unit drops in the game, historically is quite poor, and certainly is not something you would like to be as compared to, like, you know, Supply Spec, any of those things I just mentioned, etc., etc.
Right. We've got the traditional ads, a pair of Crawlers, a pair of Arc Lights. I'm sorry, a pair of Crawlers for both players.
Oh, I really like this Crawler from Arbiter here, by the way. It's very neatly positioned to dodge this first Storm Volley.
Thanks.
So Arbiter basically expects that the... Which, interestingly, by the way, I don't know if this works versus the positioning that some players use. Most players have their Storms, like, 1 tick above their tower and to the right. Like, basically flush the top right corner. I think maybe it's even, like, 1 or 2 ticks to the right from that. But the point is, like, it should be on the right side, right? Sometimes you see a spread of the first Storm Volley, but Arbiter goes to this Crawler behind the tower, which, you know, looks pretty innocuous, but since the first Storm Volley does go in, like, this middle lane here, right between each 2 towers, it does cause that Crawler pack to not get splashed at all, which does improve his matchup overall in turn 1, basically. Because he essentially assumes it's going to hit that first middle ball pack right there, and that helps that Crawler dodge that. So, very effective positioning from him, and does get in the rounds. Of course, there is variance there, but this helps him like mitigate variance, basically, right?
And we're going to sacrifice that one steel ball pack, essentially, to ensure that the Crawlers are still alive later. That steel ball pack will still intercept anything from a Stormcaller to an Arclight to whatever. We get the unit drop. Typhoon, Fang, Rhino, Tarantula, Rhino for red hair. Actually, kind of love at the Typhoon for Arbiter, which is what he takes. And
yeah Arbiter is a very big Typhoon aficionado, so definitely expect him to take that.
Yeah, this would be my dream drop if I'm Arbiter and in Arbiter's position.
Yeah, unfortunately it is rather weak to this tempo play with the Rhino on the left side.
Right.
Arbiter has tons of HP to play with, though. So he really doesn't care if this happens. It's pretty irrelevant. The worst thing that could happen is that he gets old next turn, and like even more tempo stuff happens, and then he's like maybe 3,000 hit points afterwards. He is very, 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 very healthy. Unfortunately, Typhoon is probably one of the worst units that you could be playing if you're Fortified Specialist, since it does have bubbles that comprise a lot of its HP that does not get buffed by Fortified, of course. So I don't think that really matters. You're still taking it, but it is worth mentioning. It is one small side effect that is not super ideal for him. But he does have his own birds. Taking out the birds, there is a chance maybe he wins the rounds. Maybe if he connects the birds before the tower dies. Doesn't look that way, though.
Especially if the enemy birds were stuck on Crawlers, which they are during the debuff.
Yeah, I'd say there's a pretty good chance he wins. Yeah, the Arclight on the left didn't die. That's pretty important. Let's Arbiter's bird connect here. Yeah. Oh, and the Rhino's stupid. Nice. He does not know the mission. He is lost. Alright, well that Rhino is the bozo. You need to stop paying that guy. He doesn't know his mission.
A Rhino not known for brain.
Rhino hit tower. Rhino not paid to go for second tower. Alright. Well, very, very sad turn if you're red hair here. Yeah, he was paid to kill one tower, not both. But very sad turn if you're red hair. Don't take the tempo clear units, go for the tempo play. Still somehow lose because the Rhino does not know the mission. And a great turn if you're Arbiter with a very low tempo starting spec. So great position he is in here.
Why think when you can smash? Rhino, probably.
Yep, Rhino sees something else to smash and goes a different way. But even though Arbiter's in a great position, red hair has the oil. And Arbiter's board is not incredible versus the oil. So we will see if he attempts to beacon away this turn, predicting the oil, or if he presumably loses really hard to it. I struggle to see how it wouldn't die to 2 Phoenixes while getting oiled, but we'll see.
So let me ask a question. Arbiter just skipped Assault Scorpion. Do you see anybody running Assault Scorpion in aggro at the 2000 plus MMR level?
Well, Assault Scorp's good, and Arbiter likes Assault Scorp, and so do I, but Assault Scorp can actually just like outright lose to Fortress, and definitely can lose to War Factory, so it's not really just like pure upside. Like, it's good in like a Mustang comp, for example, and it's probably fine in Typhoon. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody play Typhoon Assault Scorp, but yeah, it's probably good. But yeah, I don't know. It has some like really severe downsides versus very strong end of game units for certain board states, so I don't know, like, it's good in theory, but honestly, a Scorpion is just fine without being Assault Scorp, you know? Like,
right.
You're not really even that incentivized to have it be Assault Scorp, I would say, is the way to look at it, perhaps. It's just good, you know? Just having Scorpion is good, like, you don't have to pay $100 that's negative tempo for Assault Scorp just to have a unit that is questionably better in the things that you might want to kill at the end of the game, so, I don't know. It's not that Assault Scorp's a bad card, it's just, like, mostly you pay $100, and that's, like, pretty bad.
Right. For me, I was almost thinking it might have been better for red hair in defense, but red hair has the defense covered. Jump drove his 2 Phoenix over to the other side. They're supporting the Rhino. The Rhino does know the mission this time, and we're going to clean up. So red hair gets on round 3 with the tempo that he'd wanted to get on round 2, and drops Forgotten Arbiter to, what, 42, 4150?
Yep, nice run with the oil. And the question was defense. I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody click Assault Scorpion defense. I'm not sure it's like necessarily bad. I guess I've clicked Assault Scorpion defense
I've
and
clicked
like
it on defense.
asymmetrical headbutt.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess it depends if you think that asym headbutt counts as defense, but I've definitely played it in that. Assault Scorp's pretty good. Certainly not bad sometimes.
Yeah, if you're running onto
But
me,
it looks like
I
Red Hair is gonna.
the rate of fire. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
Looks like Red Hair is maybe keeping this left side. Yeah, he just doesn't care. Interesting. It's a cool game of chicken, you know? Like, on the one hand, Arbiter has balls unlocked, and he could very, very, very easily just say, you know, your Rhino's dead. And this turn in particular, when he's getting oiled, there's no way he's just going to oil left, is he? Oh my gosh, he's just oiling left? I don't understand this play. I feel like this is so weird. Like, I guess... I don't know, man. Like, he has jump phoenixes. Is this actually a good play? That's so weird. Like, if he didn't have the jump phoenixes, I feel like it'd be a much more sane play, but is slowing down the Rhino really that good when you have Steel Ball unlocked already? I don't know. Like, Red Hair could even just sell this, right? And then it's just terrible. That's the real thing here.
Well, maybe I'm kind of forcing the sale of the level 2 Rhino?
Right, but even already has a sell button. Like, there is no question, like, he might sell it, like, very definitively could, but hey, also he has jump, so he gets to say, like, I'm gonna make you have an answer, basically, with the options he has available. He does have the ability to get out of it at any point in time. It does force Arbiter to answer it. Probably will expect to see it gone next turn.
We've leveled up the tower.
Also
the answer to the Phoenix is the Mustangs. And they do lock onto 1 and 2 of the Phoenixes early on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they win, though. It is just a level 1 Mustang and it's a blue Rhino. It takes a really long time, so it might eventually win. I think they might just die to the Phoenixes or even the Rhino swings before they kill this blue Rhino. It's a pretty risky play. Like, it's just got an exceptionally large amount of HP, so
yeah,
you might just simply get stat checks this play.
Yep, that's exactly what's happened there. If he backed that up, perhaps with a Phoenix to go with the Mustangs, or perhaps even a Phoenix instead of the Mustang, because he had the Arclight to take care of.
Well, he doesn't want to.
The Mustang is a good longer-term investment out there in terms of checking the Wasp and Phoenix flanks. So.
Yeah, I think the 2 games that we've seen so far today tell you exactly why he does not want to commit to more Phoenixes.
Right.
You simply just get offered Fort Drop on defense, you click anti-air for $200, and suddenly people are selling out of Phoenixes. So there's a reason Arbiter has 1 bird in his board, and will probably not have more than 1 bird in his board. Sometimes it might happen, but people are very, 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 very leery of committing to Phoenixes. Rightfully so, with anti-air being $200 on Fortress. And this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Red Hair has said, alright, you've answered it, we will leave now. We're out of here, goodbye. We're putting the Phoenixes back against the main push, and the Rhino is somehow not getting sold and instead going to Narnia. I guess one of the steel balls got sold out of, and it probably gets there after the other one's dead, so I guess that's fine.
I come over and punch. I punch over here.
Yeah, the Rhino's on a new mission. I'm not sure what his mission is exactly, but he is there for a good time. Not a long time, probably. Might be getting him sold next rounds.
No, Arbiter, clearly he heard that this was a last man standing game. That's his mission. No.
Oh, interestingly, Arbiter goes to the fortress on the side that he oiled already. So a little bit sad of a play this turn to see the birds gone from that side and the Rhino going away as well. He thinks, alright, well maybe even though Red Hair almost lost last turn, he's going to keep it there anyways. Goes to the missile again, does choose to respect the play. Does put the bigger fort on the right side though, notably. And Arbiter is running Anti-Air and Fang Prod. Importantly, does not have Launch Overload. And Red Hair did have Overload versus Sako, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so... Not sure I've seen the Fang Prod plus range play out a whole lot. It's pretty much just Conclusion that plays this bar that Arbiter is playing right now. And I don't think we've gotten to see Conclusion play a whole lot of Fortress lately. At least I haven't in terms of like spectating and stuff, so... I'm not really sure how this matchup tends to play out with Launcher range versus Fang Prod range, but that's probably what the game's going to come down to at some point, unless Red Hair does not opt to mirror the Fortress. He does have superior text in the mirror, so you might see him do it, particularly with this Absorption module drop here. Even Nano maybe, but probably it's just absorbed for both players if they want to commit to that. Arbiter unsurprisingly takes Absorb instantly. It is even against Underground Threat, which is strong tempo. Of course, if you're right here, potentially could jump drive the Phoenixes back to left and go for a Rhino play. It is against a fort that could even be absorbed, maybe. It's maybe a little risky. You could also just go for Missile Strike on the Mustang on either side. Who knows? Lots of options. Tons of things to play around if you're Arbiter. Particularly if your opponent has Jump Drive Phoenix and your tower does not have things protecting it besides Mustangs.
Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh.
Also
Danger,
important
Will
to
Robinson.
note, very important to note, I think, that this tournament is currently allowing players to like co-op basically with their teammates during games they want to. And Arbiter is one of the 501 players that does co-op during their games. So even though, like, if you're just a single player, it might be hard to think, like, okay, how do we play around Underground? How do we play around Missile Strike? How do we play around, like, him putting Absorb on something? And think through all that and play your turn at the same time. Arbiter does have a lot of backup here. So probably someone will point out that we could be getting Jump Drive Phoenix flanked plus Missile Striked on the Mustang. Probably expecting to play around it at some point during the turn.
He's got 15
Arbiter
seconds
does
to
tend
do
to
it.
play... Yeah, he plays his whole turn in the last like 10 seconds though, so honestly, not at all surprising to not see it addressed yet. I'm assuming eventually that will happen. Maybe
Nope.
not. It's
Nope.
really bad for him if he doesn't. Oh no. Oh, wait, it turns. Does it kill it? Does it kill it? Oh, it is
one
not
of the
good.
two.
Yeah, no.
We got one of the two.
It is doomed. That is gonna hurt a lot. Maybe somehow this before it gets it done, but he does not have any backup. His chaff clear is gonzo, and there are 2 Melters to kill, so I think he is looking very, very dead.
And just
very
in
nice
case,
jump drive play from right here.
There will be a second tower. And, no, Mustangs over there play defense successfully. The level 2 tower was what was needed.
Yeah, jump drive Phoenix here buying a red hair, a nice tower timing now with the extra speed, and that will be quite a lot of damage dealt to Arbiter.
That is huge.
So Arbiter's board is like very, yeah, it's like 1500, right?
Yep.
Arbiter's board scales really well in terms of like the units on it. I don't know that his text scale exceptionally well. And being in the spot of like dying to 1 spell basically is not where you want to be if you're the aggro player here. Particularly with a very heavy clear drop like Wraith, that your board doesn't address too well on both sides. Obviously the side with the potentially orange Phoenix on it addresses the Wraith quite well, and thankfully that is on the same side as the Absorption forts. So, I don't know, the spot's just rough because Arbiter has like 1 relevant button in this Melting Point matchup, which is probably why you see right here commit to Melting Point, rather than commit to like a Fort Mirror, for example, which could get a bit messy versus the Fang Prob maybe, particularly if you were defense versus aggro. So instead opts the Melters. He's a big fan of like Diffract Melter, for example, which you don't see really a lot of right now, but right here in particular likes it. He is fairly strong. Does op stack all the race on the same side, by the way.
Is this a worried about anti-air for his Phoenixes? Once the Wraith out front, throws armor on.
Oh, I think he's just trying to kill him. I don't think he's really worried about anti-air. He just wants to one-shot him, basically.
Okay.
He's saying, like, if this right side, like, lives in terms of the arc lights, smelters, and birds, he just simply wins the game outright, so...
Right.
And it feels pretty hard to, like, if your Arbiter commit enough resources to left side here to make that not true. Oh, he even has field maintenance. He has field maintenance and armor on these Wraiths.
Yep. Just took the field maintenance right
There
at
is the
end of
Gigabird.
round.
Gigabird does get to kill the middle Wraith, very importantly.
Phoenix.
That's really huge
Yep.
for the chaff clear. Yeah, the chaff clear is definitely working. It's not stuck on the Wraiths, so... It is definitely a lot of investment from Red Hair to do this. If he does not win the turn, he's in a really bad spot. And the turn's not looking incredible. This Gigabird is doing great work.
Surely that is what he was thinking as well. Is I'm going to win this round, win this turn, and win the game on it.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the outcome. Unless a bird somehow kills a Melter, I think that's it. Yeah, no.
And it is.
Oh, wait, no, he's not dead, is he? Is 2 Storms, 2 Melters? It's so close. Oh,
Just
he is dead.
Red
Just
Hair
barely
gets
enough.
the
It's like
win.
1 Storm pack.
Congratulations.
Yep, very nice game from him.
Red Hair has won 2 in a row. 501 is down 3 players.
Next 501 player.
We will have Zillalag joining us next. So that game, at least to me, it felt like that one turned on the Phoenix flank turn, and not playing around
definitely. That was a really important thing to not lose.
Yep.
Like the triple level 1 Wraith drop essentially there. I don't think he had to do that to win the turn, but being in the position of like getting an all-in commit like that due to the loss of HP from the Phoenix flank is what let Arbiter lose that game. And like I was saying when that turn was playing out, right? Like there was a lot of stuff to think about that turn. There was like, does Red Hair take an absorb? Does Red Hair commit to fort? Does he missile strike my Mustang on the flank? Does he like underground plus like jump drive something? Like there's like tons and tons and tons of things to play around, and Red Hair goes to the maybe even the simplest play of all of them. Just simply missile strike a Mustang and jump drive the towers, and that is all she wrote. So great game from him. Well, looks like we'll be getting into Zillalag versus Red Hair in just a minute.
Half of our...
I believe Zillag's playing a lot of aggro lately, by the way, so maybe we'll see another aggro versus defense matchup. We'll see.
Do you love the eye of the tiger?
I believe that is... Yeah, his avatar is nice, right? Yep. I think that is half of 501 eliminated too, right?
Yes, that is correct.
It's only Zillag, Apucci, and Doxson left.
Yep, first team to win 6 gets it done. Zillalag, Doxson, and Apucci are the surviving members of the 501. Did I write 601? I did write 601.
The tracker is updated as well for casters.
Also important to note, I think that both teams are leading with who they believe to be their strongest players in the games so far. 5-1 sending out Sako, Dillo, and Arbiter to start with, and 2-1 sending out Flower Fairy and Red Hair to start with thus far. So the snowball is definitely real here. Would not be surprised if Red Hair sweeps the rest of it, but would love to see 5-1 make a comeback too. Also sad Monks did not get to sweep anybody. It would have been so cool to see the underdog 601 region go like 8-0 or something. That would have been so sick. I'm glad he was able to play.
That would have been ridiculous. Although, on the other hand, I am also glad that we got to see these two regions facing off with a perfectly fair start, rather than being
of course
disadvantaged.
Especially since the format thus far was scheduled in a way that we didn't get to see much 201 versus 501, right?
Nope.
So
we saw Dillo
I think thus far we've
201
seen
player previously.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, Dillo's in the Australian time zone, so he's much more able to be scheduled with 201 than the rest of the 501 squad is.
Right.
Yeah, really cool tournament day for this reason. We get to see lots of matchups that we've not seen at all thus far. So it looks like Zillag has been gifted the hottest trash imaginable if you would like to play aggro. So probably he's going to be taking the Badger Storm Fang pack and playing defense, I would imagine. Unless he wants to play this pack aggro. I like this pack aggro, so you might like it too. We'll see though.
Yeah, you did say...
he did not have any real choices besides that one.
Yeah, you did say the Storms in aggro are playable, but Zillag is not going to agree to that. He's going to play them outside a tower. Red Hair setting up
certainly
standard.
if it does not have fangs or does not have crawlers on it, then you're not too predisposed to playing aggro. It's certainly a lot better if it has crawlers, so probably if you're playing to like highest TV, if you play both strats, aggro or standard very well, then probably this is the better choice if you're given this pack in particular. Does choose to go for some very standard looking things for standard, but also has his fangs in the crawler position. Notably, I can't say that I see that super often. Red Hair even has the same thing, so I think they're both just saying they both think that they're standard here. Red Hair has the vertical crawlers instead of vertical fangs. They basically have like inverted it, right? And again, I think the reason here for this, like we were talking about earlier, is that if you can guarantee that your vertical crawler is splitting on your tower correctly, then it's very, very strong in a storm matchup, or even just versus arc lights for that matter. So the splitting is super valuable, and even if you weren't in standard, even if like Zillag was aggro, you could use the beacon trick to turn those. So it has the inversion of the typical like horizontal crawler vertical thing behind it that you might see for defense in favor of this for the crawlers so that you get maximum value out of that splits, which is certainly not trivial, by the way. I'm not even just like trying to make up things to talk about. Like, this actually matters lots.
It does matter, and
it's very, very relevant.
Fascinating to hear you talk about it, because we at a mid-level, let's say the 1500, 1600 level, I think a lot of players are thinking about the crawler split and don't really think about their fangs splitting at all, particularly. So it's really interesting that it's that important, especially against the storms. Zillilag instant Phoenix, Red Hair instant Phoenix, Zillilag's Badgers arrive. So put those back in center where they'll split a bit.
Interestingly, Zillilag does have elite on the Phoenixes compared to Red Hair's jump drive. I don't really think this matters too much, honestly, in standard. Lately, people just like don't click any buttons on their like marksman unit of choice. Obviously, marksman is named marksman, but Phoenix and marksman fulfill the same role. So for that purpose, they're basically both just the elite marksman of the board, even if the attack is not on their bar. But in this case, Zillag does have it. I don't think that's really relevant, honestly. Maybe, you know, if we see some similar stuff to what we saw from Flower Fair earlier, that we get like elite marksman like the arc lights, for example, then maybe having additional range on the Phoenixes matters. It matters a lot more if you're a ground unit, you know? If you can get to a point where you can like outrange a Stormcaller, that's pretty relevant. So for marksman, I think elite is not trivial. But for Phoenixes, like, damage is cool. There isn't really typically a whole ton of things besides maybe a worm that you want to deal like massive single target to in standard, barring some like weird Giga Vulcan snowball thing with like a heavy armor or something like that's going on. But certainly a small advantage for Zillilag. Probably you'll see almost no use in almost all cases from this jump drive from Red Hair. And probably him not taking that off, I would assume, is a nod to the fact that he thinks that Zillilag might be playing aggro. Worth pointing out again, I don't think Zillilag was really given a choice this game, unless he wants to play Fang Storm as aggro, which, again, I don't mind. It's totally fine if he wants to do that. It's certainly playable. Maybe not optimal, but was a choice if he was not comfortable playing defense versus Red Hair. That did opt for this, does insta-take the supply enhancements. It says this game is going forever. Red Hair is thinking a lot longer about it, probably staring at this barrier or this portable shield.
Come on, guys, this is a 13-round game. Take your supplies. We want to see this game get out of control.
Well, I mean, that is the thing, right? Like, the items are very powerful. The making sides asymmetrical is very strong in standard. And certainly Red Hair is not a, like, I'm just going to sit here and play your 13-round game player. He's gonna kill you if you let him. So, taking things like that are negative tempo are a dangerous proposition. Does also collect the HE Storms very early for Red Hair. So it takes the tempo spell and takes the tempo tech on the Storms. Says we are ending the game sooner rather than later, and Zillilag takes the very greedy supply enhancement instead. It's very funny, by the way. Supply spec used to cost half what it currently does, so people would just like always take supply instantly every time and like not think about it. But it's so funny seeing the game now that the econ cards are much less appealing. Super supply is still somewhat appealing in many cases. Certainly it's not an uncommon take, but supply is very uncommon to take now, as compared to how it used to be, where it was nearly an auto-click for most players.
Well, they've been balanced much better, where you're down in economy substantially for a fair amount of time before whatever your investment was starts to pay off. And that kind of reflects the way that a real-world economy investment might have gone. You've invested all this money in building your factory. It doesn't start producing for many weeks yet, many months yet. So I think it's about right, and it does feel very nicely balanced. Farseer making a big difference. The Wasp Call-In not so much. But Farseer really cleaning up the middle. We have gotten the Wall of Storms from Red Hair, adding 2 storms, enough to win this round. Drop Zillilag from 4,400 down to 2,880, and that is exactly the thing. You are down in economy, therefore you're down in tempo, and you can't afford to lose 1,600 3 times in a row. You'll be break even on your economy investment and dead. So
yeah, I think it really demonstrates how poor Zillilag's start was here, with not having any crawlers to start with and only having fangs, and not opting for them on turn 1, 2, or 3. Other than this bait crawler, obviously this is happening, but certainly if your opponent goes quadruple storm with HE and your board has 1 crawler in it, things are not looking too hot, to say the very least. Hence the almost 2,000 damage turn from Red Hair here on turn 3. My god, I can't believe that was turn 3. That's insane. That is so much damage to take on turn 3. Holy. Oh, also Zillag took the Mustang prod. That is a very bold choice considering you just took 2,000 damage almost. I'm assuming that he is saying we need to get a giant drop immediately on 5 and find value out of this, but considering how much damage was just taken, it feels very, very dubious to take a obviously 0 tempo this turn unless he is to unlock a giant, which unless he is loaning is not happening. So basically he's like floating 200 supply here essentially. So that is not going to look too hot, considering that he also is only able to add 2 crawlers to the board. Presumably he's also mass recruiting for a 3rd, unless he has already done so. Yeah. He is indeed mass recruiting for a 3rd.
Yeah.
Against the 6 HE Storms.
All
That is not the spot you want to be in.
Yeesh.
Yeah, I don't know. If you're Zillag here, I think your spot is really, really bad because you were like 1 bad spell or 1 bad drop from death after this turn, I think. Unless somehow this like Beacon Crawler here is going to have an exceptionally great timing versus these Storms, which there is 6 of, by the way, so at best it's getting like half of them, maybe.
And you've got to kill the...
looking not great.
Have to kill the Farseer before they come back, because the Farseer missiles home. And yeah... So Farseer doesn't miss
cleans
crawlers
up the
that way.
late crawler quite well.
Yeah.
Well, actually can.
It can miss.
It can.
Yeah.
It's very hard for it to miss, but it can miss.
All right, I apologize. Let me rephrase. I have not seen it miss.
I think it can miss like jump wasps maybe against like speed spec. I don't know what the speed threshold is we're playing with.
Right.
But it's obviously very fast, but it certainly can miss. Which I think is just hilarious.
That's actually really nice.
Something so fast as can just miss.
Right. That's actually very nice, because it's... it had felt like a homing missile to me, the way that the Typhoon does.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of funny, right? Like, it's clearly a unit that looks visually like a homing missile, and meanwhile we have things like, you know, like a fortress shooting a literal bullet at something. Speaking of fortress, here's forts. Presumably anti-air forts that are trying to close out the game. Yep. That's crazy. It's like I've played the game before or something.
Yup.
Yeah. I mean, he is playing standard, let's be real. There's like one choice he's going to do here. But, no, yeah, I think that it's kind of funny that like a fortress shooting a bullet, and the bullet can't miss. Like, it does not matter what speed the unit's going at. You can test it in like practice tool. The unit could be walking at like 100 ms the beacon, and it still auto hits.
Yeah.
It'll like follow it back and forth. It's pretty funny.
Oh my gosh.
But meanwhile, the actual homing missile that is the Farseer can just miss super easily, so I don't know. This is the game we are playing. Also, there is Incendiary Storms on the side of Zillag, which is beneficial, sort of. I mean, the range loss is pretty impactful in the Storm Mirror, right? So
Sauce.
it feels a bit dubious. It feels quite dubious here. Like, there is quite a lot of late things that it does clean up, but is that actually going to turn around the rounds? I feel like at the very minimum, the addition of the Fortress Antier is going to pretty cleanly win the round for Red Hair, I'd assume. Now, I'm not even sure that, given the range loss again, that the Incendiary Storm Click actually makes sense long term. Obviously, historically, Incendiary is like incredibly powerful. There's no doubt about that, but
here we're...
ever since it got the 20-meter range nerf,
right,
it does not seem to show like a lot of play at all, and we've also seen players like Flower Fairy just take it off the park completely. Obviously, he's running it earlier today, but there's been a lot of hate for Incendiary Storms, and it looks like it does not take the round, unsurprisingly, in the face of the Fortress Antier. That almost just kills him outright. This is what I was saying earlier, right? Like, you take the supply, Red Hair takes the Wasp drop, Red Hair says, ah yes, you're greeting, you are dead, because you don't have any crawlers. And here's the thing I was talking about also. Here is the drop that's going to kill you somehow, because how are you going to play around a level 2 Worm or a level 5 Rhino killing your tower? Any spot in the entire board. It's pretty hard. That's the answer. It's very, very hard. And also makes your Incendiary Storm Click not look too incredible either.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a very hard spot for Zillag navigates, because the melting point obviously in theory maybe helps versus both these things. Oh, actually, he doesn't even care. It takes the balls. I guess that does make a degree of sense versus the Incense Storms. He only needs to win one round, right?
Right. Even if they don't win this round, they're oh, he's going for 5 of them. The 5 steel ball finish.
Yeah.
Melters with range to
Yeah, I
answer
think
the forts and the Rhino, presumably. They have to be basically right in front of tower to answer the Rhino. Yeesh.
yeah, and I would think you'd expect to see the Worm here over the Rhino, which, if that is the case, you're not feeling great about this play if you're Zolag here, because obviously Melter, in theory, is pretty good versus Worm, but in practice sees not very much success versus Worm, in part due to just its stat checking Melter with its gargantuan amount of HP with armor in level 2 in this case, but certainly the balls with lifesteal are incredibly good versus the Melters in this board.
Right.
So I would expect to see the balls closing out here for Red Hair.
And it is a level 2 absorb module melter on the right side that is stuck in the oil, but that was the, I think, predicting that might be the side the worm would have come for. So that was his intended answer to the worm.
Yeah, that's definitely the unit to watch on this board. If there's a way to win here for Zolag, it's definitely the absorb
That's the win condition. Yep. But of course,
yeah, I don't know how.
I think the important thing is, can we kill all of these steel balls? And we.
Oh, that fire is so close. It's so close. It almost lit the oil on fire.
Zolag has killed the left side melter, or left side fort, which allowed the left side's Phoenix to do some great work on the steel balls.
This absorption module might pop off here. I don't think it can.
It's not enough.
Oh, it's dead. Rest in peace.
So too is Zolag.
Apucci, next 501 player.
Red Hair, 3 in a row. We're down to 2 chances for the 501. Apucci and Dachshund. We will be having Apucci next, coming right up. And just to clarify here, you know, Zolag took the supply enhancement in round 3, so he was down 100. Round 6 was the first turn that he came out ahead. He was plus 50 here, but he wound up in so much tempo trouble by being behind economically for rounds 3, 4, and 5. That is how that game goes poorly for him. So, plays for the 13-round game, gets knocked out in 6.
Yeah, I mean, it is that way to an extent. I think mostly the real issue for him is that he did not have more than one crawler on the entire board versus someone... I mean, in general, people just click a lot of HE Storms nowadays, right? So the proposition of having one crawler on your board in Standard is very dangerous because you can very easily just take like infinite damage in one round like we saw. On round 3, he took nearly 2,000 damage, which is, I guess, probably near maximum. I'm not even sure how we did almost 2,000 in the first place. It was like 1,600 damage. That's crazy. Crazy to be taking that much on 3. Now, that's what happens if you don't have any crawlers, right? So it calls back to his opener choices, that is, that had 0 packs crawlers. And yeah, just the fact that he starts the Fangs and did not get to bounty on round 1 or round 2 due to his opener led to him taking lots of damage and went for the greedy choice and also died afterwards. So feels bad for Zolag there. Feels real bad. But now we do get to see Apucci versus Red Hair, which I'm very excited for. Apucci, obviously no slouch, very good at the video game, so very exciting matchup ahead of us. Apucci won Launch Clash recently, winner of many, many tournaments in the in-game tournaments throughout the weeks over the past year.
He had
So I am excited to get to see this matchup, because usually Apucci plays in the afternoon NA time, and Red Hair is in the morning NA time-ish. Okay. So usually you don't get to see these two play. I don't even know the last time I saw these two play. So
never get to see these two match up.
Yeah.
And Apucci, fresh off of a rest weekend last weekend, didn't play in the MAG1, gave himself time to get his body back, and not trying to do these intense 15-16 hour days that some of us have been doing. So should be in prime shape for the finals. What is
yes, indeed. I'm excited to see it.
Also,
we get to see some Apucci aggro.
Also, have to point out, for those wondering, like, are we going to see a? I mean, it's 4-1, right? The red, the 501 needs to win something like 5 out of the next 7 matches to win this tournament, and
I believe so. Yeah.
well, 5 out of the next 6 to win this. So Apucci, one of the few who has won 2 weekend tournaments on the same week, going 14-0 against all comers. You know who the other one I can think of is? The other
Who's that?
other ace in the hole, Doxson, has done the same feat. So both of them are capable of running off tremendous, and to be clear, that is not pure luck, right? By the time you've played through the 7 games of a weekend tournament, you have had a day where you had terrible starts. You've had a day where you've had a game where the drops went against you. You've had a game where your opponent's pack matched up perfectly, and you've played through that and come through it. And it just takes a tremendous amount of concentration, and both of them are capable of it. Apucci, of course, said that he'd been playing all of those tournaments in preparation for pro tournaments like this. He was like, I want to get to the point where I can play every game without thinking about the stress of it, the stakes. Doesn't matter to me whether it's game 1 or round 2 against a 1500 MMR player, or round 7 against against a red hair or a blue hair. I'm going to come out with my best game. No stress, no pressure.
Yes, indeed. Well, Apucci is Marksman Specialist, Red Hair is Saber Specialist, so you'll likely see Apucci committing to Marksman this game. You may also see the same thing from Red Hair, since Marksman drop technically is blocked after 2. Technically, you can see a Marksman drop on 2, by the way, so I think probably the best possible thing to happen here would be that both players, or for Red Hair at least, would be that the triple white Marksman drop or the double blue Marksman drop happens on the following turn. But if not, he'll probably have to spend his deploys on getting a Marksman. Oh, nice. That's great for Apucci.
Both players
so he does get the triple Fang drop.
Mm-hmm. And we're just going to build our standard boards with some extra chaff. Brilliant. And both players already prepping for that super deep, super late chaff. We've talked about this plenty of times on channel before, but Apucci in particular loves having fangs arriving late. I don't care if you are going to set the ground on fire. I'm going to have some chaff arriving late, and he just somehow has these almost artistically built chaff boards that it seems like he always seems to have 1 or 2 fangs in exactly the spot he needs them to be protecting a key unit.
A bit of drama. Doxson is missing. 501 has not been able to contact Doxson.
Interestingly, we are receiving word that Doxson is not currently available to be reached for the tournament, so Apucci may be the last remaining 501 player. We'll see. We'll see. He's the only person not yet eliminated besides Doxson.
And if Doxson weren't found and Apucci lost first match out, we would wind up having, with the 501, having to forfeit the final match, right? So it would be...
presumably, yeah.
It is all on Apucci at the moment. No drama, no pressure. I hope his team haven't even told him this. For all that I was just talking up his ability. And to be clear...
probably he's in the call with all of them, though, so he's probably aware.
Probably aware, yes.
Very high chance.
To be clear, so the question is, aren't there substitutions? And, yes, during the regular season, we had 4 of the 6 players nominated. The players were allowed to sub in who they wanted on a given weekend, but once the weekend started, there were no substitutions permitted. The subs had to be named and nominated ahead of time. For the finals, all 6 players on both teams are active, so it is single elimination. Having lost earlier in the day, we can't bring Sacco back, can't bring Dillo back, can't bring Zillalag back. So
the only remaining question is, can Apucci bring 501 back? That is what can be brought back. Both players do take the Bombard.
Wait a minute. Time. Could you sub? You're technically 501, right?
No.
Drafted from the broadcast booth to the field. No.
Imagine. No, but both players do take the Bombard. Pretty easy choice. Bombard is Bombard, therefore you take Bombard. That's pretty much how it works. That is the video game we were playing.
I got punished
Bombard
so
RNG
badly
is pretty important in
recently.
this rounds.
I got punished so badly recently for skipping a bombard. It's like, okay.
Yeah, one does not simply skip Bombard.
I learned that
this
lesson
lesson many
the
moons
hard
ago.
way.
Now, Bombard can do some pretty funny things to you. In the past, there was a theory that you can actually like know where Bombard's going to hit. Apucci was actually the person who was like testing this. There was some theory that like cells are like or spells are seeded in some way with their RNG, so you can actually like predict where the missiles are going to go. I'm pretty sure that was found out to actually not be the case, but
Okay.
Bombard is certainly very strong, even if it's totally random. It's very strong. So you see Apucci fully respecting it with the bubble, trying to stop his orange man from dying and feeding XP to the whole board, keep his Storm's Lab as well. I didn't even see if Red Hair bought a shield, but if he did, it died instantly to Bombard. Bombard is Bombard. Did not. Okay, well, yep, there you go.
And you are.
Looks like Orange Marksman did not die. Very good.
And that was actually a really good point you brought up, and might be easy to miss. But XP from Bombard or Sentry Missiles, etc., not lost. It is spread instead to every surviving unit on your board, which, in the case of the Orange Marksman, that would have been, 1,000 experience divided amongst all the surviving units, which is huge, and, yeah, would have been...
Yeah, in theory, it's like kind of meaningful. In standard, it probably doesn't really matter very much. The worst thing you're doing is like feeding Arclight some XP maybe, which might not even get leveled or Elite Marksman in the first place. So it just kind of feels bad, You got your Orange Man, he dies, feeds the XP. Sometimes that's like game losing, but in this case, probably it's fine. Poacher's Shield does live, by the way, very nice for him. And quick cooldown is offered, probably not going to be taken by Apucci. He is certainly someone who likes to take his time and think about his turns, so he is probably planning out the whole turn before he makes this choice. That's something you see him do fairly often, so probably, though, he will be skipping. Oh no, I'm sorry, he is not skipping. Oh yes, the thing I was thinking about is what he did. Okay, yeah, so he's taking oil immediately. He does take the quick cooldown, and that's probably what you want to do if you want to take it here. You're going to say that, hey, I think oil is great in this spot. Already had Bombard. Bombard is Bombard. Therefore, we click quick cooldown, make both very, very powerful things, even lower cooldown. And maybe we're offered more spells later for even more payoff for taking this. And Red Hair does not mirror the choice. It's not a super common choice to make in Standard, but if you already had incentive to oil that rounds, like if per se, you're an Orange Marksman Specialist, you have two Storms on one side, but the shield is already live, because ASIM setup will the opponent's board. You get quite a lot of mileage from quick cooldown potentially. And fire is, of course, extremely dominant in Standard, so having more access to fire is basically never a bad thing, even if no more spells are offered the rest of the game. So, very interesting and somewhat unconventional choice from Apucci, but definitely it tracks as far as like logic-wise consistency and all that.
On the other side, Red Hair has leveled up Storms to level 2 and taken high explosive on them. So effectively, these are Storms with huge 10-meter splash that are doing better than level 1 Stormcaller damage. So they should win a Stormcaller head-to-head, such as what you're seeing. They're still strong enough to break that shield. I presume that is why he leveled them on the shield side.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely chooses to level those for that reason.
Yep. I can afford to take my splash and not be down my... He skipped Stonks. Skipped Stonks for a second mobile beacon.
Yeah, people don't sell Storms very often in Standard, nor do they take Stonks very often in Standard, because deploys in Standard are too high value. Missing Chaff is just like game losing, basically. Like, Stonks are cool and all, but it's not like you're playing some giant that's like really high value to stonk in the first place, right? So, and it's not like even if you were playing a giant, which would probably be a Vulcan, that giant is particularly easy to level anymore. Used to Vulcan leveled the first time you put it on the board, like basically every time, and now it almost never levels even after multiple turns. So, rip a Vulcan. At one point in time, I don't remember what it was exactly, but MiaSim said something really funny. He's one of the balance devs, maybe even the cheap balance dev. If you saw the 201 Hype Squad video, MiaSim's the person you're supposed to find in queue and go complain to him about the OP units, according to 201. But MiaSim said at one point in relation to Vulcan, the Vulcan will burn in hell. Because Vulcan was such a terror on ladder. On Apucci does go for the fire, so That does track with his previous turn of taking quick cooldown.
Quick cooldown on the oil, yep.
Yep. So that is basically what he is saying his game plan was the previous turn. Also, both players do have Incendiary, by the way, on the Storms, so maybe you'll see that match from Red Hair. I'm not really sure. As we saw last game, the Incendiary did not look very good versus the HE Storms. Obviously, if oil is in play, it is a completely different story. But we shall see. There are also 2 beacons for Red Hair. So it's not going to do anything this round because he's getting fired, but maybe in the future it will do something.
Yeah, fire gets lit really quickly by this Stormcaller, and I do want to point out Apuchi's Stormcaller positioning is further forward than Zillilag's was, and further forward by, coincidentally, exactly 20 meters. Why? Because Incendiary reduces 20 meters of Stormcaller range, so Apuchi was already playing to this position. He's basically played the standard Stormcaller positionings, only accounting for the fact that he was going to want fire on the board, or potentially want fire on the board. So, if you compare where his storms
important
are
to note too that
Go ahead.
Red Hair's right side storm on the right side of his right tower did die instantly to the fire, and even in spite of that and all the chaff being dead on the right side, the round just barely goes Apuchi's way. Did obviously take the super heavy and not put it on anything yet, which, speaking of super heavy, oh my god. Oh my god, super heavy targets.
Would you like a super heavy level 2 Overlord, level 3 Scorpion, level 2 Vulcan, or level 5 Rhino? Oy, oy, oy.
Yeah, I mean, it's never the boat for sure, but Apuchi is a big Rhino taker and tech clicker. So we shall see if that's what we're about to see. I'm pretty sure it is. I bet he's going to click a tech. I don't know what tech it's going to be, but he is a serial Rhino techer, or Giga Rhino techer, that is. Specifically only the Giga Rhino.
You don't think it's the boat on the, get an 80,000 hit point boat up there?
I don't know. Something tells me standard players might hate boats. Not sure why. Oh my god, that's a lot of arc lights. That is a lot of arc lights. That is 3 blue arc lights dropped, and elite, of course. Probably for the same reason we were talking about earlier. The 10-meter range bonus is rather impactful. Also worth mentioning, of course, that I'm pretty sure he already had arc light range tech before this round, but Vulcan was offered. Vulcan was not taken. Scorpion with armor was taken. Even though there's nothing in the entire board for armor to do anything against, it simply just gives a billion HP. And as it turns out, standard lately is very billion HP centric. And also, this is a friggin' Venn diagram of beacons we have here. We have one crawler baiting right side going left, and the same thing opposite on left side going right for Red Hair, and Apuchi's is the only crawler actually late here. So the one going back into his own board, but it might be getting killed by the blue elite arc lights.
Yes, it's
fully cleaned up by that.
Arc lights. Blue elite arc lights. Rhino now tanking for quite a bit of the board. Going to let these storms get into range to do their work. So it looks like...
I mean, it's basically just a worm, right? It's just a worm that like never drops aggro, so it's like a little bit less useful when you've clicked Incendiary. I think that's maybe the biggest sad part about this for Apuchi, is that you would actually be killing your own crawlers even if all the opponent's traffic clear was stuck on your Rhino. And also the Rhino's a bit late too, right? So he's not like trying to go for like some sort of like finisher play here with the Rhino. It's not like the I'm gonna get your whole board stuck in this and kill you type beats like the Wraith does with armor or something like that. But certainly a very nice tank for him at the end of the rounds. Just simply cannot be killed. It's just impossible.
It's a last
like maybe somehow Red Hair.
Let's go.
Yep. Even the match is last man standing, and there's the Melter from Red Hair.
Of course, it had to be.
I'm pretty sure even if Red Hair managed to coin flip the right side of the Scorpion, it doesn't really matter. It only does 30k a shot, and the Rhino has 260,000 HP. So
Yikes.
Yeah,
it would have needed 9 shots to burn through that, maybe 8.
Yeah, and that's even without him clicking any buttons at all, right? Or even beaconing it. It just simply wins. So
just 30 seconds.
Quite a strong tool.
Do you have a question from Sparty? He wants to know, how do we feel about Apuchi playing standard here? It's like, we feel like he's a master of semi-aggro, and going standard is playing into Red Hair's strengths. I think of Apuchi as a master of standard first. He mastered standard play long before he mastered that semi-aggro, and I don't mind seeing him. He taught me how to win a range war just by watching him play in tournaments. back, I would say, tournaments 25, 26, 27 range. So, almost 50, almost a year ago, right? Almost 50 weekend tournaments ago. So, I love
Yeah,
seeing
certainly.
him in
Apucci
standard.
is definitely not bad at either style. Certainly very competent at both. Which in theory is like the highest TV thing to do, since certainly sometimes your starter packs say, hey buddy, you're playing standard this game, unless you want to play like aggro Fangstorm, which you might not want to do sometimes, so it's definitely always good to be able to be flexible. Also, very expensive Vulcan drop, but does kill, I think, almost all the chaff on the right side. Actually, really nice looking outcome from that. And also, again, the Apucci does have quick cooldown, right? So we might see another Vulcan drop this game, and was the way he chose to use his oil this turn. Also, great Rhino Beacon. Very, very strong. Gets all of Red Hair's Chaff Clear stuck, dodges the Melter. Very nicely played.
Melter might as well not have been on the board. Has shot nothing but chaff all game long, all round long, and goes down. Goodness.
Yep, 100%. It's kind of funny too, seeing the Melter. Oh, that's sad. The oil ignited. It's kind of funny seeing the Melter do just like basically nothing, because obviously in recent months, Melter has been like well above 40,000 HP, and current level 1 Melter is 30,900 HP, I think. He has tower HP currently, but it's like really squishy, right? But used to, we just saw Melter just be played in standard just like as a tank. And yeah, it turns out when Melter's not a tank, it doesn't do anything. It's just useless. So if it's not getting a lock on the Rhino, it's a very sad day. And there is another Vulcan drop offered for Apucci as well, but there is sadly no remaining oil to ignite for him.
But again, remember, even Smoke, he's going to get it back more frequently because he's got the cooldown. So Smoke and Vulcan would both come down more quickly with a 2-round cooldown instead of a 3-round cooldown as shown. Yep, he does take that. And Red Hair has already...
I'm not sure he's really going to get much mileage out of it, I think is the important thing. Like, maybe the Scorpion gets stuck and like walks farther forward, but the Arclights have so much range with temp range from tower, and the Melter has so much range obviously, and the Storms have so much range obviously. Also somehow the bubble gets broken, which I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it gets almost any mileage, but obviously if you're in a Apucci spot, you're playing a standard, it's a spell, you have quick cooldown. It feels bad not to take it, but it feels like pretty wishful thinking also to expect it to get much value. Perhaps the asymmetrical board state that he's got going, maybe he manages to farm some from it. We shall see. Also, great beacon from him. Again, he expects the addition of the middle Melter here to address his Rhino's beacon from last turn and says, yes.
Goodness.
It is time to get the third Melter to be built. Oh, he shortened it. No. Apucci shortened the beacon. He had such a good one. It was going to go right for that left tower. I think this guy's going to die this time. But there is nothing standing in front of this Melter, so who knows? Maybe the Rhino just punches the Melter in the face. We shall see. Oh, Apucci has also bought AMs, by the way. Very, very important for this rounds.
4 of them. Changing the chaff clear
dramatically. So Red Hair is very close to being lethal range here, so the AM play, very unlikely to die. Very important to note. Oh my gosh, I should just die into the storms, man.
Rhino didn't even get to punch the Melter.
Yeah. Yeah, this Melter unit kind of looking really bad now. It's addressing the Rhino, which obviously has to be addressed, but man, this Melter unit just does not do stuff sometimes. I don't think that's going to be the game, though, for Apucci. I think he does win the round, but importantly, he does not lose any AMs at all, I don't think. He was even smoked on the right side a little bit, which is quite poor for him, but very nice round. Only loses, I think, 2 bubbles max, and Red Hair lost all of his bubbles, and if he did deploy any AMs of his own, it also died. I don't think I saw any, though. Presumably, you'll not see any Wasp drop shenanigans going on this turn, unless it's a very, very late one, because there's the Mustang drop offered this turn. It might even be the Fortresses sometimes for Red Hair, to have an additional thing to, like, maybe tank, or... Yeah, it is the Fortresses from Red Hair. Does he click Anti-Air? Surely not. I mean, it's like his answer to Wasp this turn, maybe, but surely if he wanted to answer Wasp, yeah, he goes to the Cell, yeah. Having it unlocked to be able to buy against Wasp maybe is relevant for him, but just chooses to go for the Cell. Probably just going to try and predict where the Rhino is going to be. Maybe just goes in the middle. Who knows? Middle Melter did die first last time.
He's only got 600 hit points. Doesn't he have to play around the Wasp this turn?
Not really. You can just say he doesn't have it. That might be the only way you can win here if you're red hair.
Alright. He goes for a pair of elite recruited sandworms with armor and replicate. Gonna DPS check Apuchi's board.
Yeah, and Apuchi's board does only have 4 level 4 marksmen, plus 1 level 3 marksman. And that is 320,000 hit points, basically the same as the Rhino. Although Apuchi relevantly does not have a high explosive unlocked in his storms, so he is not struggling for DPS as hard as Red Hair's board is, independent of the melters, of course. And does even have the 6th storm.
Yeeps.
The beacon does feel pretty relevant though, and Apuchi did also take the Mustangs, which are obviously useless versus these 2 worms. Feels pretty sad if you're him. Obviously it's intended to clear for the Rhino. It's getting beaconed over here. This Rhino might arrive in time to punch the worms though.
I think the Rhino arrives for the worms. It's almost the perfect worm counter, right? We know level 2 Rhino beats a level 1 worm head to head. You got to assume a level 6 super heavy armor beats a level 2 armored worm head to head, and it does.
Yeah, absolutely. He is
shredding
through
the he's through the second one. Let's go.
That is hilarious.
Rhino
I feel
punch.
like you red hair there. Maybe you don't want to put the worms on the same side as you don't have a melter, because you assume Apuchi's probably either A, gonna sell the Rhino there, or B, have it on the side that didn't have a melter still, right? And that does end the game in Apuchi's favor. Well played.
Apuchi gets the job done. Rhino smash! Rhino smash! Let's go!
Man, that is not something you see every day in Standard, is it?
No.
Rhino killing the blue worms.
Rhino v blue worm. Standard beats standard. Let's go.
Yeah, that is a weird one right there. But well played from Apuchi. Great game. I don't know how you got that one to play out that way, but great game with the beacon. Rhino just solo won the game.
That Rhino was the game, indeed. That is the second of 6 eliminated from the 201. We've had 4 out of 6 eliminated from the 501. Apuchi, as the winner, stays on. Red Hair is eliminated. No more Red Hair in this tournament. We've got 4-2 score, 201 ahead. And waiting on word from match director, who's joining for...
We're waiting for 201 to submit next player.
201 have not nominated their next player. They didn't nominate an order. And I do believe the 501 was planning to close with Apuchi. So instead of Dachshund missing, they have bumped Apuchi up a spot in the order. That was what I understood the plan was from pre-match conversations. So who's confident? Who feels confident going up against Apuchi when Flower Fairy and Red Hair are both out?
Yeah, the remaining 201 players is Miasim, who will be playing next, and Gadog and Shade and B-Man are the ones available afterwards. But Miasim will be our first contestant. Miasim and B-Man both notably at 0% win rate so far in the tournament, but they have 3 games played in total between the 2 of them, so... Not too much relevant statistic, but maybe worth mentioning. I don't know. Hey, both are obviously great players. Not trying to meme on them.
Let's go.
But Apuchi 100% win rates thus far in MAG1, has not lost a single game, and half of his remaining opponents have not won a single game.
Let's go.
So let's see how it goes for him.
Gotta love the matchups. And of course, we still have not heard anything from the 501 team about whether they have located Dachshund. So, format for the day, just to recap, this is a best of 11, single elimination, last man standing format. So, each team started the day with 6 players. The Miasim is the 3rd player up for the 201. Apuchi is the 5th player up for the 501. 201 are ahead 4 games to 2. 201 have seen Flower Fairy and Red Hair eliminated. The 501 have seen Dillo, Sacco, Forgotten Arbiter, and Zillalag all knocked out in that order. And Apuchi is up. Word is we still have not found Dachshund. So, barring Dachshund, Apucci is the last hope for the 501. Needs to sweep, or we need to locate a Dachshund.
Yes, indeed. And just want to reiterate the earlier points about win rate stuff. I'm like kind of memeing about it and also just mentioning for like, for fun for the stats. But certainly on ladder, this is a bit more higher stakes, obviously. But on ladder, you certainly wouldn't expect to see any of these players fail to take a game off each other at some point in time based on the openers or just how the game tends to play out. So it's anybody's game, really. Apucci has a lot of matches ahead of him, but he's a great player. And even though some of the 201 players may have not gotten any wins in MAG1 so far, they are certainly not slouches. So anybody could win here. Miasim, definitely a good player. Very mind game heavy player too. Makes some great reads sometimes, so we'll see how it goes. Miasim does tend to prefer defense, I believe. Does have some pretty garbage packs.
Yeah.
Probably the giant sledge pack is his best. Apucci has some very not garbage packs. Very, very strong Farseer opener. That's probably the only actually good pack he has. Yep, Miasim does go for the one I mentioned, and Apucci probably goes to the Farseer pack. He does like taking his time. Maybe you'll see him take the... Oh, he does take the Nagro pack. Let's go. Huge. Well, unfortunately for him, he is against a Sledge opener, and he does not have starting chaff, and Miasim does. Miasim does have Giant Specialist, and Apucci is Marksman, which is not really great at the moment for aggro. Historically, it's kind of okay, but now that Marksman is on turn 2, and there's other very, very strong tempo things from Fire Badger and Typhoon and Farseer, etc., etc., turns out the Orange Man is not quite what he used to be. Also not a lot of great targets floating around for him, but sometimes he has a lot of value, so we'll see if the drops turn out in a way that favors the Orange Man or if maybe he just gets sold instantly. Very possible either way. And just like we saw in the game earlier with Flower Fairy versus Sako, Miasim pretty predictably and Apucci pretty predictably both have their board on the outside of the field like this. They both know, hey, you're only going to play on the outside, so therefore I'm going to only play on the outside of the map.
Yep.
And yeah, Vertical Sledge versus Steel Ball. Steel Ball's in the corners. Nothing too unexpected. Maybe the most unexpected thing would be having the entire board on one side for Apucci, but he has the triple Arclight opener, which does lean itself quite well into playing symmetrically rather than asymmetrically. Perhaps, though, if he were only the single arc opener or zero arc opener even with the Crawler ball pack instead of the ball arc pack, then you might see him have the option here to instead play asymmetrically, but probably if you were ball arc rather than ball crawler, you're probably going to prefer to play symmetrically in most matchups. Definitely you get a lot more mileage out of the arcs this way, so this is like the most overall value you can farm, even though perhaps the efficacy of the board in general is like worse than it might otherwise be. But this is the pack he was given, and next turn he'll have the Orange Man, so we'll see. At least for this turn, the arcs probably clean it up. Next turn, Miasim, if he doesn't get a drop that he has to pay for, couldn't have a Giant on the board. We'll see. Vulcan isn't a particularly common choice for Steel Ball nowadays, so don't really expect anything like that. He can buy a Giant, though, if he wants to. Does take Mass Melter almost instantly. Wow.
Yeet.
Now that is unexpected right there. I mean, he is the Giant spec, obviously, but I don't remember the last time I've seen Mass Melter be clicked, and he clicked it almost instantly. That is very surprising. Apucci takes the Underground Threat, of course. That is just pretty much always what you expect. Miasim does take Wasp instead of a Melter, by the way, so does not intend on building it right now. I do wonder if this is him playing around Ball Wraith, perhaps? I'm not sure, because I'd imagine that Mass Melter maybe looks okay into Ball Wraith, with Diffract in particular. Maybe that's his thinking. Miasim is a Melter enjoyer, so it's not too surprising to see him looking for Melters when he's Giant spec, but the Mass Melter in particular is very surprising. Also, notably, just saying again, Miasim is a dove, so Miasim has access to stats about these things, so maybe Miasim knows something I don't. Maybe Miasim's seen some stats that say, hey man, Mass Melter is crazy, you should be clicking Mass Melter. I have no idea, I don't have these stats, so I don't know. We'll see. Also, apparently Orange Man survives a missile. Interesting. I'm not even sure I knew that he had 5,500 HP, but apparently he lives a missile.
Yeah,
perhaps it is important though that he has less health versus this Wasp pack in the back.
Well, he had 5590 after Apucci took the hit point from units, so he gave himself 15% extra hit points. That was just enough to punch it from 4,800 to 5,600 so that he survives the missile.
That does make sense. It is pretty common to take HP on turn 2 if you are this ball in front of color opener, so you don't get insta-killed by a missile. It does still lose the round, of course, the Wasp, I think. I mean, yeah, he's dead. That's okay, though. It's pretty hard to beat the Wasp play. Especially if your board does not sheet up by defaults. Maybe if you had, like, Fangs or something, but if you're aggro, you're pretty much always going to lose this. Sometimes maybe you still have, like, a bird or something and your board won, like, super hard. But in general, pretty hard to beat. There is a Giga Tempo drop, though. Quite a big deal for Apucci's board, I would think. Having the Triple Fire Badger access. Miasim also goes Triple Fire Badger. Really, really strong for him if he goes Melting Point, mass-produced Melting Point, I think. Having a Triple Chaff Clear deploy. Yeah, both go for the Triple Badger. I will say the Triple Rhino maybe is even stronger if you like only want to tempo out the game, but certainly the Triple Badger is the safest choice by a lot. And both do offer that. And we have also just got notice that we have found Doxin. So even if Apucci does lose to Miasim, then he will be available to play.
Drama resolved. Apucci is not the final hope for the 501. We want to point out Miasim may be 0% win rate in MAG1, but is the elite Asian region Advanced Group 1 champion, so Dev able to enter and win the very first elite weekend tournament. So Dev's not bad at this game.
Certainly not. Miasim's a great player. Certainly not. Apucci does go for this very flexible Mustang positioning. Again, want to point out the capacity of the beacon turning thing to be very good for the aggro player, even for the defense player too, but you don't see hardly anybody use it. You can play around a lot of things with beacons, but particularly for aggro, flanks, spells, things of that nature, very hard to like efficiently answer. But things like a Mustang, obviously in this case it's also intended to deal with the Wasp, but things like a Mustang next to your tower like that can be turned very, very easily once you have beacon unlocked, which if you're steel ball is very, very common and simple. And again, you don't even have to spend the beacon to make this play, you just simply have to have it unlocked at all. So Apucci, with the very flexible Mustang positioning that can be exploited to turn around and cover a flank for him later in the game, I think I'm certainly going to be aware of that. Again, cannot see it. You cannot see Apucci doing this, but once he does have the beacon, you certainly would assume he is doing it. And that will look like a almost a great round for Apucci, maybe? No, almost does it. Very, very close. Miasim's start is rather low hit points, by the way. Only has 3,700. So if Apucci does get a good round... well there is Fire. Fire is quite nice for Miasim.
Fire, very good.
I don't think... yeah, Fire good. Controversial take. There is a damage item for Apucci.
Apucci takes the damage item for the Mustangs, of course. I was going to say, I was worried about the Fire drop paving the way for the Wasps. Like, just, I clear things out, I get to tower.
Yeah, certainly an option for Miasim. Oh, he goes for Scorch, actually. Wow. You don't see the Scorch clicked very often, like at all. It's like really, really uncommon. But they are, like, in a way, sort of in a Badger mirror, kind of, because they both got the triple Badger drops. Obviously, Scorch is going to be powerful in the mirror with the double damage. And I think of a particular note is Apucci does have the exact same setup that Sako had in the game that we saw him play earlier. He has the invested Mustang, which in this case is a damage item in the middle of the board, and not near a corner of the board. And again, the entire purpose of this is to not be as weak to spells. That is like the sole reason you do this. It is not even really like good in a general sense to have your strongest unit in the middle in most cases, but it is the strongest versus spells, which is the thing aggro just falls over and dies to. So this is the adaptation that Apucci and Sako have decided is good. I think it's not a coincidence either that both players have done this. They're definitely discussing strategy like, how do we think we make aggro playable? The answer is you simply have your Giga Mustang in the middle of the map. And I think that's a pretty good adaptation. I like that a lot. Not something that has seen like almost any play at all prior to today, as far as I'm aware. So very cool adaptation. It makes a lot of sense logically about how you can use Mustang in particular, the unit weakest to fire, and also the unit that scales the best and helps you lean into one of the best aggro comps, which is Mustang Fortress, in a way that is like plus EV versus spells and aggro. So really cool to see that adaptation. And also he's dead to Wasp, so in fire. So the adaptation doesn't matter this turn, but hey, it's cool. It's a good play.
I mean, it mitigated a lot of hit point damage, right? We might be dead to it. We've only lost about 500 hit points. Puts Apuchi at 3650, Miasim's at 3700. And continue, we get
Ooh, there was another damage item.
Another damage item or speed. The two things that I would think were tempting for Apuchi. Wasp Swarm potentially for Miasim if he was going to attack those wasps. Right, he's got...
yeah, I think maybe even for Miasim, speed is like good here for his badgers, I would think. He does go for the range. Like, maybe it just simply doesn't matter, but he does have 5 fire badgers in the field, so I really wouldn't hate seeing speed from him. I don't know if it's actually worth 150, but it's certainly worth considering. Badger, low range, kind of slow. Certainly if their fortress is clicked at some point, which is becoming more and more appealing with the badgers being double-teched. Last time I checked, Fire Badger does not beat Fortress, and Apuchi does go for the double Blue Mustang recruits in light of the damage item being received. So you can pretty safely assume Apuchi is going to be going Fortress this game. Or War Factory, one of the two.
No,
Apuchi is also a big War Factory enjoyer.
Do you like Mustang Fort or Mustang War Factory into the mass-produced melter?
I don't know. Again, I haven't seen mass-produced melter in like ever, basically. I mean, like it saw some play back when melter was way stronger.
I am just wondering if the play that Miasim is going for here is, let me have 7 units that forts counter so that I can bait forts so that I can throw down the mass-produced melters. They are minus 10 range, they're minus 20% attack, minus 20% hit points. Of course, they cost 300. So I wonder if he's just trying to bait Apuchi into the fort steadily over time here with double techs, Scorching Flames, ranged Fire Badgers.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that is or isn't the case, but I'm sure Miasim is well aware of the dominance of carry fort versus melting points, particularly if melting point has less range, so I think if anything, Miasim would be baiting himself probably if he were actually planning to go mass smelter versus fort at this point, but hey, we'll see. Technically, it does break bubbles at the exact same rate as it normally would if it's mass produced, so it is entirely plausible that maybe it is the thing that gets clicked, maybe it's like adjunctive to War Factory and clearing forts or something. He has giant specs, so presumably War Factory is actually the best thing he can do. Mass Smelter only cost him $50 to unlock early in the game. It was maybe just, you know, a hedge towards something that he thought he might want to do, and maybe it's not actually getting done. Similarly, Mass Prod Fort is offered here. You know, you could like take that and commit to that if you have great text for it. Unclear what Miasim has. Does go for the enhancements, presumably to stonk out of the Badgers, maybe? Yeah, I guess they are double tech. Maybe it's out of a... it's probably out of the sledges, I would imagine. We'll see, though.
Yeah. The sledges are doing minimal damage compared to the Fire Badgers at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're just chaff, you know? They're not really there to deal damage, but they're not really great chaff versus forts, and certainly the steel balls are out of the board. He does commit to the mass melter, though. Or at least buys 2, which is, like, fairly committal.
Stonk is on the Wasps, so he's going to be getting out of the jump drive Wasps, it looks like. Barring those leveling.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he stonked this turn. Maybe it was the bird first, but certainly he says he wants to keep the Wasp around for more turn to address the Badger on the flank. Apuchi, unsurprisingly, goes to the forts. And Apuchi has...
Full carry
he has the
fort. Let's go.
Yeah, so this is the reason that it would be very poor as a choice if you're Miasim here to commit, or to attempt to bait your opponent into going forts. Apuchi is most definitely a carry fort enjoyer. This is not some very garbage anti-air forts that cannot beat Smelter's War Factories easily. This is the, if you do not address it immediately when it gains levels, you've lost the game fortress, particularly when it's backed up by itemized Mustangs. So
I know the 201,
see how the rest of the game plays out.
I know the 201 was watching games to scout opponents. They had talked about that, but gotta wonder if this was in the scouting report or not.
Yeah, it's entirely possible it isn't, right? Because Apuchi is, as we talked about earlier, a very like late at an hour player, and probably almost never queues into most of the 201 players. So It's entirely possible they just like don't know that he is an elite fort enjoyer.
Right.
And certainly if you don't know that, that is a bad thing to not know. But also I believe that you can just like download replays and tournaments that have already been played out in the clients.
Yes.
So
that's what they should.
It's entirely possible they just like, you know, found those. That would be the easy way to scout a Poochie. Also, he streams, obviously, so, you know, it's pretty easy to just, like, go check his VODs, which I think, actually, I've heard that it's hard to access Twitch if you're in China.
If you're in China, yes.
One obviously is, so...
And that's why they use
So it may be that they actually can't do that. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that they have a hard time doing that route, but certainly at least the in-game VODs are available in the form of replays. Mason does go for the worms versus the forts. That is crazy. I bet he sells them. Really? No, he sold the wasp, right? He's stonking. Right, he's stonking. Yeah.
Presumably, we're stonking a badger instead of a sledge. The sledges did even worse last round. We've ranged the melters. We've got 4 of them now. The sandworms.
Notably, Miasim does have the best possible tech bar that he could have for the purpose of playing Mass Prod Melter. He does have EMP, does have Crawler Summoning, does not have Suck. So, like, in theory, his bar is, like, ideal for his situation, but it's definitely not ideal versus Sleep Marksman Fort. But again, like I mentioned, it doesn't matter if your Melter is Mass Prod for the purpose of EMP. And the actual edge that you have versus Fortress is that if the fort is level 1, which they are in this case, or they don't have barrier, which they don't in this case, that you're pretty easily able to EMP them with Melter spam. So it is possible that Miasim manages to tempo a Poochie out of the game here if a Poochie does not either like A, elite recruit his forts this turn, which he does not have money for because he has these ranged Scorps, or B, something else perhaps, but basically, Poochie may have read this, given that he is committed to some ranged Scorps. It was from the drop, it is pretty good versus the Mass Melter, great versus the Badger. Good versus pretty much every unit in the board. Does have the Fortress game plan to fall back on. Can just like not mass recruit, elite recruit some blue forts at some point if he decides to. And certainly has some HP to play with, right? So even though this turn looks like actually I think Apuchi's still winning, isn't he? Yeah, I guess the tower, he's definitely winning.
We've got 1 on the left side, we're gonna win on the right. The range between Scorpion and Mustang coming in really important. The Mustangs have 5 meter less range than Scorpion. That is why Mustang Scorpion is a good combo. As long as you're when you get down to the point of facing the single target, your Mustangs wind up coming out and acting as chaff for the Scorpions. Keep the Scorpions alive. The single target be single target. After the Mustangs have done all the chaff clear to help the Scorpion get to the single target. That's the whole plan there.
Yeah, importantly, the Scorpions cannot be manipulated in any way to tank for the Mustangs, though. That's why Fortress is such a strong combo with Mustang, because especially with Launcher Overload, you can manipulate your range back and forth. Same thing with Elites. You can choose if you want your Forts to tank, if you want your Mustangs to tank. Obviously, Fort has Bubble. Bubble's incredible, and here's the War Factory thing I mentioned earlier. I mean, it actually goes for Photon on them. Wow. So I guess he's assuming maybe a Poochie clicks Acid this turn. I think you really don't want to have to play around that, though. That's very sad if you're Miasim to having to be thinking about playing around Acid. Because clicking any other button is certainly preferable. Like, tankiness is cool, right? And that's part of what he's going for here, but certainly it also plays around. Yeah, he does click the Acid, so good that he did play around it. It makes that button more or less useless, at least for this turn. But double shot Scorps are not bad at clearing factories. And certainly, like, elite recruiting some bleed double shot Scorps are not at all bad at clearing factories, so these things don't level this turn, that will be looking really grim for Miasim. Also dead, probably. If they don't level, he doesn't win, but
yeah,
you know, it is very possible that it's like very close win.
Round, yeah.
Very, very possible. Yeah. So assuming he does win, his spot is pretty good if his factories level, I think. And if they don't level, it's very spooky. And the factories are obviously being used as tanks here. So it is entirely plausible they just don't level and die early in the fights.
Keep the entire board alive.
Especially with the bubbles that Poochie has.
And yeah, if they'd had Launcher Overload or something, they could have punched through those bubbles, but so much of the board is sitting back in the bubble. 1 down.
Yeah, importantly though, right, if Poochie does go Acid this turn, which Miasim correctly read that he did,
right,
then it doesn't matter if you have Launcher, you're just dead, right? So, good play from him to play around that.
War Factory almost
looks
leveled,
like he
but
does
went
win
down.
slightly.
So, it's all about 150 hit point or XP short of leveling. Worm will be key in terms of winning the round. And Miyasim staying alive for the 201. 713 hit points, Pucci just under 2,500 as we go to round 9.
Yes, indeed.
Would you like to
Well,
nuke?
Apucci certainly has some options here versus the War Factories. Nuke is not one of those options, but it does kill White Melters, I suppose, so
Yeah,
it could be a option. Honestly, Bombard probably does more or less what you would like it to do anyways, and it could just be hitting shields anyways, right? Bombard equally clears shields. Doesn't full clear them all the time, but does quite a lot of DPS to them, so definitely don't hate not taking the nuke. Nuke is obviously way better for Miyasim than it is for Apucci here.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking
Definitely
of
able to
nuking
one-tap the
the
Mustangs or Scorps.
I was thinking of nuking the weak side. Yeah, it is exactly what Apucci does.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even like that weak, really. He's more or less kind of symmetrical. Miyasim has obviously made that his weak side, you know, not Apucci's weak side, but Miyasim's weak side, with the War Factories being on the rights, but yeah. Most importantly here for Apucci is that the damage out of Mustangs don't die. Those things can kind of kill the entire board by themselves, sans these, you know, blue armored worms in the middle of the board that have in fact leveled not as a menace if you're Apucci.
Yeah, that's
That is really bad.
And does that
Yeah,
one,
he
does
does
that one
clip a
have the
double shot.
photon coating? It does. So Miyasim well aware that this
Yes.
there is no other way to apply photon to a worm other than the photon coating item. They get underground. I mean, I guess there is. It would be to have a worm that is trapped on the surface long enough, but by being in
Have you ever found out if that's a bug or a feature, by the way? Because originally, obviously, you were able to photon the worms, but it is a feature.
It's
okay,
considered a feature.
Interesting. Interesting.
Feature...
Well, originally, the lore is that worms could be photons before they burrowed, and now they can't, so that's why we're talking about that. But it just changed one day magically, and there was no notice about it, but that's how it works now, so this is the world we live in. Factory's looking pretty good. Double shot also looking pretty good. So hard to tell with all the nuke going on.
To be fair, that particular change did include a speed up to the worm burrowing animation as one of its notes. It's just that the implied, the implication was very important and not called out specifically. As you said, the high-level Mustangs able to clear pretty much the entire board. Correction, able to clear the entire board, and that is just enough damage to knock out
Jade is next to a one player.
201 Elite Asian Tournament Champion and game dev Miyasim. Congrats, Apucci. Nicely done. Apucci on a 2-game win streak. That is making this tournament a lot closer than it had been when he took the seat. We are at 4 games for the 201 to 3 games won for the 501. And I understand Shade is in for the 201.
Yes, indeed. And Shade currently 100% win rate in MAG1, 3 games played. Apucci also 100% win rate in MAG1. So someone's losing their stats here. And there's Doxin available, of course, so it will not necessarily be the end of 501 if Apucci does lose, but we'll see. Also, I think that last turn that we saw play out there really showcased the strength of the Scorpion drop for Apucci. The triple level 1 Scorp was really, really nuts there for him, because Miyasim was Giant Spec, right? So the thing that the Scorp drop let Apucci do is not have to like fully commit into playing only Fort and maybe sack some tempo, particularly against War Factory, right? He's instead able to go at least partially into Scorp and say maybe the Fort is there to tank, you know, to provide like the Mustang tanking via barrier or something, which he instead opted to just do via shield spam, I believe. I don't know if you ever clicked the Fort shield button, but really nice flexibility provided to him there by the unit drop. 3 free deploys of units that he certainly loves to have on his board that are all very strong versus Giant Spec. Did let him close out the game very nicely. I'm not sure the spot was great for Miyasim, though. I'm not saying like one off the drop, but the spot certainly is many times worse with the level 3 level 1 Scorp drop happening. Great game from Apucci, though, and great drops from him as well. 2 damage items, 1 enhancement module. Able to commit into Mustang versus the Wash shenanigans that were played by Miyasim, and Mouse Melter not cutting it. Mouse Melter looking super bad. Just gets insta-killed, but you know, arguably it's like better than regular Melter in that spot because the HP is irrelevant pretty much versus Scorpions, and even to a lesser extent versus Forts, so Not really sure that it's not just strictly beneficial to be $100 cheaper there, but either way, Melting Point not looking too hot.
What do we know about Shade as a player? Time?
Well, Shade is historically very good. Played a lot of ball staying back in the olden days, back when that was a real unit before Scorpion got added to the game.
When that was a thing?
Very good at that. Yep, great aggro player. Also extremely wacky. Like, my god, Shade is just... he is the weirdo, man. Like, he plays friggin' aggro Vulcan. It's just totally unhinged. Also 201, you know, by that choice. That is a branding that you're a 201 player, but also he's like a very old player, like I said, so used to aggro Vulcan was actually a thing, but he is still an aggro Vulcan enjoyer. He is definitely of the old ways. As is Apucci, of course, but both been around in the game for a very long time. But Shade certainly does some very weird things to aggro. Very cool, very innovative player. So we'll see what he does here. I don't know how much Standard he plays nowadays. I don't even play in like the same time zone as Shade, I don't think, so I never get to see him play very often anymore.
Well, Shade has taken the Fortified Specialist with Sledgehammer and Crawler, representing the 201, who are ahead 4-3, near side and blue. On the far side, Apucci, a Typhoon Specialist, with Fang and Stormcaller, one of the, well, I guess he is the penultimate player on the 501 team's roster. Typhoon Specialist.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if this was what you want to be here if you're Shade. What, like talked about earlier in the Arbiter game, like Fortified just simply does not have tempo. Things that give you supply do have tempo, so particularly against Stormcallers, you are not happy at all to be Fortified, so really great choice from Apucci here, I think, to be oh no, he's half aggro, isn't he?
Yes,
you know, I've heard apparently people have recently... Yeah, this is something like sort of popularized by Sarah Tish, which I don't even know what to think about this, because like literally him and like a few other people play it, kind of. I mean, like, especially when you're like Arc Storm like this, like it's, are we aggro, are we standard? We're gonna leave it up in the air. Who knows what's happening. Maybe the drops aside for us, who knows where it goes.
We'll see what's happening.
Yeah,
adjust to the board as it develops. It'll be fine.
Yeah, sure, we can say this is flexible. We'll say that. I'm not sure if it is or isn't, but it certainly could be interpreted that way.
That's the theory. That is the theory.
I mean, these units are not bad aggro units besides the Fangs, so like really it doesn't even matter where we are on the board. At the end of the day, it's just, you're playing Arcs, you're playing Storms, just doing stuff, and Sledges suck and Fortified sucks, so it's probably going to Pooch's way, but we'll see. If the Arcs get stuck on the Sledges and don't turn to the Crawlers, oh, he's so smart. They are so smart. Great job, Arclights.
Let's go, Arclights. And that should be round.
Yeah, for sure.
That an ass.
And again, the important thing here, I think, is that Fortified is completely useless versus Storms. Like, in theory, you live a little bit longer, right? But assuming Apucci is playing a standard-ish board, which we don't know if he is or isn't, but if he is, I think Fortified is arguably almost useless. Whereas Apucci has supply from his specialist, which is a pretty big advantage. So, you know, maybe he commits to aggro, maybe he doesn't. If he doesn't, I think his spot's really good. The drops here certainly imply that we're doing some aggressive things, so...
Apucci takes the Scorpion again?
Yep, does take the least aggressive thing, I would argue. Also the thing which is best versus the Scorpions. Probably going to expect to see a Phoenix Unlocked from him, maybe, to address the Wraith drop. Obviously he's going to choose to at least think about playing around it. Might not actually play around it, might have thought something else is way better for Shade. That's also kind of what I meant, by the way, when I said Shade is just, like, very unorthodox. You know, we're playing, I mean, he probably doesn't know what Apucci is doing either, right?
Right.
He has a Sledge Crawler standard position board, and obviously Wraith isn't necessarily a slouch in defense, but, you know, maybe it's like, I don't know, it's against Arc Storm, right? Like, nothing is particularly great against Arc Storm. It's a unit that is up, and, you know, up is cheat, so... Maybe we can cheat for a round and win. Looks like Apucci is not buying a bird, so cheating via up is working out for this turn at least. So that Wraith drop will look good for him. Might expect to see him sell out of it. It's not like looking too consistent with Sledges, but hey, maybe. Who knows? Shade is innovative. And I'm just saying, never expect the unexpected.
I'm going to say one thing. Yes, he's playing Wraith from Standard, but he's done one of the things that I do when I play Wraith from Standard, which is using it as a flank cover. It does not matter what you do back there, it is not getting through. You can try a crawler flank, you can try a phoenix flank, you can put the two of them together, you can try a wasp flank. None of those are going to get through the phoenix, or the wraith out there, and obviously it may not be as valuable in the late fight, but we get to this late fight and hey, there's nothing left that shoots up. So obviously in a normal Apuchi board you'd have marksman or phoenix from deep, so you don't expect that to be the case forever, but it'll be halfway decent chaff clear. It wins the round and prevents Shade from getting tempoed out early. So 3,500 to 4,200 as we go. Okay, yeah, chat, technically you are correct. A melter flank does beat it. We get improved firepower control for Apuchi. Subsidized Mustang also offered. I think the Wraith has probably cut Apuchi off from doing any kind of quick teleport shenanigans. The improved firepower to take for Shade, and also for Apuchi, he just dropped that straight on the Typhoon. Of course, if you think of improved firepower control as a Mustang item, because Mustangs shoot every 0.4 seconds, a Typhoon shoots every 0.2 seconds, it loves this even more. So, also worth noting that the plus ATK on improved firepower control does impact the homing missiles. If you didn't know that, it also impacts the missiles, for example, for a fort hitting a anti-air. So, yeah, you think of fort anti-air as not scaling. It doesn't scale with levels, but it does scale with items. So you can throw something like a improved firepower control onto it and get some value that way.
Yeah, and bizarrely that used to be the inverse, weirdly, which I'm sure you're probably aware of, but if you're not aware of, used to, it was the opposite. It didn't work with items, but it did work with things like cost control debuff or like tower buffs, for example.
Right.
Which now don't. So we just like flip-flopped it. And similarly, the same thing for boats. Like any ability, quote-unquote, from my units, or a boat cannon, even Rhino Whirlwind is apparently an ability, it's not an attack. Very odd. It kind of makes sense from like a coding standpoint,
right.
Like a gameplay standpoint, it's a bit weird.
I thought it replaced their basic attack.
Scorpions...
That's interesting. So it's a way to make them...
what I thought too.
It's a way to make them attack more frequently.
Mm-hmm. Sort of. Well, either way, Sledgehammer is looking an awful lot like a non-unit against the Scorpions. I was really surprised to see Shade buy a third Sledge, which it is important to note, like among the 201 players, there's been a widespread pandemic of Sledgehammer use in Standard. I don't really know what has infected their brains to make them click Sledgehammers, but they're probably tired of playing Vulcans, I would imagine.
Right.
There is, some argument for them, but certainly if there's a Scorpion drop, it's going to look real sad. Apuchi did get the Scorpion drop, I believe, so... A bit of an odd choice to see the additional Sledge be played in the board. Certainly Apuchi went for two more Scorps after that. Does, of course, commit the damage item to the Typhoon, as you mentioned, because that is just the best possible value you can get, unless there's some very good use case, like a single target unit, perhaps. And yeah, really, really hard to kill Portable Shield Scorpion. That's just, it's not going to die.
Yep, 37,000
like, there's a damage item storm, but that's it.
So, and yeah, he puts it straight opposite the damage item storm so that he's going to tank the damage item storm as soon as it gets in range. Shade committing to those sledges takes range. If you're a sledge enjoyer, Shade is going to try to show you how to beat Scorpion with sledge. He just bought another one, knowing there are Scorpions on the board. And the way he's doing that...
I'm excited to see it play out.
The way he's doing that is by buying 2 more packs of crawlers. So, it's certainly the way I think of beating a Scorpion, is make sure that it does nothing but shoot chaff. I don't care if you do 20,000 hit point damage. If you're hitting my Scorpions and Fangs, go right ahead.
Yeah, the truly problematic thing for Sledge is that Sledge wants to be your clear, right?
Right.
And Sledge is, in fact, actually awful at clearing, particularly once you click to range, because Sledges overkill targets very, very, very frequently, even to a point where, like, Fang Shield is near useless versus Sledgehammer with range, because they do overkill so often. So they're already shooting the shield by default, essentially, right? So, on the one hand, that's, like, kind of good, because it means that your opponent doesn't get value to click an attack, and on the other hand, it implies the unit wastes an awful lot of damage.
Right.
So in this case, like, you gain a small amount as Shade here by clicking Sledge range, but the Scorps kind of just don't care about your Sledges and kind of just walk at them and they die. Now, the actually like strong thing Shade has available to him is the EMP on the sledges, which is presumably the way that you imagine beating the Scorps, is that you can EMP them with, you know, basically your entire board, and that should look pretty good. But it is fairly easy if you're in a Poochie spot here to just like put something in front of the Scorp, right? Whereas the sledge wants to be both the chaff clear and the thing that's tanking, and also the thing that's EMPing. So when you're in the spot of getting killed instantly versus taking a very, very long time to kill your opponent's thing that's killing you instantly, that's a pretty dangerous proposition. So we shall see how it works out with the sledge commit. Shade is on at 1400 HP on round 5, which does not sound incredible versus Scorpions.
That is pretty low.
Really importantly, he does commit to Loose Crawler here. So
Right.
this spells one thing in my minds. This says you are dead because you have to kill a Poochie like immediately in order to not lose to Mustang. And a Poochie already is exceptionally incentivized to commit to Mustang in the Scorpion board versus Sledges. And if you don't already know, Loose Crawler got nerfed relatively recently to lose 30% HP after clicking Loose. So these crawlers are squishier versus Mustangs, and even Typhoons to a lesser extent, right?
Yeah, I was going to say,
Typhoon being a...
Does he go Typhoon instead of Mustang since he's already got the 2 on the board and can tech into those?
Maybe. I mean, you really want to have more than 7 meter splash, or at least 7 meter splash to be a unit that's good at clearing loose crawlers. Not that Typhoons are like awful versus chaff or anything, but they are one of the worst DPS per supply units in the game. You have less range than Mustangs, do not have quite the same like great matchup versus loose crawlers that Mustangs do, and they even are of the splash threshold that is most ideal for loose to abuse. So if I'm Poochie here and these Typhoons don't level, I think I'm just going to sell them immediately and buy the Mustangs, and I really just simply don't see how you win if you're Shade at that point, because you have to kill a Poochie, and a Poochie has exceptionally efficient chaff clear versus you, exceptionally efficient single target versus basically your whole board at this point. You know, if you're Shade, you have all these ranged sledges, so certainly the loose crawler will look very strong this turn when there's no answer for it, but you probably expect to see a Poochie click like 3 blue Mustangs at the range next turn, and at that point it will look very spooky. Even this turn doesn't look very good, right? I think that speaks to how bad this spot is. Like, there's only 2 white Typhoons on the board, and the loose still didn't do anything, right? It's not saying like loose is bad versus board state, but it just shows how poor the sledges are, right? This is what I meant at the start of the game when I said a widespread pandemic of sledge clicking by 201.
I see it.
Sledge is just, it's just not a unit, man. If there's a Scorp drop, you are dead. So committing Sledge here is very dubious, I think. Either way, that is what's happened. I don't think any of these drops besides Armor Worm potentially can beat Triple Blue Mustang with range this turn. So I would assume that would be the thing Shade assumes is happening, and would be the thing he will click. And even in addition, if that was not enough of a bad spot for Shade, Poochie has also offered 2 level 1 fortresses, which is basically ideal. It's the most deployed possible fortress to also go into if he were to so to choose, as a additional thing to back up his Mustangs that can clear the entire board. So it is looking pretty great for Poochie here. Does go for the forts. Shade does go for the worms as... Wait, no, sorry, it's mirrored. Sorry, a Poochie is the worms. Very confusing.
Worms, yes.
A Poochie is the worms. Shade is the forts. Backwards.
You wanted to be seeing this whole match
Shade does
from
have
the 501
punch.
perspective. Yeah. Okay, so he's
for real.
We're gonna use Rocket Punch, sure.
I mean, maybe he'll use Rocket Punch. It's good versus Typhoons, right? That's probably his thinking in taking the forts here. Maybe he expects that a Poochie commits to Typhoon as his chaff clear option. I think if Poochie just says, I don't care about your loose crawler, it's irrelevant. We're going worm. Because your board can't clear worm because you're a sledgehammer, right?
You were correct about Poochie going to the Mustangs for the chaff clear, and sets them both on the same side as the worm. Does not sell out of the Typhoon. The itemized Typhoon gets leveled up to level 2. So, and he's using the mobile beacon to draw things right into that chaff clear area. Really kind of nice. So he's pulling all the crawlers into this kill zone where the 2 Mustangs and the Typhoons are, and the crawlers will waste their time on the worms. So they're not even accomplishing anything while they're out there. On the right side, it's going very, very well for Shade. He's going to get all the way to tower. On the other side, it has gone very poorly. So we'll see if tower debuff comes in at the right time for Shade or not. It does have a few crawlers in the
looks
back
pretty good.
going to the backside tower, but only 3 of them stay on target there. They did enough. Oh my god. 3 hero crawlers made this round for Shade.
Yeah, absolutely. He might have even just died there straight up without those 3 crawlers now in the mission.
Yep.
It's a pretty big deal.
2770 now for Apuchi, who was our Asia mini tournament champion. There's 700 for Shade. Efficient giant manufacturing, if you're already committing into the forts, seems pretty good for Shade, and that's what he takes. Apuchi goes for the nano repair. Nano repair on a worm can be deadly, especially if that thing is level 2. It's not yet. And has armor enhancement, which it does, for the plus 50% hit point.
Yeah, and Shade does get a punch as expected.
Called it.
It is actually like, I guess it's like legal to kill Mustangs with punch. I mean, it's fine, I guess. Interestingly, punch has a really bad drawback versus acid double shot Scorp. Or even just double shot, honestly. The Scorps are high enough level, I don't think they need acid, but your punch can actually just like not go off at all, which is, as you might expect, pretty bad.
Because
if you get insta-killed by the Scorp.
Yeah, you get so much damage from the second shot that you don't get the low hit point one.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even not get the first one. The thing is, punch is like really buggy. That's a big reason people don't use punch very much anymore. So, punch is bugged in like 4 different ways, so I don't want to try and explain them all, but punch is a very subpar tech nowadays for that reason. That's why you don't see many people run it, even though it is, in theory, very good versus a wide variety of threats. Even more so, it sees less play due to carry for it seeing so much play. Which it's actually like fairly good into. Honestly, punch is just like really strong if it actually works. It doesn't have too much consistency, but yeah. Also, might have liked to see a blue worm recruited here from Apuchi with the nano repair kit. I'm not even sure Shade's board can kill a blue worm with nano with armor.
You know what? You know what else Shade's board can't kill? A boat.
Crawlers.
It's got one.
Yeah, or a boat.
It's got 1 marksman sitting on the back line.
Yeah, it's definitely a nod to his complete and utter inability to shoot up.
Just in case.
It's a pretty common thing, honestly, for the sledge board. You really don't want to invest into a Phoenix because Phoenix has less range than Sledge once Sledge is ranged. So the ideal, like, upshoot thing that you can buy is, like, literally 1 white marksman, just AFK in your backline and hopefully address anti-air.
Boom, and he's gone now, so a boat on the far left would have been cleaning up.
Yeah, this turn is much, much better for Apuchi. The tower timing does not just completely murder his entire board. It doesn't quite finish the game, but yeah, shows you how poor punch is. Even with 6 fortresses worth of punch, like, just barely able to clear some things. Also, hilariously, Apuchi does have an AM. By the way, it is possible to AM punch. That is the thing. It's very hard.
It's true. It's true.
But he does have one, technically. This is important because it makes the storm volley start at AM, right? The punches are flying. So it technically is actually like pretty good versus the storm that has the damage item, but is somewhat interrupted at least by the punches. And there is a jab for Apuchi, which is pretty good in this ASIM matchup for him. Also, jab, for example, would stop punches from going off, same way as Scorp would, so fairly strong here for him. And there is so many forts that are killable by 2-for-1s by the jab here. And also you could like kill the big storm if you wanted to. A lot of very, very, very high value choices here for Apuchi.
Now,
and Shade goes the AM kill plus storm kill plus Scorp kill.
Yeah, he's killing the AM device as his primary target with that. The fact that we're also getting some other things is helpful, but Apuchi will take the double over here, double fort. We'll kill 1 and drop the other one down to 30%. So one of the interesting bugs to observe with your fort is that's going to drop it below both 85 and 55 in the same shot. Watch to see if it shoots once or twice.
Used to swear it would shoot twice here. Does it actually not shoot twice anymore?
It's worth watching. I thought I had
I feel like
seen
it shot
miss.
back to back in the past.
I mean,
I believe
you.
Punch is bugged like 7 ways from Sunday, so
yeah.
Whatever Punch does, I'm not surprised. Anything could happen. Who knows?
Did have a question from chat. So to clarify, yes, the punch, the rocket fist, is a anti-miss, or it's a missile. See, fired once. Oh no, it did fire twice.
Oh, it did fire twice.
I
It was
guess
so delayed though.
So what I have seen in past was the fort dying the rest of the way between those two, so that you don't get your second punch. That is what I have seen. Okay, so Apuchi has gone for the flying and healing knockout. Pointed out the lack of AA, and that has not been addressed. So as long as basically either of those wraiths survive, this game is going to end. They are technically only 300 hit points, so it would have to be like those wraiths and any other things. But yeah, to clarify, the rocket punch is a missile. It's a missile with very, very high hit points, so you're unlikely to see it ever shot down, but it can be shot down. Apuchi has won 3 in a row. Knocks out Red Hair, knocks out Miyasim, knocks out Shade. We are evens Stevens at 4 games apiece.
Yes, indeed. Nice game from Apuchi. Definitely showcased the weakness of the sledge carry thing that the 201's been in love with lately. Not saying it has no merit at all, but man, sledges are pretty bad, man.
B-Man next to a 1 player.
So
sounds like next up we'll have B-Man versus Apuchi.
4 games to 4. Now, question for you: in that sledge carry, were we missing a tech on the sledges? Like, is there?
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, you really can't see the Scorpion at the same time that you commit into the sledge, because you need tempo essentially on the Scorps to be able to win the matchup as the sledge with like having attack and unit advantage, being able to like click EMP. But also the real problem is the sledge just simply does not clear chaff effectively enough to actually have a tempo lead in the first place, nor does it even have good like round 1 matchups versus other boards in most cases. Like sometimes you win, right? Like versus Storm especially. And I think it's kind of important to note, like, certain things are more effective at certain times of day because certain regions are playing at certain times of day. And there are playstyle differences between certain regions. Like, people kind of meme about 501 like only playing aggro, and people meme about like 201 only playing standard. That's like a real thing that affects the EVA of your strategy, right? Like, if you're a 201 player playing at a 201 time of day, then maybe something like range sledge is not actually that bad. But if you're playing people that are, degenerate aggro monkeys like 501, I'm 501 myself. I'm just saying, we just like jam aggro, right? Like, that's bad, right? At that point, because they're just going to play some Scorps and you're just going to explode. But if you're in like a range war, then suddenly maybe the sledges aren't that bad. So,
and vice versa, right? If you love playing aggro, play aggro during the 201 and 301 regions primacy. Early morning East Coast, mid-morning East Coast, early morning Pacific, midday. I have a much higher win rate because I'm playing into players at my MMR who are not adept at defending aggro because they don't face it anywhere near as often. So I can really take advantage of them a lot more. And the same, same player, same skill level runs into that set of players at my skill level in the 501 all know how to defend it and do a much better job of it. So my EV, my win rate is much lower. Just an interesting one to note for folks out there.
Yeah, it's the cool part about Mechabellum, right, is like how many different strategies we do see at different levels of play and even among different regions at the same level of play. So it really shows the amount of diversity in the way that you can choose to like think about and play the game.
Right.
Always very cool.
What is B-Man's win rate?
It is 0%.
Team
He's only played 2 games there.
Team captain of the 201 is 0% win rate. Right.
Hey, the team captains are having a hard time, man. Sako at 33, B-Man at 0.
Yeah, it's been rough. Apuchi, would you like your Typhoon Specialist again, or are you taking something with more hit points? B-Man goes for quick supply with the sledge and the marksman. Let's get a...
Yeah, normally I would think that the spot for B-Man is like pretty disastrous, having clicked Sledge into Tarantula with 3900 HP on the Sledge start. But thankfully for him, the thing which is normally a like complete and utter just awful thing to have in your board, the Marksman, is actually very good in this matchup for him. And on top of that is Quick Supply. So rather than having a terrible matchup, he is instead coin flipped into the correct matchup. So very fortunate for him. Normally, conversely, for a Poochie, normally you'd have a great matchup with a Sledge as the Tarantula, but he does have 3 starting marksmen, which you get to plan around, of course, but as the Tarantula player, you only have 1 play, and that is buy 2 more crawlers, or 3 more? 2 more. You start with 3. Yeah, so he's just jamming crawlers, right? And B-Man jams some arc lights, has no chaff at all, so the Tarantulas are pretty sad, I think. Technically, HE Tarantula, high explosive, is fairly good into sledges. You can pretty reliably obtain a DPS increase via that, and the button is very cheap. But also Tarantula sucks, so Poochie's probably going to sell the Tarantulas, not likely to see him commit to them. Maybe if B-Man's start was a bit worse, perhaps if it was like Sledge Fang instead of Sledge Marksman, maybe you might see some Tarantula commitment from a Poochie, but it's very likely that he just simply sells them and goes into Typhoon on turn 3, plays around whatever the drop is, and the game goes from there. Either way, on turn 1, probably expect it to go B-Man's way.
Yeah, fascinating choices from B-Man, right? Seeing the Tarantulas, he opted not to buy chaff. He figures the Tarantulas are just going to devour whatever chaff he would have had. And seeing the triple crawler, he chose to add some arc lights, despite having some sledges that you might have thought of as your chaff player if you were, looking at a more standard border, especially one that didn't have a chaff start. So eventually, this should all work out for him. It's the right set of choices, so even though you do see Tarantula winning against Sledge often, B-Man had made the correct set of choices to win round 1. Poochie down to 3660.
Importantly, B-Man did not spend his money on round 1, by the way, so even though his quick supply, he did still win without it. And B-Man is chosen so quick we cannot see it. It is Storm.
Stormcaller, level 2 Storm.
Well, if you're a Poochie here, you know you're getting Typhoon next turn, and so I think Saber probably makes the most sense, but nothing's too appealing for him, I don't think, particularly in the face of oil.
Yeah,
really, there just isn't any great choices.
What do you think about...
I mean, you could think about it.
Either Mustang or Fang for flank protection for him. He did take the Saber.
I mean, you can take Mustang there if you're like hard forcing Mustang, but I don't think that it's a good spot to hard force Mustang into. There's like literally 0 chaff in the board part of this turn, right? So I don't think you feel super great about clicking a blue Mustang there.
Yep.
Maybe if your opponent's Fang opener, it feels less terrible, but yeah, Arc Sledge Mustang click, that is a no-go. Sabers even will look very sad versus the oil. The real reason you might expect oil here probably is because there is the Blue Storm drop, which you probably expect to be clicked versus the Tarantulas. So, I mean, you don't always see oil on turn 2, but certainly versus Stormcaller, you more reliably expect to see it be clicked, particularly when the board struggles single target. And also if your board has very little chaff. So, very effective oil from B-Man, but next turn Poochie will have Typhoon. He has committed both Sabers to the side, so maybe you'll see him just like continue to make here. We'll see.
And casters, we do hear the mechanical keyboard noise.
Very plausible. He flip-flops just like the previous game that we saw him play versus Red Hair, I think it was, and how Sako played versus Flower Fair earlier. We'll see. Also, very nice hero crawler on the right side. Going straight for the tower.
Crawler knows mission. Gets tower at very good timing.
Yeah, quite impactful. There's like tons of crawlers left still due to the oil, hilariously. I think the oil did not do him any favors here. But it did buy time for the hero crawler, I suppose, so I'm not sure. It's kind of like 50-50. Like the... Oh, the storm does not quite one-tap the Tarantula. Does not matter, though. Didn't get there. Alright, well now Poochie has Typhoons.
Get our drop.
Yep, B-Man goes to the haste instantly.
Haste module or absorption for the Typhoon. I would love to see a haste Typhoon in a flank screening position for a Poochie. That is, at least he's setting himself up for it. He took the haste module with it. Puts it on the Typhoon, and the only thing left is the positioning. He's not going to play around getting flanked at all. He's going to play after for going for your far side tower. By the way, that's going to take care of the hero crawlers that were a problem last round, and gets him out of the oil. He's still got 600 in his 2 deploys to support that with. And of course, right up on that line like that, it is not going to be easily lockable. He'll be able to protect it with a crawler down the flank, a shallow crawler, or crawler on the line a little bit further over.
Yeah, interestingly, Apucci does commit to 2 more sabers here. You don't see a whole lot of like Saber Foon get played, but it kind of makes sense to this board from B-Man that had 0 chaff on turn 1. It doesn't die super easily to Storm, even maybe in theory, at some point there's like some anti-missile Saber getting clicked, who knows. Maybe there's like a lot of them on the board at some point, but there is 3 white Sabers on turn 3, so maybe there's some degree of consideration for that from B-Man, potentially. It is also kind of relevant for the Typhoons. Losing all the bubbles to Storms is not ideal. And also, the Typhoons actually do carry quite well as long as they're alive, right? So, pretty good amount of value to potentially be farmed there.
Typhoon, a unit that scales tremendously well with level because of the number of techs that improve or multiply by level. Shield, bubble, and homing missile, the 2 that Pucci is carrying. He gets that right side tower so quickly, works his way right to left. Doesn't matter that the main army is stuck in the oil. As you said, so many crawlers arriving late. It almost just helped on that side, so winning the far side. This is a dominant round win for Apucci. If he hadn't lost Typhoon and Saber at the very end on that last volley from the level 2 Storms, it would have been even better. But he drops B-Man from healthy to 2720 in a single shot. And now there's no oil to
Yeah,
slow
I think
him down.
that this, the oil thing in particular is really important for the thing I was about to say, which is that both players have, like, no HP, right? Like, that's part of why B-Man oils on 2 here, is because if he has Tempo versus Apucci, it's, like, ending the game, basically. And Apucci making this side swap play, or, like, side swap push, I guess, he has, like, almost a symmetrical board at this point, if we don't count the tarantulas, but, we can say that it's a side swap, maybe. There's no, like,
Right.
beaconing happen, but certainly pushing the opposite tower is a very, very powerful one. Maybe like doing that once is a third of your opponent's HP, right? Also, here's the Saber AM Copium that I was talking about. My gosh. I didn't actually expect to see that happen, but he did just do it. It's really good for him here with the Tarantula still on the board.
And
it's especially good for him given that B-Man's board does not have any damage. Like, marksmen don't deal damage. And the only thing in this board doing damage is Storms, so
I'm going to say
pretty good.
Apucci loves selling and repurposing monies and has just not even unlocked Sell, committing to the Tarantulas as being the 200 hit point damage, buys into another Saber, committing to these Typhoon as hit point damage. He's just keeping, like you said, Sacco's thinking of selling units as being negative tempo. Apucci is keeping the pedal to the metal in terms of hit point value available on the board if he has units surviving.
Yeah, and again, both players have like 0 HP basically. Also, wow, such value. Ate the missile on the right side there for the Sabers.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, both players have no HP, right? So selling is like really terrible if both players have no HP. In general, it's not that great if you're aggro versus defense, but if neither player has any HP, then any amount of hit point value on the board is extremely strong. And it's also like kind of a similar line of thinking here for buying the Saber AM, right? Like deleting essentially hit point value from your opponent's board, or like just effective supply from your opponent's board via AM, is just like insanely powerful. Like, it doesn't matter if this play is not good 2 turns from now if the game is over 1 turn from now. And yeah, also if it's over 1 turn from now, your opponent doesn't have much counterplay either, so really, 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 really strong tempo play from Apucci. Also want to note, both these past rounds, this round and the previous, he clicked temp speed in his tower. So even more investment into ending the game like ASAP. Also kind of similar to like a Fortress type beat, this clicking temp speed every turn thing. Sabers need speed really bad, so... And even the Typhoons to a lesser extent, they're not very fast. The Mustangs do help Apucci cover any potential shenanigans. There's almost no way possible that there can be anything done to him at this point. If he buys a beacon, there's definitely no way you can do anything to him, unless there's like a blue rhino randomly on the flank or some very random something like that. Oh my gosh, he even... Oh no, sorry, that's a Mustang. I thought there was Waspin back there for a second. They look kind of similar at times. Same unit size, right?
Yep.
Same squad size, that is.
That was answering.
Oh my gosh, is this again? It's the acid click from B-Man. This is the same thing we saw last time we saw him play, I think. He did acid defense when he was very behind like this against... Right. I don't remember who it was, but
didn't work
it really
out.
backfired really heavily. Yeah.
It really didn't work
Yeah.
out, and it's not going to work out into the Typhoon or the Tarantula, right? Like this just.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, it's kind of good versus these medium-sized units, right? But the main problem is that you cannot fix your own queller positioning. Therefore, you are going to acid yourself at some points. And once you acid yourself, your opponent has Mustangs and Typhoons that just absolutely love a 250% damage multiplier and use it to the fullest extent, right? So if your own button on your own chaff is going to kill you, that is a bad day.
And I'm going to add the other thought there is acid isn't great against medium units. It's great against huge units, right? Like I don't even agree that acid would be something you'd want against these medium units. You're not getting the percentage value. You're not clearing chaff. That's been the problem. Yeah, we've got some lock on it now. We've got the Mustangs. Eventually, it's doing some stuff, right? Everybody's stuck in acid
acid's just a damage
now.
multiplier, right?
Right.
Acid's just a damage multiplier. So like it's cool if it's killing a War Factory, but it's certainly very effective if your board has like 3 Mustangs with range in it at providing chaff clear.
All right.
So it may seem like a bit unintuitive, but it certainly is not good in this spot. I mean, I'm not saying there's anything that can fix B-Man's spot here, but he's 2
B-Man's
HP,
got 2
so...
hit points. What are you worried about?
One more than needed.
Health has been used as a resource.
His
B-Man
health has been used as a
perhaps
resource.
using his health maximally. Yeah. Yeah, both players do get the damage out of me here, though, so... It's definitely a Mustang game from this point onwards, or a Typhoon game. I guess both are valid. Yeah, like we are talking about, the Saber AM, very, 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 very high value in this game. Has incentivized B-Man still out of his storms. The damage items have been migrated to the Mustangs. But I just don't see a way that he can come back versus his own acid. I mean, obviously, if we're Mustang, we don't care if we're acid, but there's certainly the sledges in front of the tower, the arc lights in front of the tower that's very easily might have some acid on them. And even just like the variance that adds to your board is very important, right? I will say in this turn, the acid on the oil, very strong. But even like the variance that it adds to your board's like output of just like, am I acided by myself this turn, is not something that's a tenable proposition if you're 2 HP, right? So, not feeling too good about the spot for B-Man.
Now, B-Man takes
I'm
oil.
not really sure how he digs himself out either way.
He takes oil to slow himself down. I was actually thinking of oil as a possibility for a Poochie, on the grounds that an oil down here behind the left side tower slows down those haste Mustangs, slows down 2 packs of crawlers, and would really encourage those crawlers to get acided in positions that are beneficial for a Poochie rather than B-Man.
Oh, you want to slow down the acid? Yeah, that's kind of good, maybe.
Drop the acid behind enemy lines, like just with my own oil.
Yeah, that is truly an unhinged line. It's certainly very effective. That's not something you see every day, is it?
Let me say, I have used
delay.
I have used that line to really great effect when opponents have.
I mean, it's good, right? It's good if it works.
Yeah, especially. I mean, of course, I'm at the 1500, 1600, 1700 level at the moment, so you know, when it works, it's brilliant, and. There we go. B-Man had a plan all along. He's got this.
Yeah, this is the oil that he bought on turn 2, by the way, coming back. It does once again buy in the round, but Apucha gets the choo-choo train, the advanced power system, I think it's now called. Yeah, right? Advanced power system.
Advanced power,
yes. Used to be called the advanced power train, and then it got changed right after. It's like a week later, but the choo-choo train was dubbed as advanced power train. Very cute name. Very, very good for these super slow units with Poochie. Like I mentioned earlier, it's clicking temp speed every rounds. It's like, I'm not sure if it's even like that great versus oil, but hey, it's just good, period. Like, you're never sad to be faster if you're this board. Very, very slow. And also notably, B-Man is just like dead outright to like a worm with armor probably on one side, like non-oiled side potentially. He's dead to a lot of things really at this point, right? But Apuchi's just saying like, hey, we don't have to commit to any like all-in stuff. Oh my gosh, there are hackers in the board. Wait, do the hackers benefit from acid? They don't, right?
Well, I mean, it's damage, right? They do. Wouldn't they?
No, it's not damage. I don't think they benefit Do they? I've actually asked this question in my chat before. I don't remember the answer. I think the answer is they don't benefit from acid. It's really weird. Let me think. I'm not sure. If it does benefit, it's really good for him. Because obviously they're going to be in the acid, right?
Chat thinks
But I
they
think
are
it's
not.
damage.
Yeah, but we'll see. Maybe B-Man thinks it is.
I mean, I think regardless of whether it is or isn't, it's certainly really nuts if it is, but
I mean,
regardless whether it is or isn't, it's really good into the Typhoons, really good into the Sabers.
Right, and
even just in general making the board like get stunned by that hack is pretty good.
Right, and the hack slows everything down, which means it's not pushing into the acid as quickly. Hold on a sec. I'm well, okay.
Oh, the acid's looking super good in the right side this turn.
Yeah, it did, and let's so it doesn't look like the acid speeds the hacking, but if your hack is dependent on the unit, like the supporting damage from the Mustangs whittling the unit's overall health down, no, it is not going to matter.
Yeah, and that's beneficial, certainly.
Yeah.
But that will be game for the Saber board.
Finally game.
Does successfully tempo it out.
Poochie
the
gets
hackers
the
got really
W.
close there. The hackers almost did it, man. There's just so much variance to the acid, right? Like, even if a crawler just like passed differently and like happens to be in a different spot, like the outcome's different. And there is so much variation in chaff pathing. Even just like how they spread matters too, right? Like if it lives a second longer, then that's a big deal.
Yep.
But Oil almost brought B-Man back into it. Not quite going to get there versus the Mustangs. Once again, aciding yourself versus Mustangs, very, very not beneficial play. But both players understanding that that is a purely tempo-based game they're playing there. Both committing to lines that get them out right now, and maybe not a round or two from now, but definitely are the best right now. But not quite enough for B-Man.
Well,
it looks like we'll have a Good Dog versus a Poochie for our next match. How many players does 201 have left?
This is it.
Is it just Good Dog?
It is just Good Dog.
Wow.
They are down. They went from a commanding lead at 4-2 to 4-5. And it is...
So that is 4 wins in a row for a Poochie.
It is
that
4
is crazy.
wins for a Poochie. What is Good Dog's win percentage?
It is 100 with 1 game played. And Apucci is currently sitting at 100 with 7 games, or 6 games played? 6 games played, yes. 6 games. 4 of which were today, of course.
Full translation there is Old Bandit Go Dog. .201 is worse than Apucci officially. Love it. So this is
It'd be cool to see Apucci sweep all of them.
It would be. On the other hand, if obviously we've come to the conclusion that every fan of dogs would have wanted you have Go Dog versus Apucci, and on the off chance that Go Dog wins it, we would get the Go Dog versus Dachshund winner take all.
I guess Go Dog does have dog in his name, doesn't he? That's funny. Oh man. This tournament has been very hype. Like, we saw almost 201 sweeping everything, and then Apucci came in and is almost reverse sweeping 201, and then imagine if Apucci wins here and it's like 1 player remaining versus 1 player remaining.
Well,
that'd be so cool.
Yeah, there are so many possible lines here. It was 4-1 when Apucci took over, and yeah, he has won 4 in a row. Knocked off, in order, I believe, Red Hair, Miasim, Shade, B-Man. So you guys are correct. 4 in a row for Apucci. If he can make it 5 in a row, the 501s are officially the champions. And if Go Dog can stay alive, and beat Apucci, we will have a winner-take-all final between Go Dog and Dachshund. Go Dog, near side blue, the last hope for the 201, as his choice of quick supply, far seer, or fortified, with a lot of tarantula options or sledgehammer. For Apucci, it's cost control, typhoon, aerial, or giant. We know he loves his typhoon, but he has pivoted to the cost control this time.
Yes, indeed. So you probably expect to see Apucci play standard since he's cost control. I don't think I know a single player that thinks cost control is playable aggro, so pretty much he's locked into that with that choice. Probably should not be very much doubt there from Godog. And of the two players, he definitely has the like far worse opener. And cost control is actually rather good in standard, I think. Conversely to its capacity to play aggro, standard loves like tempo sometimes. Sometimes it's like, you know, it's a 15 rounder, but certainly it's very open to being a tempo based game if you want to play it that way. And Apucci is certainly a flexible player that can play either style. And I think in this case, since he is cost control, I think that leans very heavily into tempo. So you may see him take lots of spells, may see him do stuff like we saw him do earlier versus Red Hair, where he takes quick cooldown. You know, takes Bombard, takes quick cooldown, goes for an altar, and goes for like Vulcan drops and all that good stuff. Certainly at the very start of the game, might not see something like that, but cost control in standard says, I have more money than you, I have more shields than you, I have more missiles than you, I have more oil than you, I have more every spell than you, and we're going to use that to the fullest extent possible. And on top of that, Godog has the very low HP Tarantula opener. It has a little bit more, I guess, because it has Marksman, which is quite terrible. And arguably, Marksmen are like way worse than any other option here versus the Storms. Because a level 1 Marksmen certainly are not dueling Storms if they are untech'd. So, Godog has quite possibly the very worst thing he could have. He has Tarantulas and he also has Marksman versus a Storm opener that's cost control. I think there is actually a breakpoint for cost control on average versus Tarantulas with the volleys, but
Yes.
if you just simply have a second Storm on turn 1, yeah, on the left, right? But if you just cost control and you have a second Storm on 1 and you get your other chaff deploy, it kind of just doesn't matter. Yeah, and that's probably going to be the name of the game here for Pucci, is just
Early
me
tempo.
jam Storms, your board has no chaff. Yep.
Early
Honestly,
tempo.
kind of similar to last game.
Turn it into
Except
a
in this case,
tempo
Pucci has a lot of
and-
play.
Yeah. And finish out before the long-term stat difference matters. Godog takes the Typhoons. I do expect Apucci loves his Typhoons. He's probably thinking about the Scorpion or Stang as well. What's my long-term board
Yeah, honestly,
here?
really weird. Pretty weird to see Godog go for the Typhoon here. Like, I'm not sure if the Mustang is that much better, but man, all the options suck for Godog versus the cost control Storms. Maybe even expect to see him sell it here. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it looks like he's going for the sell on the Spiders and then maybe the Typhoon afterwards, who knows. Definitely makes sense. The best here for Apucci is the Scorpion, since he has cost control. Scorpion does not need all of its stats. Mustang and Typhoon do need all their stats, and the last choice is Wraith, which probably you don't want to see in standard most of the time if your opponent has Marksman. So all makes sense to me. And yeah, I just want to reiterate again. And the spot sucks for Godog. It sucks really bad.
Fourth
No
Stormcaller up, and he's only got 4 chaff and 1 Storm of his own. Pucci's...
Yeah, definitely not the spot you want to be if you're in standard. Down massively in Storms, down massively in chaff. And there's even a Scorpion to have to kill.
Apucci has matched him with a untacked level 1 Marksman, so just assuming the long-term range war game, and Apucci, as I said at the very first game when we asked if it was a mistake for him to come out standard against Red Hair, he was a past master of the range war, long before he became the aggro enjoyer that you guys know from stream if you've started watching him in the last 6 months or so.
Yeah, there was also the Wraith drop too, which is probably the main reason that Pucci chooses to go for 1 Marksman deploy here.
Yeah, make sure.
Ideally, he probably wants to leave it like flexible that he can take like a Phoenix drop later per se, or for example.
Right.
But definitely doesn't want to leave himself open to just losing the air here for no reason when he's trying to play a tempo game. Probably will also expect to see like high explosive clicked on his Stormcallers next turn, maybe. Or at least some Storm button, given how many he's bought and how much money he has from being cost control.
He also needs a chaff clear, so HE on the Storms would make very good sense.
Yeah, allegedly HE is chaff clear. I'm not sure I really buy into that, but it certainly clears stuff. There's a bunch of items. These things are probably not ideal for cost control to see, but there is also a spell. Oh, he actually does go for the Amp Core there. Probably goes in the Scorpion, I would imagine. Or something else entirely, perhaps, but probably the Scorpion on one side or the other. Does go on the side with the Typhoon, makes sense. Typhoon, again, might be getting sold. Certainly if you see another Scorpion here, it's probably getting sold. And just want to mention again, like, having to sell is bad if you're in these tempo matchups. Like, just like last game, if you're in B-man spot and you're, like, incentivized to sell out of your Storms, because your Storms aren't doing anything due to anti-missile right, or in this case, you're getting one-shot by a Scorpion, that is a really, really, really bad thing. Missing deploys is game-losing. And you're essentially missing deploys by selling, right? Because it's a deploy you've already spent at one point, so...
Right. Every sell is -1 deploy. And that was exactly what Apucci did last game. He never sold, made use of the fact that there were hit points on the board to deal the damage, and ends the game pretty quickly. Looks like he's going for much the same here, and in particular, what he's been investing into, every single one of those units is long-range unit that he could conceivably have, what would I say, 1,500 hit points survive the round, right? 1,500 hit points this round, plus whatever hit points he has next round, technically could get him the game at the end of round 4. It's unlikely, right? Odds are the Scorpions go down or something. If they both stayed up, though, that would have been 1,500 for him.
Yeah, and also maybe even this high explosive click that he's done here is even good versus the Typhoon, hilariously. We were talking earlier, like, is HE good versus Storm v Stormbearer? Well, honestly, maybe HE's just good versus everything.
HE not bad.
Not sure it's good versus Crawlers, but it's even good versus Typhoons, maybe. And there's a spell.
Bombard
that's great
is Bombard.
to see if you're Apucci. Yep. Also, if you're cost control, you just simply click every spell. That's how it works. He did skip smoke, but it was for an item, so that's fine. It's for an item against a potentially itemized Typhoon. And also, the spells are also like kind of doubly good if you're the cost control player, right? Because on the one hand, it's a spell. It's a thing for you to spend money on. It's a way for you to like gain board strength in a way that does not rely on unit stats, which is great. And also, you are much more readily able to like spend money on shields or missiles, whatever, than your opponents. So you can both address the spells and also use the spells without like a stat malice, relative to your opponents. Much easier. So both defensively and offensively, cost control benefits from spells being offered. So Apucci is just happy to see like as many as possibly drop. And if you're a dog, every single time you see a spell, you're just like, bear like, why'd you do this to me? Does go with the Vulcan too on the right side, which kind of just dies to the Storm, so I'm a bit surprised to see that. That is just a natural Vulcan drop unlocked, right? There's no like secret unit drop I didn't see on my screen because it was a spell turn this turn, so it obviously wasn't, but that is just a $200 Vulcan that just got dropped on the board in front of a Scorpion. Against cost control, notably, right? That can very easily and readily click double shot or acid those Scorpions and instantly kill it, so that is a very bold choice here. As the last remaining 201 player versus the next to last remaining 501 player. This could be our very last game of the tournament.
It could be. Well, it has been an epic tournament. And I don't think we've seen a Vulcan Marksman in it very much. It looks like that's the direction Godog is going to try and close out with. Let me go with the most classic of classics. Nobody ever got fired buying IBM.
Yeah, it looks like this turn kind of exposes Apucci's lack of chaff clear. I'm not sure he actually has any chaff clear at this point. Like, literally at all. I think it is nothing besides HE Storms, so the fact that it's even close on the right side is very concerning here for Godog. Oh, he actually just wins. It's not even like was close, it's just he wins a lot.
The right side was close.
HE Storm's pretty good, huh?
But yeah, the HE Storms are getting it done. Godog down to 1670. Apucci 4,700, and on the verge of closing this out for the 501. Can Godog turn it around?
Yeah, nothing here is good for Godog. You definitely want to see a unit drop this turn to try and turn it around somehow. But none of that is impactful, really. Photon on the Vulcan to stop, like, maybe getting killed by a Scorp potentially is okay. Costs $50, pretty cheap. Even helps maybe like early round for its tank a little bit. Kind of helpful. Certainly Godog is like way ahead in chaff clear, and also does have the oil this turn. So may see the oil win the round for him potentially. But overall the spot is looking really poor. The Vulcan unlock is -200, the Vulcan tech is -300. And I think if Apucci just simply matches the Scorp Tex and gets even like the barest minimum of chaff clear at his board, then he will be looking really, really good for the remainder of this match. Particularly since Godog is on such low HP. Like, any spell that goes badly could end him, right? Like, even if right now he's winning, it could very easily turn the other way.
This oil looking very good for Godog this round. And we've gotten up to having the Vulcan on both sides. Loading the photon coating. I'm not going to put it on a Vulcan.
I mean, that's interesting. I wonder if he's trying to wait for a worm drop, maybe?
Maybe, and he did.
Honestly, is worm drop even good for him?
Did take range on the Vulcans.
I guess it is good for him.
He took range on the Vulcans.
He definitely has to
this turn. Targeted early enough in the round, right?
Yeah.
Finally takes his hit at like 98 seconds or so.
Yeah, it certainly keeps it alive a little bit longer. But again, Apucci has like actually literally 0 chaff clear, right? Like, unless you want to cope that Scorpions are chaff clear or something. They are an anti-swarm unit, but I'm not sure that they quite qualify as chaff clear.
Chat wanted to cope that they are the chaff clear. Chaff, I think, arguably they all in on the 501 winning this. So the copium is real, and it's working so far.
It's not like it's. Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's going poorly for Apucci despite a lack of traditional, we'll say, chaff clear. Turns out Scorpion does have 15-meter splash, so at least in part it clears crawlers. And there isn't really anything else besides crawlers to worry about clearing, you know? There's some storms that get 1-shot, Vulcans that get 2-shot, things that can't exist versus HE storms. So unless something big, which is definitely not a unit drop this round, saves Godog, I think that will probably be it for Apucci. And that would be the tournament for 501 if Godog does not find a way to save it this rounds. Small EMP is certainly not the impactful, big, game-changing thing you're looking for here.
No.
And in fact, I would argue it's even like very good for Apucci here because once again, he has cost control, right? It's easy for him to play around this, and it's harder, relatively speaking, like supply-wise, for Godog to play around it. And it's particularly as like the Scorpion player versus the Vulcan player here, I think that you're happier to be deleting their shields than you are scared of them deleting yours, right? So I feel like this is even like good for Apucci and not for Godog.
She's still got
certainly it is also a spell.
950 to spend and 2 deploys. That's going to go into a pair of marksmen in range, which leaves him still on a solid 450 right now. You just level across the board on the storms and go for the knockout. Now he takes the oil from tower to light Godog's own chaff on fire, correctly positions it to play around the shield.
Looks like a level 1 storm. I'm not sure in general you're too excited about leveling storms, particularly because it's not putting HP on board to deal HP damage, right?
Right.
But it's okay, certainly. You know, it's a way to spend the money, and maybe you struggle with that sometimes as cost control. In this case, I think you just spam as many deployables as possible and try and finish the game. And you did go for 3 marksmen to try and say, like, I'm not going to lose to, like, you know, 2 packs of wasps with shield, for example.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
It does have enough individual shots to deal with that. And certainly it's not going to lose to like Wraith or Boat, so pretty much it's just exactly Wasp he's trying to play around there. You're not like particularly excited to be buying marksman in nearly any situation on this kind of board, but that is the game for Apucci and the tournament for 501. Let's go.
Grinds it out
Great
in
comeback.
6 rounds. Apucci wins 5 games in a row, beating in order Red Hair, Shade, Red Hair, Miasim, Shade, B-Man, and Godog. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Apucci, your champion. I mean, 501, your champion. Apucci, the champion for the 501.
Sacco is in the booth.
And we have Team Captain Sacco in the booth with us. Congratulations, sir. Well done.
Hello, hello.
Welcome in, man.
Apucci's just a beast. Holy smokes.
He is a beast. What the hell
You took
is
out
that?
five of them, all gone, easy.
I said this when he started, that if there was any, and we didn't know where Dachshund was, so it was like, it might have to be Apucci's sweep. I said, he's the guy that you can count on to be a threat to win back-to-back weekend tournaments on the same weekend, like time in and time out. Like, he is the guy that could run off that set of 6 victories, and he did in fact run off the set of 5 that he needed. How confident were you with when it was you guys were down 4-1 when you still had a Poochie?
I was a little bit down. I was like, oh shit, okay, we need a Poochie to win this. I mean, the Poochie definitely has it in him, and obviously you saw that, but it definitely, you're like getting a little bit worried here. Red pair's looking obviously very strong. So
Yes.
But yeah, Poochie just took them all out. No problemo.
1, 2, 3, 4. We did have chat wanted to know whether you thought a Poochie was stronger in standard, aggro, or mid aggro. And you did get to see him run all 3.
Aggro. Poochie, I think Poochie's an all around player. I think he's more confident aggro. I think that's what he said. But I mean, his standard is obviously very strong. He took out red hair, no problem.
Sako, what was the team atmosphere like when it was 4-1? I think with 2-1 being up for. How was that?
It was a little bit scary because we're like, where the fuck's Doxin? Like, I don't know, we can't reach him, and we're out. We got a Poochie left. I would like, it wasn't like negative, but it was like, you're a little bit worried. You're like, oh my god, but a Poochie pulled through.
Yeah, just simply beats all of them. Just 5-0, sweeps the whole
I will
thing.
say there was someone. I think it was the first match. It was I forget what it was for first match. I think it was Flower Fairy versus Monks. Like, Flower Fairy's going to take 7 and close it out, and Red Hair won't even have to play, something like that. So we take 5 and we close out, no problem.
No problem. Yeah, disappointed we didn't get to see Monks to take all 12.
Yeah, I was hoping for Monks to at least, put a dent in the 2-1 lineup for us,
Monks the spoiler opted to bow out and let the 2 teams face each other fairly. How much fun was it for you to get to choose your team, to put it together, and to nominate it? Was it more like pressure and work, or was it just a ton of fun to get to kind of tap the top players of your choice?
Oh, it was definitely a ton of fun. Like, I kind of already in a Discord with other players, so it's not like too hard to reach them. It was a bit rough choosing because like, you can only choose so many players, and everyone's gonna be like, and I stream sometimes, so they'll be like, "Oh my god, why didn't you invite?" There's gonna be all that. So I tried to be like, okay, we go down the list of MMR more or less, and then like whoever's as easy as possible to contact, of course.
Yeah.
Casters Bearlike has joined the booth to announce 501 as tournament winner.
Congratulations! We do have a Bearlike in the booth. I believe you have a statement to make, sir. Welcome in.
Hi. Am I on?
You are on.
Can
We
you guys
hear you
hear
live
me?
and clear.
Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations. I think Apuchi have show his strengths, like his dominant strengths in the tournament. I think he beat 5 players from 201.
5 of the
by
best
himself.
in succession. Yes.
Yeah. In the middle of the tournament, we all thought that because it's like there's 5 player left, of 2-1 player left, and only 2 player of 501 left, and I think at some point that Dogson
Was
they
missing.
actually contact. Yeah,
Yes.
Dogson is missing. So actually is like the final one. and it's like, it's really amazing. It's like to see someone be this strong. And I think also Apuchi's play style is very variant. Just he play standard and he play aggro, and he win all of them.
Yeah, and it's not like there was a specific consistent unit that he was relying on, which I think actually speaks to the balance that the game is in at the moment. So can I ask a question? I know you guys have announced some upcoming units. How is the team going about keeping the balance of the game? Because I think a lot of players would agree the game is pretty well balanced at the moment. How are you guys going about keeping the balance of the game while introducing new units? I know that's obviously a challenge. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah. Right now, I think we do have a variety of units that is viable in high MMR plays. But I do think there are some units that do not see many play, or some units that got played too much. For example, the Stormcaller, despite being nerfed like 3 patches ago, I think now this player became better and better at using Stormcallers. And I think Stormcaller probably we probably need to nerf Stormcaller again. And also, I think for us, we generally don't think of which unit is too strong, which unit is too weak. What we are when we're making balance, generally we are thinking about how can we give a unit a unique role that have it to counter other unit and have it to be countered by other unit. So a new unit is coming. It will fill another missing role in the game. So there are still several missing roles in the game. Most of them are air units. That right now we don't have that much air unit, so we need to make some more air unit to fill some missing roles.
Sort of implies anti-air units as well, and I think you guys did address that a bit with the Farseer, for example, being a unit that is strong anti-air.
Yeah, we are also thinking about to make some rare unit to move some rare unit to the core unit side. Once we have developed enough tech for them, then they can be a core unit. For example, I think Sabertooth. If we have added enough tech to Sabertooth can be a great starting unit. So it will give the starting unit a better variety. And also we are making other new starting units too.
Are there any core units that you would consider moving to be a rare unit? Available by drop? Yeah, okay. I won't ask you to necessarily name them, but just to know that that's a possibility is helpful, I think, for conversation and discussion. If you want to let us know more, you can. But
the Rhino is the one. Rhino is the one that is actually a lot of players hates Rhino, and it is too strong for 200 unit. So it isn't in the starting unit, because in starting if Rhino is a starting unit, it will be too strong.
Right.
So right now, generally, Rhino already acting like a rare unit. Player most use only use Rhino when it drops. So we are thinking about maybe move it into the rare unit roster. But that is something we are considering, not something we have decided on.
May I inject a suggestion? I think if Scorpion were moved to be a rare unit, it would make both Steel Ball and Sledge more playable.
But right now, but right now Sledge and Steel Ball actually is pretty strong.
They're pretty strong,
so especially after I watched Xiaobu's Sledgehammer play.
Well, Bear, we only have a couple more minutes, so I do want to ask, what did you think about the almost completely reverse sweep from 501 in this best of series here? I think 201 was up by 4, and 501 had 1 win thus far. I was seeing that come all the way back around from Apucci. He talked about how strong he was to play earlier. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think this shows how strong Apucci is. Also, actually, I think they're like a 2 player that are on the T1 T0 tier of 501. It's Apuchi and Sako. And I think there are 2 T0 player on the 201 team. That's Fairy, Guard, and Red Hair. And so when Apuchi actually beats Red Hair, I think he actually beat all T0 201 player there, and all the other player. I'm not saying they do not have a chance, but Sako and Apuchi actually beats. Sako beats one T0 player from 201, and Apuchi beats another T. So that's why I think there's this reverse sweep. And the reason that 201 was in the lead is, I think that is also because Apuchi wasn't the second player. I think he's the 5th player. That's why 201 was able to win that many match. That's just what I thought. I think, that's just what I thought.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Strategically.
Thanks for sharing that with us. Makes a lot of sense.
So
one thing we do have a question for you about is regarding the MAG1 tournaments formats and the overall Mechabellum competitive scene. Do you have any thoughts to share with us about what that's been like watching that for you, or just in general?
Yes, this is something I really like to to talk about. I think the MAG1 tournament is excellent. The format is very fun. It's I haven't thought that a tournament could have so many custom rules to make it more fun. I think today's final shows how well the tournament format is working. It's very exciting. It's I never imagined there will be this great comeback. this is it's I think even when you compare this to the traditional sports or esports, I think this MAG1 tournament final is one of the best tournament final I have ever seen. So I think it's great. I hope there will be more, and I hope we can somehow support this kind of tournament in the future.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. I completely agree with you, by the way. It was really exciting to watch it play out the way that it did. I watch a lot of esports, so I was really excited to see how close it got at the very end. We were down to almost 1 player remaining versus 1 player remaining, right? It could have been Doxson versus Godog at the very end, so that was super cool.
Yeah. It's very exciting to watch.
I do think we all want to know, can we expect a nerf to Apuchi in the upcoming patch?
Actually, yes.
Yeah. Oh.
Whoever win tournament is on my watch list. Right now, Apuchi is very tough to nerf because he's good at a lot of different units. Yeah. But he is on my list, so I'm watching him. Whatever he uses, it's on my watch list.
I have a question for Sako. Was it an intentional choice? If Bearlike is saying, we think of Sako and Apuchi as the 2 S-tier players from that 501 roster. Was it an intentional choice to put one of your S-tier players on in the closer role, as it were?
Honestly, no, it was just time zone. Because Apuchi's a little bit I think he's 3 hours behind compared to me, and then Dillo's in Australia, so it's like 4 a.m. something crazy or something. So we just whoever's up, we send them first. And then for Flower Fairy, it was either me or Arbiter, and I just went first because I had more experience against Fairy. So there wasn't much strategy there other than whoever's up.
Oh, that plays perfectly.
Well, thank you again, Bearlike and Sako, for joining us. Bearlike, do you have anything final you would like to say about the tournament or anything like that before we sign out?
I don't have anything else. I just want to thank you for you guys to organize the tournament, and thank you for everybody to participating in this tournament. It's like we are really appreciate it, this kind of effort, and yeah, it's been wonderful to watch you guys play.
Well, thank you very much. And
Awesome.
I do want
Well, thank you for joining us.
I do want to pass that along also from all of us. A huge thank you to Yes Win Big for doing so much of the work to both sponsor and organize this tournament, putting together more than 30 players from all 6 regions, 5 plus Finland, and putting together, I think 6 different people wound up casting. We had the ability to do in-match interviews or post-match interviews. It's just been an amazing production. So huge thank you and appreciation to Yes Win Big for organizing and all of that. And Bearlike, thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Sacco, anything else you'd like to say in closing?
Other than just a big thanks to everyone who's watching, a big thanks to everyone who produced it and all the casters and players, and there's probably more production people behind the scenes. It was a great event. It was very exciting for a regional type of tournament. I had fun. Our team enjoyed it, and maybe there'll be more.
Is there anything next for the 501?
Anything next? What more do we need to prove?
Well, you've got
the rest of the stream titles.
You've
The
won the
stream
launch
titles
point.
moving forward. 501 best region. 501 best region. We have the evidence. Well, Poochie best region, but it's fine.
Poochie did almost reverse sweep it by himself. So.
Well, we're still gonna take credit for it, okay?
Yep. Oh, it's all good. Cool. Well, very, very nice. Well, congratulations again, Sacco. I know you have a team to go celebrate with, and really appreciate everything that you did to put this together, to put together the 501 team and all the organization behind the scenes, man. Congratulations. Well-deserved victory, man.
Thank you. Take care. GG's.
GG's. Want to bring us home time?
Yeah, I believe that's pretty much all we got for the day. Once again, this has been MAG1. This is our inaugural, I guess, team formats. Don't know if we'll have team format again in the future, but it seems like everyone really, really enjoyed it, including Bearlike. So awesome to see all the teams come together. Once again, thanks to Yes Win Big for organizing, and everyone for coming out for the tournament. It's been such a great time. So thanks to all the viewers for watching. Hope you had a great time. This will also be up on YouTube, just saying. Want to go check it out there after. If you missed any games, feel free. And yeah, thanks so much again for being here.
All
right, y'all. That's a wrap.
Nicely done, sirs. Well played. And that was amazing. Thanks for everything.
They went the distance.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, almost maximum possible length.
Dude, they went the distance. I was like, surely it's over. Oh, shit.
Well, that was,
it was sick. It was like Bearlike said, it was like very, very hyped because we got almost the very last matchup possible.
Yep.
It was cool.
Great storytelling for sure.
All right, y'all. Payments have been sent out. We are looking to put together an oil-free Grand Prix. I'll have dates and invites for casting and playing that event. It'll be an individual format. Best of 3 for individuals, $1,000 cash prize kind of thing.
Nice.
Very cool.
And, for other question is when do we get a 2v2 tournament?
Yeah, that's an interesting. 2v2 Compact is the only format, right?
Yeah. Well, there are 3 out there, but 2v2 Compact is the legit format, in my opinion. Ms. Diana would say that 2v2 Standard also has a whole lot of fun that can happen in it, but I do think we haven't had a chance to see a good Compact tournament there. And
2v2 Standard has like a longer duration, right? Because of rotation times.
It has the middle flank, and yes, it will have much longer fight times because you have those long walks to cross the board. So they're
also from a viewing perspective, it's like very hard to show the entire map at the same time.
exactly.
Like maybe you could somehow do it with like multiple monitors like spliced together.
Right.
Yeah.
You'd
But
have
even
to
so,
be
it take like
ultra-wide.
2.5 or like 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need the ultra wide for standard. It's
Whereas,
terrible. It's
whereas in
huge.
compact, there's a camera angle you can get that backs up to just enough to show all 4 towers, or all 6 towers, I guess I should say. Maybe it's 8, depending on how you count it. But to show the corner towers for both sides, you're missing the lower flanks, but you can pretty much see everything else that's going on. So.
All right, y'all. That's all for me. I'm logging out. Peace.
Right, peace. Thank you.
Sounds good. Later.
Time. Really appreciate getting to work with you. It's been phenomenal. Would love to do it again sometime, whether that's here at the pro level, or you are always welcome to join me for something smaller. We've got the Euros coming up in about half an hour. That'll be live on my channel. And yeah, just really appreciate you, man. All right. We are done with MAG1. We've got about half an hour till tournament officially starts. I think that means I've just got to go play a regular 1v1 for y'all. Does this guy who has been talking to us actually know how to play the game? No. No, we're sitting at 16-16, and we've put our prediction out there. The winner's got 420. Yeah, it was not a big money bet on GoDog there. Apucci was clearly in the driver's role. We've got Jester Jinx up. We've played them before. Channel point prediction is up for this one. And we get our Typhoon spec with 4,800 hit points and steel balls. I think I can handle that. Of course, stick with us. We'll be straight into a European tournament in, I know, half an hour. Really only have this one match, then I'll stop and make myself a lunch probably. And you know what? We're going to try... Try that little behind the tower bit that we saw run in tourney there. Sure, we'll come out aggro like this. What do you think? Opponent is cost control, goes for the 3rd storm start. Clearly not expecting me to be this aggro because they have and no chaff in front of the left side tower. We get the left side tower first. They are pretty much working on the fangs over here. We will get to our right side tower eventually. And they do that after we have lost. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Alright, round 1 to Jester Jinx. And Darkaman, welcome in, first time chatter. Appreciate all of you being here with us for the MAG1. I hope you guys plan on sticking around the rest of the day, but if not, I understand. That was the highlight for sure. Woof! There is a Dachshund! Welcome in, my friend. Congratulations, champ. You are the champion. Poochie is the champ. You're the understudy. You were waiting in the wings. I was imagining you were going to be the setup man and Apucci was the closer for, like, you know, classic baseball style approach. You didn't expect it to be on deck. I see. You'd assumed it would just be the main four. Yeah. That makes sense. That's what I'd assumed. In fact, I started the cast with the assumption that it was best of 7. Starting 4. But yes, glad it all worked out indeed. You just take the deploys at this point, right? Alright, what has he taken? Fire Badger with Scorching Flames. Sure thing. I see you. That's right. All of you drive the wrong direction. Perfect. Right, go back there. All of you in the wrong spot, please. Nice tower defense. It does seem like it's going to work out for him. The extra tech making a huge difference, for sure. Things not working out for us. Anyway, I had training today for your new job and it went a bit over time. You logged on at 12:30 and saw everybody trying to find you. Eek! Panic, yes. Whole team is panicking looking for you. Love it. You're like, oh, sorry. My bad. I'm here. I'll let you guys do your work from there. You guys are going to do your work from there. Very panic moment, concerned dog. Oh, no. Concerned dog. This is just a regular old ladder game, indeed. We are counting down the moments till the European tourney. And so I figured I'd owed you guys some entertainment and see if we can beat Jester Jinx on ladder. That first storm volley is getting pretty annoying, honestly. Yep, there we go. That's the no new matches for the European. About 20 minutes or so. Alright, opponent has cheated. They've taken techs and levels and stuff. Obviously cheating. Actually, they really don't have techs. Well, we're in a bit of trouble here. Did they move the hours up an hour? No, so the tourneys do not move for anything. Whatever your local time is irrelevant to tournament start date, because the tournament start dates are global and everybody's time zones are different. So everybody who celebrates, some places don't celebrate daylight savings time. Some players do, or some places do. Some places are celebrate. Yes, I mean, I guess it would be standard time that you'd be going to anyways. So, There we go. That is the positions we're going to want there. Yes, it's a little yay, exactly. Little yay that we can now celebrate sleeping in a little bit for winter. Although, at least in my specific location, the winter time means you leave work at 5 p.m. if you were perfectly on schedule, and it is already pitch black out. So, it's not the best. Oh, I think we just losed, right? Did we just lose? GG's. Oh, or not. Game orbital or extended range steel ball. Goodness. Is there something we should be selling here? You did 23, you did 26, you did 19, you did 25. I mean, they're solid, right? Maybe you guys just tank down there for a bit? Need to sell a 150. I leveled you, right? Alright. sold it off the right spot, didn't I? Sold it off the right spot. We did not get the far side in time, did we? Did we outrange this marksman? 140 meters? We're 140 meters. We have marksman range steel balls right now. Yes. I do like Jinx. They are very good. Always have fun playing against them. Congrats to the 100% that knew they were going to win that one. They always provide a entertaining defense, entertaining game. This one obviously went solidly theirs. Techs were ranged Scorch plus ranged Tarantula, so trying to really dig out the chaff clear more than the answering the steel balls. Reducing my hit points might have been a mistake against that. I don't think selling the chaff on that particular board was the mistake. Alright, that put us minus 20 for the day. That's no biggie, because tournament is up till Illuminati, Crag, Fanatics, Cop, Dionys, Sven, Sparty, Torgon, all in. So is Eagle. I will not be, of course, I will be streaming this one. No word from Salt Monkey, so I'm going to presume I might be casting this one alone today. Might have Alpha Titan joining me also. Mecha law number 1. You may not sell chaff unless it sits in a flank and becomes replicate fodder. Ooh, B-Man's in. Look at this. The list is updating live again. I've seen that B-Man joined. I've seen that Hawk joined. Much better. All right, I'm going to make myself a sandwich real quick. We'll be muted on, or deafened on the Discord, I think. So if somebody joins, they don't just wind up on a, like, hey, am I on the air? So there we go. We'll be deafened there. Since it's going to take me a minute and we don't want to get ads during tournament anyways, I'm just going to take the minute to run a good long ad break right now, since we'll be, you know, you're not missing anything. I'm walking away from keyboard for a sec. You're just going to have a countdown screen. You might as well just sit through it and be here when it comes back. right, we are back. We are live. We've got 233 participants registered for our Not Yet a Weekend tournament. Five minutes to go. Do Wednesday and Saturday tournaments start at the same time, was the question from Mr. Quackums. No, they don't. For me, the Wednesday tournament starts at noon, and the weekend tournament starts at noon Pacific, and the Wednesdays start at 1 p.m. Pacific. Remember, of course, that if you're having daylight savings time coming this weekend, right, and I think that is the American daylight savings time, those times will change next week, right? So, yeah, daylight savings time is tomorrow, fall back tomorrow. So this 12 o'clock time will become an 11 o'clock time on weekends, and the mini tournaments will change from 1 p.m. to 1 p.m. to noon on Wednesdays. So update your clocks, update your alarms tomorrow if you rely on alarms for tournaments the way that I do. So all biological needs taken care of. To be clear, that was coffee, sandwich, and Halloween candy. I don't know what you thought I meant. Mike Rumble is back. Oh, I see. Yes, we've moved to the what's going on there is that the cord is bumping the boom, and the boom is in kind of a side spot. Thank you for letting me know, so we can turn that off. Fall back, sleep in an extra hour, exactly. Fun story, Wolf Factory? He dozed off. Yes, 501 are the world champs. A spoiler in stream title. 5-0 to win. 5-0. We have to give complete credit. Oh no. You bought 1.5 kilograms of candy in prep for Halloween, and not a single kid showed up. Oh my god. Well, we have basically the same problem. We bought for about 120. We bought for about 120 kids, because a whole bunch of people used to come into the neighborhood from out of the neighborhood. And this time we had like 20. So we have way more candy than we need. Yep. Dachshund never got to leave the bullpen. Was found sleeping under a bench somewhere. I mean, really, where else were you going to find a dog? Come on, you're sleeping behind the bench at the back of the bullpen. 90 seconds or so. Right, Toast. It looked like the kidnapper candy. I love it. Poochie didn't need the extra pressure. He just needed the extra sleep. Okay, real talk. If you are not a fan of candy and you are wondering what the heck to do with extra candy, who accepts donations of it? It turns out that newly sober alcoholics need the sugar because their body is so used to converting the alcohol to sugar. So you can find like places that are, support new alcoholics and donate. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but a fun fact. If you need that, any of you out there have that problem. Ladies and gentlemen, start your sledgehammers for Weekend Tournament number 78. Weekend Tournament European number 78. We have a whole number of really good players in it. I see Zemp versus Odds, Keppels versus Cheeseburglar, Dorgon v. Dachshund. Plenty of good ones out there. I don't think I'm going to take Old Man Can Win versus Apucci, although it would be pretty funny if Apucci lost round one. It would be terrible to have not cast that after the drama. Let's take Till versus Sedge-Pseudo here. Good luck. Have fun, you two. And Dorgon versus Dachshund. Oh, you're going to bring it to the special needs school? Excellent. Oh, that's a good idea, too. Right, 30 seconds or so to go. You've got your channel point predictions up. Of course, you've got about 5 minutes to get those in. So, in that moment where you've clicked your round 1 unit buy or your round 2 is done, you can make your bet. Welcome to Weekend Tournament European at number 78. We have Till near side blue, Sedge-Pseudo far side red. Till took a giant specialist with arc lights and storm callers. Sedge-Pseudo says, "Oh noes, Amarok is casting us, and I'm terrible at spiders." Well, we shall see. Spiders, of course, terrible into Stormcallers is probably a bigger concern for Sedge-Pseudo. Ah, Bimpy, did you have a time change? Did your local time change? Because we did just talk about this in the pregame. If your time zone changes, the tournament time zone does not, no matter what. So, congrats, you've missed it. Tourney starts an hour earlier than you're used to, if that's the sort of thing you guys do. So, yeah, update your alarms, update your phones. For those of us in America, of course, time zone changes tonight, right? Super late. So this tournament is fine for all the 501 players, but Americans, you're going to want to update. Unless you live in Indiana or Arizona, you're going to want to update for wintertime. Update your alarms by an hour. Who knows? Hopped onto stream with a minute to spare. Realized your folly. See, this is the reason you guys should be watching me all day, every day. If I'm on, you should be... Wait, I don't think that's the right lesson here. Till wins round 1, as we could kind of tell from the start there. We had Stormcallers on top of Tarantulas. Pseudo, interesting choice. Takes the improved Phoenix. So Sabretooth plus Imp Phoenix plus the Tarantulas. And Smart Arclights with 3 Arclights on the board for Till. So does he run the full carry? He does. He's got the full carry tech Arclights. So we'll see how Pseudo's board develops. I actually really like the improved Phoenix pickup for him. And the reason I like that, okay, so to be more specific, reason I like the improved Phoenix for him is we know he's getting the Sabretooth. Till knows he's getting the Sabretooth. Till's answer to both the Saber and the Tarantulas, since he doesn't have single target, could have been Phoenix. And it would be really useful for Pseudo to have improved Phoenix, while Till has normal Phoenixes. Really nice pull on the left. He actually wins with that. I'd have been happy with it, or completely satisfied with that, even if it was a loss. He wins with it with, check this Tarantula out. Yeah, there is a red pixel there. I don't know if it's making it through compression or all of that, but it did survive. Like, if that had wound up, you know, if Pseudo wins the round, then we actually see the that thing doing the full 200 hit points of damage. Of course, damage dealt is not dependent on the amount of hit points you have left. Efficient tech research, the obvious right choice for you guys. I gather we are going to get some upshoot or some flying in a moment, so let's turn off the spoilers. Up is cheat, says the person who had the improved Phoenix card. I mean, I guess. I'm confused, but sure. All right, we've gone to HE on the Tarantulas. HE, of course, makes them so much more efficient at chaff clear, ups their splash from 5 meters to 10 meters. So if you really want a Tarantula to perform as a chaff clear unit, that is the way to do it. It's the first tech to take. If you actually think of it as in the same way that a Arclight wants to work for yourself. Arclight had 7, so this guy had less chaff clear at 5. But you might want to play it the same way you play your Arclights by giving them range, because Arclight you get from 93 meter range out to that 133 meter range we're used to. And of course the Tarantula starts with 75. So if you wanted to play it as a traditional chaff clear from standard, it would be range first, then HE. Nobody's really using them in that style. But range first, then HE, then tanking could be a valuable version of Tarantula. Till we've got Typhoon, Mustang, Fire Badger, and Steel Ball available. It said Pseudo has already committed to the chaff clear. Mustangs will be more of an anti-air, anti-flank. Hopefully he has them deep enough to cover, right? I'd really love to see that. I'd love to see one on either side of tower to cover. This, by the way, if you want it to play defense against the Wasp flank, you're either going to need a tiny little mobile beacon to make sure you pick it up, or change the orientation. Setsudo adds the 2 improved Phoenix. So these Phoenix have 5,300 hit points. They do 4,800 hit points per shot, versus a regular Phoenix that only has 2,980 and only has 1,464 hit points. So 2,980 times 2 will 2-tap. So a single pack of regular Phoenix will kill 1 improved Phoenix in a single volley, leaving the other Phoenix alive. SC Zark, mobile beacon is skills. It's really fun to. In fact, I would say some of the most fun that I had in the game was at the point on the MMR ladder where I was good enough to be starting to use mobile beacons and use them well, and my opponents weren't reacting to them well. Because it's just such a good feeling. You're like, I completely outplayed this guy. Right? And obviously, it then pushes you up the level to the point where everybody is equally adept at it, and other problems are occurring. Although, actually, I don't think that's even true. I think all over the ladder, there's people who are adept and not adept. But it's just such a good feeling. Like this, yes, I outplayed this guy. My mobile beacon was perfect. Speaking of, Setsudo has gotten Till into the Phoenix, and Setsudo's improved Phoenix are the round winners. So Till down to 4180. We get a second efficient tech research offered. Well, that is a greedy pickup on round 5, Setsudo. Are you really going to buy 4 techs? We took 1 already. Well, I guess you are, because you're going to want 1 here, and you took 1 on the tarantulas? Oh. You greedy man. Till, equally greedy. I am equally greedy. Okay, fine. At that point, you guys are even Stevens, and there's no more greed. So for Setsudo, it's range on the Tarantula up to 115 meters, range on the Mustangs up to 135, and we know this guy is getting hard countered by the Phoenix at this stage, but that's not necessarily indefinite. He may be able to level himself up here, and but at any rate, the pull is still really, really valuable. This is something, for example, Till could fix with the little cast mobile beacon. If Till clicked on this pack of Mustangs, but not this guy, he could change their orientation. Take a tiny little mobile beacon, point it this way, and then remove that mobile beacon. All these units will have changed their facing. They would lock onto these guys up here instead of the units in the corner. So Toast says, in one of my 2v2 games today, I had a single mobile beacon ER heavy target steel ball that I was beaconing all over the place, just ripping giants and towers down in drive-bys all over the map. Even sent it by my catty corner positioned opponent once. Oi. Hello, Baller. You had a time zone change, didn't you? I bet you had a time change. Yes. Time change changes your local time zone. It does not change the time of the tourney. So, tourney still happens at the normal time. And we'll be reminding people of that all day, but it is not in time for those of you who have already missed a tourney. So, yeah. Setsudo says, I don't know how to play tarantulas. I didn't want to be watched in this game, and has turned around and won a couple of rounds in a row here, Till down to 2600. We get a unit reinforcement drop, including steel balls and wraith. Oh, you had the mobile module. Yes, the redeployment module that lets you place the unit wherever you want. So you could just drop that set of steel balls anywhere on the map and mobile beacon it. That's fun. That is really fun. and almost impossible to defend against, right? Opponent has to defend almost every angle. That's why I've said that's the thing I don't want to see in Rat's hands if I'm a player. It would just be devastating. Speaking of skill mobile beacons, here you have one, and we're going to talk about this a little bit. Sudo makes a small error. You do not want the mobile beacon to actually include the tower. You want to come right to about here, and then let that mobile beacon go on past, so that you get the drive-by effect. You don't want it will stop as soon as there's something in the way, and if there's not something in the way, it would keep moving. So you want it to get as close to the tower as you can without actually including the tower within your mobile beacon. Obviously, that's not true if you're a Rhino. You want the Rhino to run right into it because, the Rhino doesn't stop until it's on 0. But when you've got units like this that are, you're depending on the air, and Sudo adds to that play. So this was the drop. Adds to that play with a pull. Has the crawlers still running through, and maybe the idea was the steel balls might stop, but the crawlers will keep going. Didn't have any chaff clear accompanying them. Needed like a Mustang or something to accompany this pack to clear out the chaff, and it is going to get stopped. So super close. Great idea. I love the idea. The execution needed a chaff clear and a different mobile beacon. Haste module for Sudo. When you're in the aggro position, the extra 5 meters per second can help a ton. In particular on units that are normally slow. Hello, Tarantula. So if you wanted, for example, a Tarantula to keep up with this guy to be the chaff clear, you throw the haste module down on that, and it'll keep up with this fellow. Sudo goes for the opposite idea. I'm going to use the haste module to let this pack of Mustangs cover the ground to get involved in the fight really quickly. That is another really good use of it, to be clear. I love putting a haste module on my flank screen units. They will clean up the flank quicker if it happens, and get involved in the regular fight in a much more timely fashion. Plus, once they get to the regular fight, they're doing extra damage. Of course, you are giving up a little bit of DPS during their transit time, but you're giving up less, because they're in the fight quicker. Once they're in the fight, they tend to stay perfectly engaged because they move their full. They move super fast. Okay, defense for Till is going to include a Mustang production line Vulcan. It's level 2 here. Leveled that tower up to level 2. Is missiling out over here. And Sudo has not actually fixed the chaff clear problem that he had, and has repeated the same mobile beacon, but adds a chaff down here to protect against the Phoenix. Defender's Phoenix are now level 2 and charged shot. They have 135 meter range. They are way outranged by Sudo's Phoenix. As long as Sudo clears chaff, his Phoenix should improve Phoenix with extra range. Should be dominant over the charged shot short range beasts. And there wasn't enough chaff clear in the corner, so the chaff gets in for Sudo. It's not quite finished. That shield has been critical play for Till. Shield does come down. Now you've got range advantage for these improved Phoenix. And obviously improved Phoenix versus even charged shot regular Phoenix. Those improved Phoenix get the win. Level 1 regular Phoenix takes out level 2 charged shot Phoenix. It just does not have the hit points. Ion Beam for Till. He's down to 1669 to 1420. So you've got, if you're a fan of numbers, you've got 69 and 420 on the board at the moment. There you go. Till rebuys the 2 shields. This one in particular did so much work that last round. What are the key buys you guys could do? Both taking their mobile beacons pretty quickly. I don't know what this is supposed to hit, Sudo. These guys don't stay still. They won't be there. These guys won't be there. I don't think you're even hitting this one. I think this might be one of the complete whiff ion beams. Would love to see that do something more like start here, so that these guys are walking into it, and run right out over the storms in the Vulcan. If you wanted to pin these guys in place, you need to do something like run crawlers down at them. There is a Phoenix on this flank. We're going to waste a lot of time summoning that in. That's a 10 seconds at a critical moment of this match. And with opponent missiling out the chaff, the Phoenix goes down before it's summoned all the way in. And you can see what I mean. This ion beam just missing, right? There's that opposite direction would be going through storms and going through Vulcans right now. So really painful. However, I think temp range, yeah. So Sejsudo took temp range on tower, and that made sure that the Till's ion beam, which was supposed to go through all of these Phoenix, did not. So he counterplayed the ion beam very nicely. Just didn't place it very well. And unfortunately, the improved Phoenix are stuck on the storms. That'll be a round win for Till. I think Sejsudo might have won that game on that round if he places that ion beam just a little bit better. That's the piece that has stood out as key in this match to me. Between the two of them, obviously Sejsudo's play has been really good to get to this point. Till being the much higher rated player. Till takes the 3 level 2 sledges. Sejsudo, what's your finish? We've gone War Factory. There it is, folks. Sejsudo's finish is the War Factory. It's coming straight into the Vulcans. Remember, if this thing makes Phoenix... Oh, it does not have Make Phoenix on the board. If this one made Phoenix, it would be making Improved Phoenix. Alright? So, it's one of the reasons to run Improved... run Phoenix production on your War Factory. Is, if you get Improved Sledge, Improved Steel Ball, Improved Phoenix, the War Factory makes the improved version of all of those. And, yeah, that can be game-breaking. In this case, if Sejsudo could only make Improved Phoenix, it would be, I think, all over. That would be terrifying. Goodness. Now I want to play just that. I want to play full production War Factory, doing nothing but making improved units. And, oh, look at this read. Sejsudo correctly identifying where the oil's going to be, dodging around it. The oil was either going to be defending this push or defending this, depending on what opponent was in. It is charged shot birds, but the big birds are Sejsudo's Improved Phoenix, not Till's. They are charged shot, though, so that could be pretty painful. Yeah, they are getting destroyed. And so are the 4 Mustangs on the left that ran into the fire. There is nothing left for Sejsudo. Despite lone range and speed, it is all over, folks. Till pressed hard. Pressed hard by Sejsudo. Well played. But Till closes it out in the end. Super close. And, for Sejsudo at 1750 MMR, to push Till, who's almost 2100, that hard, that is a really, really good game. Well done. I do think that the mobile beacon, the ion beam on round 8, which Till did not play around particularly, could have been game-breaking for Sejsudo. He defended it well, he just didn't execute on the offensive side. So, oil and fire is cheating, says Sejsudo. It's true. It's true. But very solid round nonetheless. Very well done. Forgot about charged shot shortening the ion. Oh, so the ion was supposed to hit ranged Phoenix that would have fought from that same place, but he had taken the charged shot the round before, so you kind of need to, like, if you clicked on the unit, you'd have seen the range, but because it does draw that range for you. Interesting. War crimes solve everything. Hey, they were close. They were close. Well, congrats to Till. He's through to round 2. And it looks like we've had a fair selection of our matches end. So we can tell you that Woot has won. And Apucci was not, in fact, knocked out by Old Man Can Win. B-Man recovering some honor for the 201 with a round 1 win. Math is Might, Mater Peters, Rio Grande upsets HD Susauer. And Toyo upsets Flicks. Nicely done, you two. Dachshund and Illuminati threw theirs. Dachshund looks like he had the easier time of it. Kebab Sniffer, Geiger Chad, Testosterone, Fanatics, Ferginant, Mazakots all getting the wins. Zeal beats Exasperated Cultist. Jay shoots Shadoff and Kapals with wins. We've got a couple still going. I do expect Zemp is probably in control of this one. Let's step in and see if Play Archer... Nope. Play Archer finished off Sven. Zemp finished off Odds. This is not Red Hair. Who is this? Where is Google Lens? I need Google Lens. One moment. Yes. Please with the translate, not the search. No, not homework. It's high quality. High quality beat Teleportex. Till Oversad Pseudo. Rooster beats Howlub. Zetterburn. Saracha, Steelsane, the other winners. Can't stick around? Oh no. Well, can always catch it on VOD. And my intention is to get these all up to YouTube. It has not always been happening, but it's on the list of things to do. A Rally Roofheart, Reach, Master all get wins. Shrug loses to Morichika Ayame. Eisenschattel, Faultier McBeer at Bachzuballern. Wait a minute. Gets the win over Skip to Skip. VDI Fedez, Sand Hunter, El Loco, Random Badger, Lunagazer, Sledge Hamster, all with the wins. Ice Cube, Cypher Shot, L, Rook, Roxas, Taumahu, The Unconscious, Professor Chaos, Spartan, with wins. Aztap had the no ready up opponent. Einhornpuder, Zetario, Antarix, Sportlick, with wins. ENS over a non-ready up, and Ice Weasel beats Fearless at the bottom of the day. So, that puts us to... There's still 2 matches in progress, but of course this will be your top 10. We already know that. High Quality and B Station Shark Rookie are your Asian names that are still alive. Along with, this was the Ayami, right? Morichika Ayami. Okay. And Ice Cube. All right, that is going to give us... Toyo has abandoned. We've got 2 in progress. So we should finish up with 58 unbeaten. In just a minute. If you haven't played one of these before, or if you are new to the game, welcome in. Here's the rules. Pretty simple. Multiple rounds are played. Every round is plus 1 point for the winner, plus 0 points for the loser. So, you know, points are basically wins. I don't know why we needed points, but minor points are the sum total of the points of your opponents. So Woot has 0 minor points because Lex lost to Woot in round 1, and Lex therefore has 0 points, so Woot has 0 points. If you go down, it's not who you beat, it's everybody you've played. So HD Susauer lost to Rio Grande, therefore we know Rio Grande has 1 point from beating HD Susauer, and that gives HD Susauer 1 minor point. All right, let's go. So obviously in round 1, it's a whole bunch of 0 and 1s or 1 and 0s, so everybody has 0 minor point or 1 minor point. They split up a lot more in round 3. So, you know, with the round 2 results, I guess I should say. We always have 1 or 2 long matches like we are currently having, where Zetterburn did beat Bobbler. So this Peace Style versus Sparty is going long. Somebody there presumably is running a small unit comp with a whole bunch of Arclights or a whole bunch of Marksmen, so they're not doing a ton of hit point damage on the bar. Hit point damage on the bar being related to the cost of the units you are purchasing that survive the round. So let us collect that. back to our tournament page. This morning in the Asian tournament, our rookie group 1 went to Scarlet. Congrats. Yes, you look very, very happy. Congratulations, Scarlet. Intermediate group went to Jan. Congratulations. And our advanced group 1 was won by Math is Might, with Pantsuman and Steelsane second and third respectively. Of course, this tournament was missing most of the top 201 players who were in the MAG1. Sajsuda says, I made 7th this morning. Yeah, there you are. Very nice. It recovered to 7th after losing the first 2 rounds, too. That is very nice. Well done. In part, he's getting a ton of minor points. We just talked about how those work. So Sajsuda loses round 1, but gets 7 minor points from Math is Might, going 7-0. So that is 7 of his 23 here, which puts him breaking ties against all the other 5 and 2s, which is why he winds up in 7th place compared to others. So nicely done. Well played. Math is Might, of course, your champion, and is in this tournament as well. Does not make him the tournament of this champion yet, or champion of this tournament. We've got 3 groups as well. So here is the standings in going into round 2. We've got a intermediate group 1 is resting between rounds. So there are their standings, and ours, of course. Where are we? Also resting between rounds with our 58 unbeaten. Bimsy says, Sajsudo did crush me this morning. Yeah, very nice. Lumilela says, yeah, it's been mentioned before, but losing your first game against the tournament's winner works out well in minor points. Exactly. I mean, yeah, lose your first game against the winner, the eventual winner, and then go on to win the rest of your games, and you generally going to do very well. Of course, you're conceding, so you scored 7 minor points from him, but only 6 of those are from his later victories, right? And you conceded 6 by playing against people who hadn't won, right? So people had to have a loss before they could face you. Yeah. Anyways. To come in 7th, though, with a bye on your schedule, that is pretty darn impressive. Because, he could have had additional minor points from whatever that was. We will be in to our next match in just a moment. Stay with us. We'll put up minor points for that as soon as we pick it. I'm thinking of seeing who Rooster and Mater Peters are playing. Maybe Math is Might as the defending Asia champion. We'll see if they have a decent match. Woot against HD Susauer is probably the match of this round in the spoiler role. Yeah, let's take the HD Susauer spoiler match. Oh, sure thing. I can answer that question for you too, Toast. When you have let's see. Not Sparty. Not Sparty. I meant. Shoot. Other S. Other S. One moment, please. I am completely drawing a blank right now. Streamer that starts with an S. Anyone? Anyone? Help? Oh dear. Let me get the channel points up for you. channel point predictions are up for this. Not Sacco. Organized the Dev Pro tournament. Now it's like a trivia question. At any rate, Zach and that caster have decided to do a Plays of the Month tournament. Welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament European number 78. You have Woot, near side, boat specialist with a Typhoon specialist pack. He's masquerading as a Typhoon specialist, but we all know he's a boat specialist, has his arc lights and sledgehammers. HD Susauer, the highest ranked loser from round 1, coming off of a 5th place in the Elite Asian Region Tournament. This was the very first Elite tournament, so he took 5th place in that. Obviously a very, very good player. Happens to have lost his round 1 happens to have lost his round 1 match, so that makes him the top top player here, who has lost 1 round, right? Near side, you've got Woot will be coming out aggro. He always comes out aggro. He always attacks the left side. HD Susauer knows he always attacks the left side, so he's setting up to defend the left side as well. Marksman specialist, he'll get his marksman next round, but he basically knew this was where this was going to be. He's got his balls on that side. The arc lights will come over and try to help chaff clear as well. And unfortunately, this one got stuck on a first tank. That's, unfortunate. He's also going to have about half a pack of crawlers going straight in on tower, so with any luck, we'll get a round win by debuff for HD Susauer. So the answer to the trivia question from earlier was Stony. Stony and Zach are the ones that are going to be putting together a Plays of the Week. And so if you have something that is, this particular week they wanted to do good mobile beacon or spell plays, so there should be lots of, this is the spot that I played the perfect nuke, or that sort of thing. You just call out the round that you want them to pay attention to in particular. But, if you had the perfect mobile beacon, you had the perfect perfectly played call-in to just destroy your opponent, you can submit those to Stony and Zach. They are looking for them to put together a Plays of the Week style video. Get your content featured. Woot has added the crawlers on the back left, had the drop, took the 2 level 2 marksmen on the drop. I'm kind of surprised that HD Susauer did not take the drop marksman. It seems like it would have been a natural pick for somebody who's a marksman specialist anyways. And you know that Woot likes boats, so you kind of want to have a marksman to handle the boats. Now, HD Susauer did not take a look at the board and say, hey, I'm going to be running into Woot and I'm going to change my marksman techs to have some anti-air. So maybe that's why he didn't take the marksman drop. He's looking at this going, well, these are, I have good marksman techs, but they're not specifically anti-air. I'm not going to necessarily count on marksman beating boats. And we know Woot does the jump driving all over the board style. So Woot brings in the Typhoon. He is from his specialist right now. Additional deployment slot this early, very, very good for him. Efficient tech research taken for HD Susauer, and the haste module for Woot. So that can go on whatever his outside boat is. In this case, oh my, going for a flank haste Typhoon. Flank haste module Typhoon. And of course, you're looking at this going, well, it's just a crawler. Maybe I just answer it with my own crawler or whatever. You're not really expecting the 400 investment of a haste module Typhoon out there, especially if you're here looking at this kind of attack. You might be thinking, well, maybe he attacks me here. Maybe he reinforces this side and tries to get me more committed to it. HD Susauer took his tower oil, drops the oil in front of Woot's main push, so he'll have this on round 3, and then again on round 7. The cooldown, you need to count the current round +1, plus your cooldown to figure out when you're going to get it back. So round 3 +3, it is unavailable through the end of round 6, if it was used on round 3. Way to think of that. Available again on 7. Oil does stay for 2 rounds, Frostfall. It will go away if lit on fire, and then the fact that it gets lit on fire, as Time for Miracle was explaining earlier, it has a longer duration flame than any other source of fire in the game, so it'll last about 45 seconds. That's almost half a round if it gets lit on fire. So if you're being bothered by it, if your units are the ones being stuck in it, you want to manage to light it on fire right at the end of the round so that you don't lose all your chaff to it. Deep into the round maybe. And if you're if you're counting on destroying your enemy's chaff by lighting it on fire, you just light it on fire right at the start of the round. It'll be good. It'll be on fire for a good long time. You don't have to worry about the blade arrivals. Everybody will burn. In fact, you might burn your opponent so sufficiently well that you also burn your own chaff. HD Susauer has sold out of one of the steel balls, but levels this one and puts a absorption module on it. So last round, I think it was pulled out here and then wound up working on level 2 sledges. And that 4,600 hit points. Hit point shots with the marksman, pretty brutal. But this thing now has an additional 30% hit points and converts 90% of the damage dealt to hit points. Last round it only did 5,600 because it was getting killed so quickly. We'll see if this is any better. Note, of course, anything that's going to do a ton of damage is a good choice for it. Like this Typhoon, if getting into trouble where it might take some damage, but also deal some damage, would be a great choice to have it. This flank, the quickest answer to it would be a Rhino with Whirlwind that will handle both of the crawlers and then the Typhoon, and gets through the crawlers quickly enough to get to the Typhoon. Other possibilities would include like missile this guy out, have a crawler, have a Phoenix, and then maybe your crawler and your Phoenix. Like if you can convince opponent to sell out of it, maybe your crawler and your Phoenix are still more useful late game than the Rhino that you might not want for any other purpose. Missile here to take out the pack of sledges. Now HD Susauer will have looked at that and said this pack is really close to leveling. I can KO the pack before it gets any XP to make sure it doesn't level. I wonder if HD Susauer thought that this was going to be not present, possibly sold out of because he was expecting it to get countered. He did level that tower, so it's going to be kept busy for a long time. Maybe he thought just the storms were going to handle it. Storms get eaten by the crawlers, so eventually that tower will go down. Doesn't seem like it was going to matter much. I think Woot had won the round already. So Woot at 44.56, HD Susauer in the spoiler roll, down to 31.18. HD Susauer with that early skip here. Woot takes the photon emission. Obviously, with the 3-round cooldown, That'll be out through round 8. It'll be back on round 9. And that can be huge, right? This is one of the things you definitely want to be thinking about. Like, what rounds do I think are going to be decisive? Round 7, round 8, round 9 can all be decisive. So if you're getting a spell and it comes back in those rounds, it can be really helpful. So here he's going to photon up the entirety of the board and arms his Typhoons with shield, protecting this pack of sledges. Remember I said they must be really close to leveling for HD Susauer to have wanted to spend the missile on them. They were at 763 out of 800, and that is why it was worth spending 50 to deny them the level, or at least a round. And that's exactly what HD Susauer did last round. So Woot is protecting against that, actually trying to get a level into these guys. HD Susauer has sold out of that pack of level 2 steel balls that was back here, and replaced it with a pair of melting points with range. The melting point on the far outside has absorption module, so as long as it can get enough chaff clear to not be focusing on crawlers, thank you, it will actually be very useful. And in theory it should be useful both against the Typhoons and against the boats later that he expects. So this is his first part of his defense against what we're expecting Woot to run. Of course, here is the problem. It is now stuck on crawlers, and towers are both down, and HD Susauer is down half his hit points. He's at 1748. He might be defending against the boats, but boats are not appearing. Woot takes enhancement module. That'll play very nicely in the boats, but again, we don't have the boats yet. We're going to level a sledge. I expect it to get stonked. There you go. We'll level the other sledge. This is basically converting experience into money. Convert your XP gain on units you don't want to level to cash that you can use to tech the units you do want leveled. Now, Woot went for elite recruiting, not 1 but 2 Typhoons. So we talked, Time for Miracle in particular mentioned this in the MAG1 cast today, that the Typhoon is a unit it's worth elite recruiting, so is Fort, if you're going to get into these kind of heavy-duty fights with them. Because, of course, they're so stat-based, right? They shoot every 0.2 of a second, getting them up to doing 176 hit point damage instead of the 88 that this level 1 is doing is huge. And then both of these techs scale with level. So the barrier would have been 8,000 hit points per, 16,000 per pack. Instead, it's double that, so 16,000 per Typhoon, 32,000 per pack. And the homing missiles, instead of doing 675 damage times 4, are going to be doing 1350 times 4. Of course, that's not going to matter here, but it will matter as soon as you're hitting larger units. One tapping a storm, doing real damage to a giant. And HD Susauer's answer is 2 more melters and energy diffraction. One of these melters now has the the haste module on it, so it should be faster. They don't heal, but they've cleared the chaff finally. Remember how this guy got stuck on chaff? Not this time. We're still clearing chaff. We're using melting points to clear crawlers, guys. You heard it here first. That is the efficient way to do it. But when you have a absorption module on it, all 5 beams convert into healing. This thing was all but unkillable last round. Yes, you are a good boy. Well done. Level 6 Rhino for Woot. I'm sorry, for HD Susauer. What are you taking if you are Woot? Sandworm can pop up and down to break locks. That can be helpful. Yeah, I love that HD Susauer just completely ignored the chaff clear solution that 3 fire badgers dropping fire on the ground would have been. Nah, I'm fine. I don't need that. I will, however, tech some flames for my storms to get rid of some of this chaff and put some oil on the ground. Fine, that's my concession. Just please put the oil right here. Here come the boats. So, Woot. Down to 4,100 adds the boats, adds the chin gun. This was the chin gun, if you don't know, is the affectionate name for the Overlord artillery. It looks like a little chin beard. Shoots down off the little front of the boat. So. And the real key to that round is not using melting points to counter crawlers. It's that this particular melting point healed itself for 150,000 damage, despite having only 35,000 hit points. So it could have been killed 5 times over, and was not. So that is one of the ways to use a melter: energy diffraction, energy absorption, and range, to turn them into essentially self-healing killing machines. And that is kind of what we're getting here. This guy's job is to soften up all the chaff. This guy's job will be to deal real damage to real units, and then this guy's job will be to be the unkillable last line of defense. So you see, we're doing real damage, doing lots of real damage. Okay, this guy did die, but he did all the real damage that was needed. We didn't even get to the unkillable last line of defense. 2908 left for Woot, 1748 for HD Susauer. How fast do Melter raise scale damage actually? So my understanding is that it is every tick that they do damage, they increase damage based on their base damage. So it's a linear acceleration, if that makes sense. Not an exponential acceleration, and it is capped at their X times their level, and I think it's I recall it being something close to their actual hit point value, so it's around 30,000. And of course, since you're on energy diffraction, that'll be divided by 6. So it'll be 6,000 DPS per ray, I think, or maybe 5,000 DPS per ray for those guys. Yes. But again, it takes it so long to get all the way up to that. It's to get all the way up to max. But you can actually get to the point where you have something that out-heals a melting point's max damage. Which is particularly funny when you get it. For example, a leveled elite launcher overload fort with an item on it is ridiculous. It does look exponential rather than linear. That's because what you're seeing is the linear effect. This is accelerating because the rate of drain has been increased. Right, so the rate of drain keeps increasing. I mean, you could do the math and figure it out exactly, I'm sure. Has the wiki done that? We should check that out. Well, there you go. A Woot with the win. Just enough boats. Build more boats. That is the Woot way. Build more boats. The answer to 6 multi-beam melters. I do think HD Susauer's hope of getting out of this alive was energy absorption across the board, not just on the one melter. He never did take it. And Woot beats the spoiler. HD Susauer will go from an 0-2 start, but as we've seen from earlier in the day, you can go 0-2 and still finish top 10, top 7 even. Around the rest of the board, Steel Sane beat ENS, Saracha beat Antarix, Zetterburn over Einhornpuder, Rooster beats Spartan. I think this is high quality, beats the Unconscious, Illuminati, Hawk in Space, Kebab Sniffer, the favorites all winning here. Shadoff looks like he's in control. you get to these kind of closer matches here. You had a not readied up from Ferdinand. Sparty with a win. Rally Rupert, Rio Grande get their W's. HR Geiger Chad beat Eisenstadel. We've got a couple of games still ongoing, but Testosterone beat Random Badger. Kapal's over Sledgehamster. Zemp over Cypher Shot. Play Archer is beating Rook. Dachshund beat Tahamahu. Till is in command against Professor Chaos. Miter Peters beating Aztap. Math is Might, your Asia champion, gets the win over Zatario. B-Man beat Sportlick. And Apucci, who had that masterful 5-game winning streak in MAG1 today to win the title for the 501, gets a W against Iceweasel. So that is our unbeatens. Let's see if there's an interesting match to jump into. Who do you think? What constitutes an interesting match here? Zeal did beat Fedez. Oh, we'll jump into J Shoots. Speaking more to the melting points, the Mechabellum wiki does not specify exactly how the how it works. It says it takes 36 seconds to deal a total of 1 million damage, which is 5 seconds longer than a fully charged laser would take, showing that the build-up to max DPS requires more than 5 seconds. As a rule of thumb, the authors concluded that it takes about 4 seconds for the laser to deal its first instance of maximum damage, and 2 seconds for the next. So perhaps it is a doubling every tick. That would explain the difference between first instance of max damage and the second instance of max damage. And after that, every maximum damage is applied each subsequent instance of damage, so every 0.2 of a second. It also is, obviously it's an old and out-of-date piece, but because it's talking about the unit having only 30,000 hit points, so this was 30,900 at the time, and it says that the maximum attack is 7952, which is a maximum DPS of 39,760. I believe that has been detuned quite substantially. I believe that's a lot closer to 30,000 max DPS instead of 39,000 max DPS. But it remains, of course, the bane of all high hit point units, as described. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a Mechabellum wiki. There it is. It's pretty old. It is pretty old. Why couldn't high school math use Mechabellum melters as a textbook example? They really should be. They really should be. The rate it increases at increases, if that makes sense. Yes, I think that's the correct way to describe it. Damage per tick wise, we'd have to use this. Frostwall wanted to know what just happened. The boats were able to punch through once they had the right side tower debuffed. The right side tower collapsed. The whole rest of the board collapsed kind of in succession as they take additional damage, right? If you're not really familiar with the game super much, you take an additional 50% damage while doing 10% of the damage. So you're taking 150% damage. You are dealing out 10% damage during tower debuff. And when HD Susaurus tower went down, it went down hard. There's a couple of different discords floating around SC's Arc. There's the official Mechabellum one. There is the Mechabellum English language Mechabellum Guild one. Then obviously, discords like Roosters, etc., are very focused on it. I think there's a high-end 501 players one. There's a professional players one. So it's like there's a whole bunch of discords focused on it. Figure out which one you do want to get into, and the There is one linked here. The community Discord is just the official Mechabellum one. Click on that, you get yourself invited. So you can get started from there and run into some folks who know where else to go. No, units are fully back to normal once the tower debuff ends. And you think there was an actual graph showing the full melting point and steel ball damage ranges on Discord. That would be great. It would be nice, yes. Yeah, did I explain it? I think I explained it as the damage increases per tick. The damage increases per tick by the original damage, I believe, is the way that one's supposed to work. So, yeah, it's crazy. But that isn't strictly exponential because it's not multiplicative, right? Like, the multiplicative would be the damage increase, the damage dealt increases by the logarithmic is the word, right? Anyway. So there's the wiki page link for those that wanted to know. Like, log might actually be what it's actually doing. It's like log 1, natural log would be square root of 2, right? So times 1.4 might actually be correct. Be interesting to math it out and figure it out. Yeah, natural log is the log to the base of e. So, yeah, Euler's number. All right, congrats to those that picked Woot as your winner. You guys paid out about 1.3 to 1. We're bringing up repressed memories. Oh no. Sorry, my bad. Quick, eat some Halloween candy and pretend to be a kid again. Oh god, there is no escaping it. Regarding calc, I actually failed calc the first time out, not because I didn't understand the calculus, but because I didn't remember all of the trig identities well enough to pull out the relevant trig identities during a test. So, like, you'd get to the point where it's like, okay, you've completely solved this, but you get to the point where the trig identity is not solvable or differentiable or whatever it is you need to do. It's not integral. Yeah, it can't be integrated, can't be deintegrated, however you want to say it. And like, you just need to know that sine 2 theta equals 2 sine theta cosine theta. Just have to know that cold. And yes, I wasn't allowed to use any of those, so I literally failed the first time out and then spent the summer boning up on trig identities. I just literally sat there and memorized them all, showed up and had calc as an easy class, because I had understood all of the material well enough. I just hadn't known the identities. All right, let's see if we have any good matchups for round 3. What are the good matchups? Oh, Math is Might against Woot. Might be the best out there. I don't like to show somebody back-to-back. I prefer not to give people that much screen time, but that's a pretty solid match. Maybe we'll do Saracha against High Quality instead. Yes, it's all the derivatives of the various trig inverse trig functions. Yeah, there was just so much memorization, right? Like, nice, Toast. Toast submitting replays. Yay, let's go. Channel point predictions is up for High Quality versus Saracha. Trying to remember if High Quality is a recognizable avatar. If that is, I don't think that's red hair. We'll see in a moment. I don't think this is red hair. Red hair is, I have in mind, has more of a D shape on the end of it. Saracha will take a Quick Supply Specialist with Arclight and Stormcaller. I love this pack, by the way. It is great. And High Quality was your second runner, or was the runner-up in Advanced Group 2 in the Mini Tournament Asia this week. Not a recognizable player, but on the up, perhaps. We'll see how they do. Speed Specialist with Crawler and Sledgehammer coming up against Saracha, who is, of course, one of the greats. And Toast says, Cuteness Specialist is always a good pack. I completely agree for Saracha. It was my most played specialist this week, this season, and of course, I have to joke, my most strongest defeated opponent this season is Alpha Titan, so proud of that. Unfortunately, it was not Alpha Titan Sledges and Cuteness Specialist, it was Alpha Titan Fortress and Cuteness Specialist. Right, High Quality with the classic added a pair of arc lights, and also with the classic put the arc lights where they would get targeted by the first volley, even though the first volley is technically aiming at the crawlers, but Saracha put the volley vertical, which kind of guaranteed that they fired at units as they came in such a way that they managed to not quite kill the arc lights. You'll actually see, like, Sacco in the MAG1 tournament was wound up with twice having arc lights basically get deleted on rip of round 1 due to their initial positioning. Alright, I think this arc light can handle the one crawler, not the tanks. Yep. So, High Quality wins round 1. 4,400 hit points for them, 4376 for Saracha. Saracha takes a Phoenix super quickly. Steel Ball, Sabretooth, and Wasp also on offer. I do like Phoenix in Standard. Phoenix with range. I love it for Saracha. This board just feels like... It feels like me. It feels like home. Let's go. High Quality takes the Wasps. If you're going to do it against somebody who's building this kind of standard board, you do need to do it before they've got those, like, fangs behind tower that'll survive the early exchanges and still be alive to deal real damage. High Quality is also selling out of the sledges already. I did not want sledges. That was not my play. Certainly not into this board. So selling the sledges, trying to transition to something a little bit more standard, and trying to use the wasps as a tempo play to guarantee that they're not going to lose as much. Okay, well, I thought they were just going to take the wasp drop as a tempo play. No, they're committing to the wasps. We'll go 2 wasps. So at that point, it's I'm trying to bait Mustangs, and I have a longer-term plan for what I'm going to do with Mustangs, which you will see a lot out of somebody who might be, giant specialist and might want to go into Vulcans, war crimes, that sort of thing. You can also see it out of somebody who is throwing down a lot of Stormcallers. I'm going to give you the Storms, which you might want to anti-missile, and I'm going to give you Wasps, which might make you want to not anti-missile. Here, the defense to the Wasps is the 2 Phoenix, and that is going to be enough on the left, not enough on the right. And tower debuff on the right side for High Quality. Gets 1 more Phoenix, but not the other one. And Phoenix gets to clean up, so Sericha avoids losing the round. It's going to do 100 hit points damage. It'll be 4,300 to 4,376. Go to round 3. Nice job, Phoenix. Yes, you deserve your spotlight. It was like a cat, really. You're going to pay attention to me? I will turn around and face away. You can look at my butt. Okay, we have a laser sight for High Quality's Wasps and laser sight for Sericha's Phoenix. And the second sledge is sold already. So High Quality's got 850 to spend. Took the level in it because he was planning on selling it, so it's just like a, might as well have it on the board for the extra hit points, the extra damage dealt, the extra DPS, and is in fact going to the Stormcallers, putting the Storms way forward, like that mid-aggro forward position. So this is, I think, anticipating a Mustang answer. If we're far enough forward, we can drop some of the, drop fire far enough forward that the Mustangs might have to run into it to get to the Wasps, even if you get to my Storms before other people might. Also took, I think that was tower attack, sure. And Sericha, just kind of cagey little shield here. Like, let me make sure my ground game does not get chewed up by the Wasps. If the Wasps are stuck on that, they won't be, they'll get stuck on the shield. If they don't have enough to shield break, I will handle them with my Phoenix. But Phoenix are outside of the shield, and they got targeted first, so will the late arriving fangs be enough? Does not look like it. The Storms get the job done for High Quality. Round 3 goes to blue and the blue Wasps. Sericha is down to 3940. Incendiary taken quickly for both players. Actually, I'm sorry. Incendiary for Sericha, Orbital for High Quality. The Orbital will come back on round 9. The Incendiary will come back on round 8, so if that's a consideration. If you're thinking of tempoing your opponent out, Incendiary is definitely the right call. If you're imagining this is a long-term standard v standard, then Orbital is the right play. For High Quality, the Mobile Beacon is escaping the Orbital bombardment that he expects on top of the Wasp, having picked the unit that would have been best against him, while that he felt would be best against him. He's also shielded up the Storms, and so this should do well enough. The way that a shield bubble is supposed to interact with Incendiary and Oil, this should block it completely. There has been, I think one of the bugs is if you're intersect with this outside edge of the shield, so I'm interested to see if this actually works. For Sericha, the answer to Wasps is going to be Wasps of his own. He would actually win a Wasp v Wasp air duel, since one tech available to high quality is ground specialization, and Saracha, instead of ground specialization, has elite marksman. Orbital bombardment is doing a lot of work. High quality gets the job done again, but again, those wasps had no techs on them for Saracha. So, alright so far. Overlord spamming more of them could be interesting for Seraph, but I don't know if he has the techs to run Overlord from standard. Instead, he's going to take the 4 level 2 marksman. That's probably the right choice for a standard v standard. Probably also what high quality should take. Take them, give them range. He might be thinking about Vulcan as his other possibility. I don't think Wraith is good for, or Overlord would be good for high quality into the Phoenix, so his choices should really be these two. The Saracha took a tech. I think that's probably on the marksman. We'll take a look out there. Nope. Nope. Did we just take levels? We just took levels. Oh, it was levels on the late fangs, because those wind up fighting the wasps. That's actually pretty clever there. Very clever. Very clever. You are running out of time. 30 seconds left when high quality takes the Wraith. So we're either going to see panic play, or we're going to see somebody who planned their whole move and just is clicking buttons. Right? So levels the crawlers, takes range on the wasps. He's going to commit into... There is the anti-air aerial specialization for Saracha's wasps. Range plus laser sight is going to give this guy 110 meter range. Without range, this guy's going to have 80. So the wasps will be outranged, but they are going to be good against the Wraith. But yeah, the level 2 marksman should just delete the Wraith. He's already got level 2 Phoenix. I'm not sure I understand the Wraith. I think that was just kind of a... I'm running out of time, I have to take something. Well, the Wraith protected the wasps on that side, so it could be a like Worm Wraith Wasp from standard sort of build. Wraith is doing lots of work. Gets the round done, and high quality drops Saracha to 2580. And there's another level on the worm, or on the wasp even. Goodness. Skip for Saracha when there was Mustang production and wasps are a problem is interesting. He doesn't have any giants though. He's not a giant specialist. And high quality takes the speed. Increase our closing rate to get some things done. I think he was planning on there being Mustangs on the board, and that's why these storm colors are looking a little bit odd. But I feel like the storms are actually doing work late. They are kind of some of his chaff clear. Hey, look, it is Wasp Worm Wraith from Standard. Now, in fact, we've even sold the Wraith. So, in theory, we were trying to bait aerial specialization off the marksman and transition to the worms, but we didn't actually get it. We got range on the marksman instead. So, it's Worm Wasp from Standard, 1 worm for each. And of course, the worms are committed to. We get the armor enhancement on them. So, worm and wasp on each side. And that worm should be far enough out in front of the ranged wasps to tank the wasps from Saracha. And he's, of course, noted that Saracha does not have ground specialization, so it's going to take a long time to churn through sandworms. The blocking 60 damage isn't great against wasps, but the extra hit points certainly is. These are some fast worms, aren't they? calm little 25 meters per second with temp speed from tower. So as long as I'm underground, I'm just zooming. No biggie. Now, of course, the other thing that's happening is the chaff clear gets locked on them, so we've got crawlers getting in on the back line. There's nothing back there. There's no late chaff clear happening. We get tower on the left. We're getting tower on the right. In fact, it was the crawlers, I think, that got the tower on the right. Maybe a couple of the wasps got it. Now it's looking comprehensive for high quality. Saracha down at 688 after just 6 rounds. Worm Wasp from standard, folks. Let's go. ER Phoenix plus charged shot. So we're going to try to have charged shot without giving away any range. That's what that does, essentially. Charged shot being plus 175% attack. Does not really care that you're also times 0.8. It's still plus lots. Love it. The wasps are up to level 5 on the right, level 4 on the left, and he does not have elite marksman available, so these aren't like hyperscale wasps, but they do have the ground spec or air spec if needed, depending which direction Saracha commits. Saracha goes for Ignite on the worms. Now, Ignite damage occurs, it says, 6% per second. It is actually 1.2% per 0.2 of a second. So it fires a whole bunch of times. But that means that armor can block Ignite damage. Because, if you were on a small enough unit, 1.2% of 600 hit points would be, 62, maybe 68 something hit points, right? So you could block 60 hit points of that. Of course, 1% of 80,000 is still, 800. I don't really care if you block 60 hit points of it, right? So it's not going to do anything to slow down. I mean, it's slowing down a tiny, tiny fraction of the Ignite damage that's being dealt here. Right, that is where it becomes important. SC Zark is on sledges, exactly what Toast said. So sledges, Ignite Fang into armored sledge of higher level is actually, decently high level is actually pretty problematic. So. There you go. High quality, getting it done. Rip Saracha. There is a fairly big upset, in my opinion. They're only 100 MMR apart on ladder, but that does mean Saracha should win 2 times out of 3. And high quality is through to round 3. Well done. Getting it done in 7 rounds. Worm Wasp with a cameo by the Wraith for a minute, but sold out of as soon as he saw that the marksman had been taken. And Saracha trying an Ignite Fang answer that just did not get it done. Needed something. So one of the keys to beating a wasp or beating a worm is to keep it on the surface. This board was not really doing that, and he hadn't even gotten into the replicate build that Void has popularized so much that it has made it over to the 501 or to the 201 with the replicate armor and strike on that bar. Congratulations to the 100% of you backed high quality in that one. I am suspicious. Why? What happened there? Let us see. Are any of these still close-ish? Let's we might step into Zetterburn. Sure, let's take a look at that one. We'll look at Zetterburn. Nope, that one has ended. So, B-Man beats Shadoff, Zetterburn beats Rio Grande, H.R. Geiger Chad upsets Dachshund. Oh, rip puppers. Rip puppers. Zemp over Azil, Faultier beats J Shoots, Gapals beat Rook, Steelsane is having a long but presumably successful game against Hawk in Space, Till beat Major Peters, that would have been a good matchup as well. We saw High Quality upset Saracha. Apucci did beat Kebab Sniffer by, 4 more hit points than he needed. Testosterone beat Luna Gazer. Fanatics over Rally Rupert. Mizakots beats Illuminati. Rooster over Sparty, and Woot beats the Asia tournament champion from earlier in the day, Math is Might. So we almost came into that one. That was a close game. Probably one worth watching on replays. If you're the kind of person that wants complete coverage of a tournament, you can jump into that one. That is our unbeatens, and we'll just stick with that for now. It's going to leave us with 14 unbeaten at the end of round 3. I think we might, we will have a 15th unbeaten when Steel Sand and Hawk in Space finish. I think they're, well, we can take a look at what they're doing, because ER Worm, extended range, it's just really big. Worm should have a tail out that you can shoot at. This was where it started. You can always shoot at the tail as well. Okay, Steel has disconnected. This match is over. We have joined it before it ended, somehow. But Steel has already left the scene. Hawk in Space is still studying the map. How did it get away from me? So we can see what Steel Sand is running. It's high explosive ammo on the Storms. It is ranged marksman. It is siege mode Scorpions. It is ranged arc lights. Yeah, it's Steel Sand winning a range war. Are you shocked? You guys are all very surprised. You guys are very surprised that Steel Sand is winning a range war. F is not F for stream, is it? Please tell me we are not F for stream. Get no drops. Yeah, okay. No, F for Steel Sand. Got it. I was like, wait, I thought we've put a lot in. We've taken, like Toast has given a fair amount of gift subs. We took some of the revenues from that and reinvested it in much better internet quality, including high frequency stuff that doesn't have as much congestion. It has shorter range, so it should be getting much better network connectivity. I don't think we've had any drops in weeks, so I really appreciate that. Obviously, I don't know if you guys know this, I basically take anything that you're giving it to us and reinvest it in the Steam. That's showing up in or stream. That's showing up as better quality audio. That's showing up as better quality artwork. That's showing up as better quality emojis. That is the plan. We're just trying to. Yes, it's showing up as better Nightbot commands for Baller. Wait a minute, that didn't cost me anything. No, that's not it. That's not one. We didn't invest anything in that one. Steel Sand did not win while DC'd. We joined that match after he had already left the scene. So we joined that match while it was while the players were seeing that final round play out. So he had left the scene, the Hawk in Space had not. So what I knew was Steel Sand had won. Like, my look at it, well, you guys were saying F, I was looking at it as, okay, Steel Sand has won, Hawk in Space is studying the board to see how he lost. What did I lose to? I'm going to wait, I'm not going to leave, I'm not going to rage quit, I'm going to sit here and study this board, kind of the way that Apucci does. Let me think about what were his best units, what could I have done differently? Right. Mr. Krieger, would you like, if you donate enough to get me a VTube avatar? Yes, we would do that. We could also do a better mic and possibly less earthquake noise. But it's been about a year of building the stream, and it's very close to the point where it's actually now providing outside of the stream itself. It's kind of closing in on that. Not quite there yet. I've been able to take some things like the funds that Paradox gave for casting that the Launch Clash tournament. I was able to say, like, that's actually going to be, I'm going to consider that like profit for the first time. So about it, but the rest of it goes back into the stream. Break even is on the horizon, I know. It's nice, but not quite there yet. He's close. Without you guys, I would never have made it this far, honestly. Like, it is... A pet might be neat. Like Grubby sometimes does with his goodest boy, Logan. Aw, pet cam. Yes, if I had a pet, we would do pet cam for sure. But we're not at the... Tell you what, if Stream is making enough profit that we can afford a pet, we will do it. That's the deal. If Stream wants to adopt a pet, Kiddo would be over the moon. Oh my god, you guys have no idea. Need Stream Cat sub goal. Exactly. Do we have a mock pet spider? Okay, wait. If I had cam. Okay, so if we had pet cam, I would actually show you what we have, which is kind of cool. It is kind of neat because Kiddo has loved cats and loved animals, and did a let's see, Kiddo did a long time ago picked a cat skeleton for one of the Halloween decorations. So we've got the skeletal cat, right? And over time, the skeletal cat has got things like every year something different happens. Like one year I had won, this is really random, but I won a raffle that for a werewolf game that had included a giant rat as one of the villains. Like it was kind of a neutral NPC villain sort of thing, if that makes sense. At any rate, I didn't win the game outright. My character had gone off and fought the rat, which was the moderators had intended the rat to be unkillable, and I was not able to actually kill it, but I was able to blow up the room it was in and collapse the cave around the rat and myself, and then get myself back out alive. I had a way to get myself out. So they were like, huh, you have buried the immortal rat. And then the raffle had been for a couple of different things. I won the raffle, and they included this giant rat thing. So it's like one year the cat is fighting this giant rat. This year the cat skeleton, like this rat is bigger than a cat. It's bigger than a real life cat. This giant black, evil looking rat statue. So like one year the rat and the cat were fighting, and this year the rat wasn't part of the display, but the cat has a tiny little white mouse in its mouth. So like that's your Halloween decorations. Like little, I got a mouse. What? Meow. And then Kiddo's been getting into taxidermy, right? So now they've got a real cat skull, and they're like, oh, yeah, this is the coolest thing. And taxidermist called yesterday. He was like, hey, yeah, I've got like a deer jaw that they could work on. It's not the full skull, but I'm not going to do anything with it. I don't want to do. I'm not doing mammals anymore. I primarily do birds. So if they wanted to start learning, if they're going to learn taxidermy, this is the way to start. Like, here's, you got to clean all the stuff off of it. It's kind of gross. Good luck. So that's where we are with pets at the moment. We had 5. Like, we had a huge dog. In fact, if you are in the Mechabellum Guild Discord, the very, very earliest photo in pet pictures is the pupper, late pupper, but you have to scroll a long way back to get to him. But can we there you guys go. Das the puppers. His name was Hancock. Oh, wait, let's make you bigger, sir. There we go. The bestest dog, and he and Kiddo were tremendous together. Just amazing. When Kiddo was barely walking, Doggo would walk around behind Kiddo and stand tall enough that those jowls would be dripping, like drooling down over Kiddo's hair. And, we'd be up at like Starbucks, and Kiddo had no fear, would walk right up to anybody, and Dog would be right behind them, and head looms over with this like, you got a problem with my kid, you got a problem with me, you understand? Okay. It's just amazing. So, what match do we have for you? We are into our next round. Let's goodbye, Hancock. We missed you, buddy. Bestest, goodest boy, indeed. We have coming right up B-Man against. Wait a minute. We have forgotten. I was looking at the dog. Dang it. B-Man against Steel Sane. There we go. That'll be our match. B-Man against Steel Sane. High quality is reward for beating Saracha is up against coming up against Apucci. Good luck, sir. That's a little rough for you, but well done on beating Saracha. And yes, in my heart, that dog is chasing rabbits somewhere. That was his favoritist thing, and presumably still guarding in some way, yes. Apucci is next on the list for high quality. Yeah, well, if he wins that one, we're probably going to have to come back and cast him again. So, this is round 4. So, round of 16. Although I think there's only 14. Welcome to round 4 of Weekend Tournament European, number 78. B-Man, captain of the 201, runners-up in the MAG1 competition earlier today. Giant Specialist, near side blue with Arclight and Stormcaller. Steel Sane, far side, Supply Specialist, Marksman, and Sledge. Of course, the Russian famous for playing the deep game, the long game. Possibly his most famous game is that 13-round epic against Zemp, where it was coming down to two or three marksmen on each side at the end of each round. But he is a multiple-time tournament winner. His style is so consistent that he has won 7 weekend tournaments, 2 Asia, 3 Europe, and 2 Americas. Has adjusted his sleep schedule for a little while because the Americas wasn't on the roster. So, here we are. We're going to see how this one goes. B-Man started out with the Arclights, added a couple of crawlers. Steel Sane, for whatever reason, Steel Sane loves his sledges. He's got full carry techs on them. You rarely ever see him get into full carry techs, but he's got them available. And Steel Sane makes those sledges work for round 1. 4460 for B-Man. Steel Sane's pack, of course, very low hit points. He's at 3,800. And your hope against him would be to try and tempo this out before the supplies. If you go 10 rounds, he's plus 500 supply, right? You don't want this. You don't want to let Steel Sane have the extra supply for 10 rounds. So you've got to be putting some tempo pressure on him early. And obviously he loves playing defense. He almost prefers playing defense to playing standard. But Giant Specialist for B-Man is not going to be putting that pressure on. Steel Sane took a extra sledge, so 3 sledges, 4 marksmen. Already the sledges will wind up with mech rage and range, I presume, as his chapter. You can see he's already clearing the chaff with the sledges. Everybody's like, yeah, sledges are not chaff clear. Well, yeah, about that. You just didn't commit to them. So here he is. We do have 1 sledge left. It's just going to die. The 3 storms for B-Man, enough to get the job done. Yes, good job, guys. Good job. Yes, how do you make sledges do anything other than feed XP to snipers? Pay attention to this game. Efficient Tech Research, the obvious choice for both of these. Steel wants this game to go long, so further economic advantage helps. And for B-Man, if he took this and Steel didn't, he'd be kind of back to par for Supply Specialist, assuming you're getting into taking one tech per round. Steel Sane takes his 2 Stormcallers. For B-Man, it's going to be high explosive ammo. Now, HE ammo plus a level out here, so this one is doing more damage than a level 1 Storm would. These guys are down, right? They're down 40%, so they do 0.6x. This guy, this is a 1.2% damage, 1.2x, 120% damage of a level 1 Storm. But the splash on those sledges should do great work, is what he's looking at. So Steel Sane doesn't have the chaff to protect the sledges yet. I expect the splash damage should be costly for him. And B-Man with the late arriving fangs, those are to tank the outside sledges, tank the Stormcaller volleys. So I think with the addition of HE, this round should go for B-Man. You can see that shots that would miss start hitting. Packs of Stormcallers are very vulnerable to. They're so clumped and they just take huge amounts of damage from it. And the increased damage from this guy, or the fact that there's 4 of them, 4 packs, enough to get through the other 2 packs of sledges. So SC Zart, I'm going to suggest if you wanted to play sledges from deep like this, the very first tech is going to be range. Everybody wants it to be mech rage because you want to do the reduced attack interval, but you actually want to do range first. And if you think about it, that's exactly the same as people do with an arc light, right? The very first thing you do on an arc light is take range to get it from 93 meters to 133. Your 95 meter sledgehammer gets out to 135, right? For Steel Sane, he takes the range on the marksman first. This is the mistake that it is easy to make. If you took range on the sledges first instead of your marksman or phoenix, you chance the enemy targeting the marksman instead of targeting the sledges. B-Man took the worms from standard with replicate. Those should have been good, but Steel Sane took the sabers. And one of the things we're going to get in this board, I expect, is the sabers getting out in front of the sledges and tanking for them, while the sledges have 135 meter range and the sabers have 95. That also draws the worms onto the saber able to kill it on the right side. Level 2 Storm did enough damage to the saber on the left that it gets through. We have a little replicate trying. One Storm surviving. Right. We have leveled the right side Storm as well for B-Man. And a third worm out. Worm takes a amp core. So we're making those worms harder to kill. This side, Steel Sane has a absorption mod. Casted too many Fuji games today. Steel Sane has an absorption module and goes for a double shot on the tanks right away. That double shot only cost him 50, and because of the efficient tech research, it's almost free, and it will delete the sandworms. The worms have armor, so they have 50% extra hit points. So you are definitely going to need that double shot now. And we didn't see range on the sledges yet. Instead, we're getting more late arriving chaff for Steel Sane. 3 fangs coming up the middle. And again, it's very similar to the way that Apuchi plays a very studied back of the row, backline chaff. And against a worm in particular, You need a steady drip arrival of chaff to keep it on the surface, force it to fight, or force it to be on the surface so that you can kill it. Yes, Blood, I did know that. HE storms clear sledges faster than non-HE storms. 7 times to 3 in your testing. It's beautiful. Farseered the drop for Steel Sane. We've got Fort, Vulcan, Farseer, Overlord. Lots of different things you could try for Steel Sane, Farseer, because he's playing this range war game, right? If you have full range techs on your fort, you can run them from standard. Yes, you don't want to let snipers get tons and tons of XP. So here's the problem for B-Man, not for Steel Sane, right? B-Man does not have a single target DPS right now. That's part of why the sabers are really good. That's part of why the sledges are really good. If he had a row of 4 marksmen back here that were farming levels off of this, it would be a lot better for him. But he's basically committing to the worm. Now it's a worm blender out here. We're going to commit to this strat and try to get the job done with it. And Steel Sane, maybe lucky, maybe good, places the Farseer on the same side as the Amp Core Worm. So kind of takes the predictable. For B-Man, it's 1 Vulcan. He took the 2 Vulcan drop, sold one of the Vulcans to put this one over here. And any other techs? We have, in fact, taken range on the sledges without taking range on the sabers. These sledges now actually outrange the Farseer. The Farseer will be out in front of them. But what you're going to see, right, is the sledges hang out behind the... you see how much we're getting out in front and deleting with our Sabertooth. Even this triple pack out here got deleted by Saber and Marksman. And it is just snowballing for Steel Sane. Orbital bombardment, we need that to take out the snipers, of course, and we're going to put it on top. I would probably have centered it here to try and make sure I was taking out both these snipers and all of the sledges. But here's the other thing, you know, a lot of people would have quit out at the 3 sledges. Steel Sane had taken 2 more last round, and one of those leveled. He's taken every sledge level he's been offered, so that's gotten one of them up to level 3. And he still hasn't taken Mech Rage, right? You're playing sledges from deep, from standard. Mech Rage is a late pickup, late game pickup. And only if opponent has gone to a big chaff board. So if opponent is throwing a ton of chaff, you know, 10, 11, 12 chaff at you, you're going to need Mech Rage for the chaff clear. If they are not, if they're only throwing this, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chaff, right? That's all he's throwing. These 5 packs of sledges more than enough to clear it. Now Steel Sane is adding anti-missile devices and shields to prevent the orbital from being super successful. And now it's also anti-missile on the sabers. Unlike a lot of units, anti-missile on saber does not prevent the main gun from firing in the direction you want it to. It's just bonus damage. Might as well shoot down some missiles. They're very ineffective at it, right? It's not a great anti-missile, but it doesn't matter. Just shoot down some of those missiles. The fewer that get through, the longer your units last, the better it is for you. Good enough. It doesn't have to be perfect to be an efficient add to your composition. And as long as we're keeping this right-sided Sabertooth alive, and we're doing pretty darn well. That right-sided Saber, of course, did not follow the darn worms. There, it deleted that one. It's like, nah, I'm going this way. I got my own missions. These are not improved worms, no. They are double-tacked and high hit point, and that is enough for them. They're actually triple-tacked now with Strike, Armor Enhancement, and Replicate. B-Man committing hard to the worm. Super heavy armor, exactly what B-Man needed. He'll put that on one of these, yeah. So now he's into a 4 leveled worms. 2 of them have items, triple-tacked. This has become dangerous to the point of deadly. And as you saw, he can mobile beacon it anywhere. When Void does this bit of play, it's usually coming from somewhere like here, here, or here, rather than committed outside. First, and that gets it into the fight a lot quicker, and second, that puts it on your, gives it the flexibility to attack whichever side you're weak on. Replicate on the worms. Hi, creature in a bell tower. Replicate on the worms makes tinier units called larvae. The larvae do not, they have the same level. They do not have the same techs, so it won't have armor, it won't have strike, it won't make more larvae itself. And we can, when it comes back up and we have a larva, we can click on one. Like when this guy comes up, I think we can click on his larva to get you what a level 1 larva stat is. Also, the items on these worms aren't going to be affecting their larva. So the larvae are basically a tank-like, I would call it a tank-sized chaff, maybe a Arclight-sized chaff, that behaves a lot like a, where is it? It should be around here somewhere. Oh, where's your dead larva? I can't get it. Sorry, guys. There's a larva. Oh, the larva. Level 3 larva had 17,000 hit points and does 3,000 damage per shot. So level 1 would be, 5,600 and do 1,000 damage per shot. So again, that's not tremendous, right? Like but the fact that every time they surface, they make another one, it adds up. It gets to be a problem. On the other hand, level 4 Saber with Absorb, just full heals off of Worm. It's fine. I got this, guys. So, round time's out. Both players take damage. B-Man down to 2312, at Steel Sane at 2480. There are a couple of counters to worms. The biggest is throwing acid on the ground, any of the ways that you can do that, and making sure that they are fighting in the acid. So if you are running acid on crawlers, that is one way to do it, right? And in my opinion, the second counter to worm is a steady trickle of crawlers. So like literally crawler, 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 crawler. Keep these, pin these guys on the surface right back here. Let everybody shoot at them. Don't let them keep surfacing and dropping and surfacing and dropping so that they don't replicate all the time. Once I've got that in place, I can use even Steel Ball or Melter as a counter to worm, but you have to pin them on the surface. So it's almost like that long set of crawlers, the long set of fangs. Ideally, from my perspective, is not ranged fangs, but assault fangs. So very short range fangs, so they kind of have to walk into it. It's the Sarlacc pit, right? You just kind of keep throwing stuff down into it and let it do damage. Of course, these guys now have 4 tech. They've got mech rage, so their attack interval is down, their movement speed is up. One thing they can't do is shoot air, so Steel Sane has added a boat. That is not going to be the greatest answer to it. It doesn't have the DPS to get through them, but it does have some splash, so that will help take care of some of the, like, your bit with the replicate is you're creating tiny targets that require targeting, but if you've got enough splash, you can splash over onto those big worms and do the real damage there. And now you get this scenario where our we've still got some boats coming up the backside. They clear up the air. The one boat clears up the air. A couple of worms left. Both sides are going to have units survive this round. It's only the babies. The babies do 1/4 damage. So 2408 for Steel Sane, 1962 for B-Man, because it's 350 hit points of damage from the real giant. Speed for B-Man or Steel Ball production line or Amp Core. Items on worms, so good for them. Obviously, the Steel Ball production line would have been an interesting and kind of silly. They show up on the surface despite the worm being underground. Not sure how that works. But yeah, the Sledgies taking EMP would be a one-shot, takes off 1/3 of the hit points. You are correct. We've taken Steel Ball on the Overlords. If you had what I was just talking about, that kind of chaff chain of crawlers to keep them pinned on the surface, you could use Steel Balls as a counter, especially ranged Steel Balls. They stay back while the crawlers run in to die. Yes, Blood, the team have redefined that to be a feature, not a bug. And the feature being it is underground before all of the not start of round effects happen, whether good or bad. So, you don't get the benefit without also having the price. We're into round 10, so remember, there's 500 supply up at this point. That is turned into levels and text all over the board. No levels, no text on the Steel Balls. Of course, the Steel Balls are produced at level 1 from the boat, but they will be slow arriving units that kind of force people to stay on the surface, which is what we needed. I would say it feels like a bug from the perspective of it feels like I should be able to apply Photon to my unit no matter how. Boat went down to the extra Phoenix, this one pack of level 1 Phoenix over here. Oh, you. That pack of level 1 Phoenix deletes the boat. They are the heroes. B-Man took range on them as well. But while he's taking care of the boat, Steel Sane has taken care of the worms. So Steel Sane still grinding it out. B-Man down to 1428. We go to round 11 of what we knew was going to be the shortest game in this round. Obviously. Quick and easy, right? Super heavy armor for Steel Sane. I am shocked that B-Man hasn't already taken the super heavy for his worms. I'm expecting the super heavy armor to be on a obviously on one of these Sabertooth for Steel Sane. A Steel Ball production line. That's honestly a good choice. So he was debating between those two. I've kind of felt like the Steel Ball was a good choice last round. And again, it's just about providing a chaff unit, a different unit that is showing up and attracting units and forcing them to target. Yeah, Ignite would have been percentage of damage on that. It really, but I think the real damage being dealt is this coming from the Sabertooth with the double tap. They're now triple tech sabers, by the way. And we do have EMP for Steel Sane. It's on the marksman, not on the sledges. No, the Fangs do not show their ignite damage. The ignite damage is their shows up as an effect, not not unit specific. And that is important because if the ignite gets a kill, the Fang doesn't get the kill, it gets spread across all the surviving units. Wow, the worms finally actually killed that absorption module Sabertooth, but it was not enough. Steel Sane, your victor. And B-Man denied in round 4. Steel Stain will be through to the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Cat. We started this match with a picture of a dog. We finished this match with a picture of a cat. Round the rest of the group. Wins for Zetterburn over Illuminati. Illuminati was in the spoiler role. Misakots beat Faultier. Rooster over Testosterone. Apucci knocks High Quality out of the running. We saw Steel Scene beat B-Man. Till has gotten to 4-0 with a win over Capals. Woot has beaten Fanatics. Zemp has beaten H.R. Geiger. Chad, have we really shown our... We've had at least 3... Yeah, okay, so we've shown 4 of the players who achieved... who made it into the final 14 or final 15. We'll have shown 3 of the final 8 already. There should be a match left that has somebody we haven't shown. Looks like that would be a Misakots versus a Rooster. We would also have Till versus Zemp, Steel Sane versus Apucci, Woot versus Zetterburn. Goodness. I feel like the 2 matches in contention here are Till versus Zemp or Apucci versus Steel Sane. What do you guys want to see? Would we like to see Apucci? How does Apucci handle a Steel Sane build? It is a classic fight. A classic battle. We've shown it many times. What do you guys want to see? Let me know. Hold up, hold up. All right, guys, you have a 3-minute poll. You have a 3-minute poll. You can spend 100 rocks to put your choice in, to take an additional vote, I guess. So we'll see how that goes. You've got 3 minutes, and we'll announce the winner after the ad. Why is it not considered their damage, Blood Ninja? It's an effect, right? So it just gets applied in the same way that it's basically there's no pointer from the ignite back to who applied it. Because who do you consider it the... If 5 different units applied ignite, which one do you consider the one that applied ignite? Right? So you've got to give it to, at that point you consider it an environmental effect. It's the same as you consider it to the, when you have a fire on the ground, it doesn't go to the Stormcaller that dropped the fire because multiple units could have put fire in the same spot. It goes to, hey, somebody on the round dealt it. And I think that is what the proximity experience is supposed to reward, so that if you drew somebody into fire or a ground effect or whatever, it is a choice. All right. The voting is running about 9-1 for Zemp and Till over Apucci and Steel Sane. You've got about a minute left if you want to change that. Otherwise, we will be seeing Zemp versus Till. Vote in poll. You can spend your rocks to control what you see. Wait a minute. Zemp, hold on. Zemp would now be facing Mitzagots. Hold up. We might have to abandon this this poll. Ruh-roh. What's just happened? Somebody gave out a minor point. Shoot. Zemp versus Meisekots, Rooster versus Till. Well, it might be Coach Zemp anyways. I think that was the real Poise. His streamer rigged the poll. No, poll went the direction of well, so Zemp gained a minor point. Zemp had been in second with Rooster in first. So instead of Zemp versus Till, you get Rooster versus Till, Woot versus Zetterburn, Apucci versus Steelsane. We can take Zemp versus Meisekots. I presume you guys wanted Zemp, right? That's what I wanted to Switcher. Sapucci versus Steel. But, you know, we've seen it many times. How are minor points awarded? So, minor points are awarded by the... minor points are awarded, they are essentially the sum total of the points of people that you opposed. So, somebody that Zemp had fought was in the last match still ongoing when I started that poll. So we had a match still going. Yeah, it's sum of opponents' points, essentially. And so what that means is that somebody that Zemp had faced won there, you know, was in the longest match and won it, right? Channel point prediction is up, so if you just spent your points to see Zemp, you can bet some points that Zemp will beat Meisekots and win your points back. Appears to also be how this works. Betting is currently about 5-1 against Meisekots. So, can't bet here, only rig elections. Well, I'm sorry, Cord. I cannot help you. All I can do is eat Halloween candy and drink coffee and commentate. Welcome to the quarterfinals of Weekend Tournament European number 78. Can't believe we are 78 into these. I know I cast number 26. I'm not sure if I cast one before that. So we've actually been casting weekend tournaments for a year at this point. Casting rather than entering. I know I was entering back at like around week 17 or so. Near side, you have Zemp at Pest Control with Stormcaller and Arclight. Great pack to play from Standard. We saw Apucci use that one from Standard in the MAG1 tournament earlier today. Meisekots with the great cat image. Wow, that is a cat. That is a cat in command. Speed Specialist with Crawlers and Stormcallers has one Arclight. And it looks like this is going to be an aggro positioning for Meisekots. So love to see it. Speed with the Storm and Crawler being used aggro. A lot of times people don't think of Stormcaller as an aggro unit, but here is how you use it in aggro. You put it about 6 tiles back off the line, so it's not like opponent is going to be coming into your territory. Your Storm will be able to shoot on anything that they've lined up in their territory. Ideally, you want this line to be right at the edge of their border. So, you know, you get the shot off at the first Crawlers or whatever. And then opponent gets pinned deep as your units are charging in, they're closing the range. Your opponent gets, kind of stuck. His units are stationary. Whatever the front line is, that's where the Stormcaller volleys are raining down on. And your Crawlers, etc., just keep running towards it. Speed Specialist is not just a meme, SCZar. I actually love it. It is my favorite pack. I think it has been badly undervalued. Imagine this. Imagine this. If you take Tower, temp speed from Tower, Your 6 meter per second units now go 12 meters per second. Your 16 meter per second units now go 22 meters per second. And that makes a huge difference. Doubling the speed of your slow units, amazing. Ensuring that you're closing in on towers quickly, amazing. You know, if you could, you would just, you know, I'm going to click speed from tower every round for the entire game. 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. That's as good as Supply Specialist. Right? And Maizakots makes it work for round 1. Zemp down to 4660. Zemp loves his marksman. This would be his absolute favorite drop. The triple level 1 marksman. I basically never see him fail to take it. The Phoenix, the drop chosen for Maizakots, I think that is a great choice in aggro. You're not going to care about the range. The marksmen have 20 extra range, but in aggro and in aggro defense, it's not like you actually care about range. So the fact that the Phoenix has more DPS is extremely relevant. SC Zark, sure, Supply Specialist would be a more flexible spend, but also can't get as fast as the Speed Specialist. Right? And everybody else is less efficient over 7 or more rounds. You know, like, you can argue this either way. And Supply Specialist might feel more flexible, but it still can't get its units moving as fast. Can't close the distance. So Zemp, this is a very clever play. You don't often see mobile beacons used well in defense, but what he's going to do is mobile beacon across the face of the path, drawing all the crawlers into about the same positions. That's going to let his arc lights be a lot more efficient. It's also going to let his storms be a lot more efficient. And oh, by the way, it's distracting all the Stormcaller volleys. So Maizakots had that kind of covered with the arc lights, which do delete that running crawler before it has completed the mission. But all of those crawlers that were so effective on round 1, way less effective for Maizakots on round 2, and the marksmen get the job done, killing off the Phoenix. There's only one marksman left, but good enough. Zemp halfway decent at this game. And Maizakots down to 4450. Zemp, of course, the Dev Pro champion. The joke that he's halfway decent at the game being he is one of the best. Maizakots takes redeployment. I love that for an attacker. I also love it for a defender. It's a great choice for a defender. Zemp takes intensive training instead, but being able to respond to whatever your opponent is doing by redeploying is tremendous. And for Maizakots, being able to say, well, you oiled this side, I'm just going to move a key unit over to the other side. It's like having a jump drive. And especially if you don't run jump drive on your Phoenix, for example, you've got a jump driveable Phoenix. You could put one on the flank and then jump it down to the corner and then jump it somewhere else. And in fact, that is exactly what he's done. He does not have jump drive on the Phoenix, but he jumped them over here. They're going to mobile beacon in at the other corner. There is no anti-air over there, so they're going to be trying to get to tower before marksmen can engage with them. And then note, we talked about this earlier in the first round game that Sajsuto did, where his mobile beacon included the tower. Maizakots, his mobile beacon does not. That ensures that these Phoenix will always be traveling. Unless there's a unit in the way, they will continue to move, even if they're shooting at something that is not in the way. So you can see they will shoot, but now there's a crawler in the way, so they stopped. As long as there's a crawler within their minimum 120 meter range, they stop moving. Now they can move again. Unfortunately for them, this marksman has understood the mission, came over to play defense. These stupid Stormcallers walking in front of them stopped the Phoenix from getting through to tower. But that mobile beacon, they would have stayed way out here and not been in anywhere near as good of a position had that mobile beacon included the tower. So that is good mobile beacon play. It doesn't work out for Maizakots, and Zemp is solidly in control after 3 rounds. MaiZakat's at 33.48. Zemp at 46.60. Orbital Bombardment, great for an attacker. You're expecting your opponent to be super clumped up. MaiZakat skips it to take a haste module, and fine. Zemp skips it to take a mobile beacon. So he's basically committing to this mobile beacon and wants another mobile beacon for other units if needed. Makes good sense to me. That way he can run this in defense and something like this in attack. Solid choice. Double beacon. Dangerous, especially dangerous in the hands of a creative player. You know, like, there are people you are not afraid of having a double beacon. There are some people that you're terrified of allowing to have a double beacon. MaiZakat's put the haste module on the fort up the middle. Interesting. So that can mobile beacon in either direction. So he's going to use that fort plus Phoenix in a lot the same way as we saw folks using a Steel Ball plus Phoenix or Steel Ball plus Wasps in the MAG1 tournament. Is able to threaten either tower depending on what his needs of the moment are. Unfortunately, he's going to get to that tower right around the time that Zemp's Wasps get to his. And with the fort debuffed, it goes down in a hurry. Taking the extra 50% damage hurts. Other side, the crawlers get the tower. That'll take care of the second fort. And MaiZakat's in a lot of trouble. At 4 rounds in, going to be down at least 1,000 hit points here. And possibly well more than that. From 3,300... he's going to drop down, I think, under 2,000. So down to 1612. That was half his hit points. Zemp making defense look trivial indeed. Advanced powertrain. So Zemp has taken this. That cancels out the speed specialist advantage. So MaiZakat's no longer... basically, now his specialist is completely negated. So Zemp able to just have strict advantage. Of course, the cost control specialist still has its debuffs of damage and hit points, but neither player has taken anything off of tower to like try to either mitigate that if you're Zemp or exploit that if you're MaiZakat's. Right? You can take advantage of that by taking taking units, taking hit points, making your units harder to kill, taking additional damage and chewing through them a little bit quicker. MaiZakat's goes for a ranged Mustang with haste module to try and cover that Phoenix flank. We've talked about this, the little mini beacon plays. So to place the beacon, undo the beacon. And what that does, if you're not familiar with it, you can see that the units he selected have been reoriented to point towards the corner. If that Phoenix stayed out there, those units would actually go engage with it, even if there's a unit right in front. These units that are faced forward would come engage with the crawlers. He's sold out of the one fort, put the haste module here, so these guys will join the fight a little quicker. Leveled up the far side tower, so he's just ignoring the crawler flank. Lets it go, no biggie. I'll just level that tower, it'll take your level 1 crawlers a week and a half to finish it off. And by the way, my fort out here is going to eat your arc light shots for a long time as well. Let's see how long it takes a single pack of crawlers to grow through, especially cost control crawlers. But eventually that tower goes down, and even if it's not a 9-second debuff, 7 seconds still a lot. And during the debuff, both the forts go down, the whole attack collapses. And you just look at this, a 50 cost missile prevents that debuff and saves MaiZakat's this round, right? Addressing this in any way other than leveling up the tower. So, oof, MaiZakat's in a lot of trouble at 320 hit points. Zemp, Coach Zemp, Sandworm, Overlord, Vulcan, Rhino, what's your finish of choice? Oh, take the Rhino and show us how it's done with a double mobile beacon. Come on. Double mobile beacon. Okay, fine. You can do it this way. No, we're just gonna... Oh. So he's not going for the skill shot. There is a skill shot here, by the way. the skill shot would be essentially something like a crawler here with running the wrong direction pulls this guy, and the rhino or whatever running up the gut to take this tower, make sure that he gets that debuff that's been so important, and using the first crawler to pull everybody out of the way, while the first beacon to pull everybody out of the way while the second beacon runs into the hole. Kind of like a trap play in football, or the way that a defense will kind of create an opening for a blitzing linebacker with the stunt or whatever. That thing is wide open too after that Mustangs got moved. Well, he's not doing it, and he doesn't need to, right? I wanted to see it as a caster because it's a very cool play and it's fun to commentate about, but I think Zemp is looking at this like, I've pretty much got this. I think I'm in such good shape that I don't need to do anything special. Of course, the missile on that corner is going to knock off the tower attack, the outside tower attack that's been so powerful, but the level 2 Overlord adds a ton of chaff clear, takes care of one of the forts. It's actually going to be a pretty decent answer to the air units, and there's still just so much chaff in underneath that Overlord might as well not even exist, and Myzacots as well. Salute! That was well played by Zemp. Very nicely done. Zemp, much higher than a 2000 MMR player, sends the love, gets the W, showing how it's done in defense. He was close to 2400 MMR during the Vanguard tournament. We will get to see the rest of the Apuchi Steel Sane match, so those of you that wanted to see some Apuchi, let's go! Vamo dale! Welcome in, Yatsunehiko. GG's. And unlucky to those that backed Myzacots, paying out to Zemp. Betting on Zemp paid 3-1. 3.6 to 1 in that match. Here we are for Steel Sane versus Apuchi. We join them in round 6 with Steel Sane on almost complete health at 4100 hit points. Far side, Fire Badger Specialist. Apuchi is all over, attacking from every angle as a quick teleport speed specialist. So you asked if speed specialist is a meme. Speed specialist is not a meme. Here it is in action. Typhoons, Phoenix, everything closing on both towers. A level 5 Rhino for... well, a level 5 Rhino for Apuchi. A level 1 Rhino from a call-in for Steel Sane was not going to get that done. So Apuchi wins round 6, brings Steel down from 4100 to 1800. So let's take a look at this board. It's a Mech Rage Rhino to make it even faster. So this Mech Rage Rhino was moving at 24 meters per second. Could have even been 27 if Apuchi took high mobility. So that's one of the ways to maximize your speed of Speed Specialist. He's also used the Quick Teleport to put some barrier homing missile Typhoons down on the flank. Very, very good. You can always put a crawler in front of them. There's no need to because there are Fire Badgers. But you can put a crawler in front of them and they can't get missiled out, right? That's the advantage. A crawler in front means you couldn't laser the Typhoons, and the shield barrier means you can't just missile out the crawlers. Looks like Steel's defense is going to be a bunch of launcher overlords. We've got an anti-missile shooting down some of those launcher overload missiles. We've got Phoenix to answer the overlords. Our level 5 Rhino is getting all the way in with a mobile beacon. Gets in on tower. Yo, does not get tower. Tower was level 2, or that Rhino gets the job done, guys. So Steel Sane just enough. He has level 2 towers on both sides, and it looks like Steel Sane might be bringing Apuchi's winning streak to an end. Apuchi won 5 in a row to end the MAG1 tournament today, beating Red Hair, beating Miasim, beating Shade, beating B-Man, and then beating Godog to win out for the 501 when they looked like they were in dire trouble. Now it's Apuchi that's in dire trouble, down under 400 hit points, He's taking 3 level 2 wasps into those many, many overlords. We've got sabers, tarantulas, and forts, the things that Steel Saint is considering. He took the level 2 fort. Now the question is, does he just go straight to blind reading that he needs AA? Because I know Apuchi's got this on the board. He's got aerial spec wasps. He's also gone for charged shot phoenix. So trying to, I guess, the charged shot phoenix for the DPS, and then the wasps for the anti-air against the overlords. Steel Saint sells the fort, but at least he's got them unlocked if he gets another round. Fire over here for Steel Saint is going to take out a whole bunch of these impact drill crawlers. Oil over there, is he going to connect them? Yeah, he connects them, so it doesn't get quite as far out, but the idea is there will be no chaff for you, sir. There will, however, be 4 packs of those wasps coming in, one of them in a flank screening position. Apuchi also has this pack of typhoons. Note that they're left and right, so they would split if you, even if you had a crawler on the flank and a wasp hull in here, they would split and each one would go handle each of them. This guy just marched just did a U-turn around the tower. Wait a minute, there's something back there. I'll go help. Fine. That was because the units in front had died to the fire and early shots. You can see how much damage these AA wasps have done. They threw 3 of the 4 overlords. They're working on the 4th one. That 4th one is a portable shield. It hasn't mattered. Down goes the tower. Down goes the portable shield. Overlord and Apuchi taking down the shields now. Taking down the marksman, but there's not much left. Is it going to be enough? Is it enough to take out one more overlord? It is. He buys himself another round, and in fact is going to win round 8. Steel Saint from 1800 down to 1715. Apuchi staying alive on the backs of 5 hero pilots. Lightning storm, that is not what Apuchi needed to see. Rough. Rough. Lightning should be above all those. I mean, Steel, take it, yes. Steel is putting the lightning right above all those wasps, sure. Apuchi's going to put the lightning above all of these. So, some people run jump drive for exactly this. Hello, Woot. Woot runs jump drive for exactly this sort of thing. If you're going to be in the air, if you're going to commit to an air game, you want to win the air game, you've got to be able to do things like navigate around a storm. That could be a double mobile beacon play. That could be speed and range. Here's the mobile beacon. We'll at least get this pack of wasps out. We're going to run it towards tower. Yeah, the rest of this, not so great. For Apuchi, they're all going to be in that storm, so you could sell one, right? You could sell one and elite recruit it somewhere else. That would be a play here. Sell this one, elite recruit them out here. We're going to elite recruit 2 of them over there, sure. And actually elite recruited 3. We just don't even bother selling this one. We're going to be all the way over. So, some of the existing wasps are dead. The highest level ones will live. So will the rhino. There isn't going to be the big fire on the ground play from Steel Saint this round. So there should be a lot more chaff for Apuchi. This round, assuming the that this isn't just devastating, this should be a lot better for Apuchi than last round was. The rhino has been slowed down by a sentry missile. So it needed something in front of it to keep it from getting slowed down. All the wasps on the right have died. That has not been the case for all of Steel Saint's units. Left side tower goes down, but that final sentry missile did a lot of work against the wasps that were still alive. Not much left for Apuchi. It's certainly not lethal damage if he can't kill this. Okay, he's not going to be able to kill it. That is the end for Apuchi's run of victories. He's had a magical day. He has taken home the cash prize in the big MAG1 tournament. Does not take home the weekend tournament European. Steel Sane will be through to the semifinals. Apucci knocked out at the quarters. Congratulations, pup. You have had a heck of a day. You can afford to rest a little bit, and I know we'll see you in the Americas. Steel Sane through. Cat beats dog. This time, these two have met each other 1,000,000 times and will again. Well, not 1,000,000, but between the two of them, I think they have the most... I think they are 1 and 2 in terms of total weekend tournament wins. Toast! Oh, Toast with the gift subs. Discozilla, Zilliu, Asmodale, Exploding Pigeon, Artificial Res, all with the gifts, and as well, a specific shout out to SC Zark. That is amazing. Thank you, Toast. And SC Zark, congrats, you're now a subscriber. Check out the subscriber emotes. If you are a Mechabellum fan, I think you will like our emotes. Around the group, our round 1 winner, Till, lost to Rooster. Rooster through to the semifinals. Woot beat Zetterburn. Steel Sane beat Apucci. And Zemp beat Mizakots. That gives us 4 players in the semis. Zemp, Rooster, Woot, and Steel. We've just seen Zemp and Steel, so I think we are going to see Rooster and Woot for our semifinal. Toast, it is just wonderful to have you in part of the community. And I really appreciate you, mate. Mr. Krieger matching Toast for gifts. Mr. Krieger's gifts going out to Lethus, Awoken Eye, Aaron Y, Hated Hollow, and Sasa18. Pog indeed. That has pushed us to a level 3 hype train complete. We're off into a level 4 hype train. If you're, check and see if your subs, if your subscription has expired or whatever, go ahead and put yourself back up. Sub, gift, or cheer to keep the hype train going. We're up to level 4, my goodness. Well, we've completed level 3, let's say. So we're working on a level 4. Much appreciated, guys. Amarok hype train, woo woo. We've gotten a whole bunch of them too. I don't even know if you have to scroll down my whole thing to find everything. What are some of the fun ones we haven't seen? Hey, I haven't seen anybody use this one before. We've got all sorts of fun ones. If you just got given a sub, go check out the fun emojis. There's all sorts of good ones. Type AMA and scroll around. See what you got. Do some good ones. If you're not a subscriber, stay tuned. We're having a quick little ad break before the semifinals. Semifinal we will be showing will be... Oh, it looks like Woot got bumped. Woot got bumped, so it'll be Rooster versus Steel Sane for our semifinal, and then we'll take on the winner of Zemp versus Woot. So, Rooster v Steel coming right up. And let me put up the channel point prediction for that one. You have... I wish I could do like something between 5 and 10 minutes for this. So I'd love to just be like, you have... You know what? Forget it. You guys have 10 minutes to get your prediction in there. Steel Sane counter-rigging the standings to get another cast. It's true. True. Steel Sane's like, wait, no, I need one more minor point. Come on, come on. Gets the extra minor point, gets the cast. He loves hearing his name. It's not wrong. Toast with the on-screen celebration. There we go. I actually was thinking about having that one animate and do the little spinning now. I think that would be fun. All right, it's 1,000 to 1 against Steel Sane right now. Who managed to bet 1 on Steel Sane? How? How do you... 1. So he's like, I bet 1. Lethis says, thank you for the sub, Mr. Krieger. And welcome in, first-time chatter. Now you're subbed. You have to stay. Them's the rules. I don't make the rules. We have actually had We have custom amount can go less than 10. Toast. Awesome. And Sparty, what? With a gift sub. This one to Creeping Up on the Felines. So, Creeping Up on the Feline with the sub keeps the hype train rolling. Thank you, thank you. Woo, woo. Betting odds right now are very heavily for Steel Sane. It's you can get 5-1 on Rooster right now. You said you wanted to compete today. There you go. Currently number 8. Currently number 8. Currently number 8. That looks pretty competitive. That looks pretty competitive, sir. Who are you up against? You'll be up against Mizakots. Well, we just saw him run speed aggro. Just saw how to defeat it, so take a look back at the VOD for what's going on there. Apuchi will be up against Flix. Zemp will be up against Woot. As commented earlier, we will be seeing Steel Sane versus Rooster. Assuming somebody readies up. It always makes me nervous watching two guys I like. Oja Sky's all in. Not again. Oh my goodness. This is that emote is ridiculous. What the heck? Megamlap. I love it. I love it. Mega Meep, maybe? Yeah, Mega Meep. It's amazing. All right, there we go. That's ridiculous. All right, we got about 60 seconds. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. You've still got plenty of time. There's about 6 minutes left to get your vote or bet in. Rooster currently slight favorite. Betting odds running about 1.2 to 1, I think, at the moment. In Rooster the favorite, Steel Sane the underdog. And now closer to 50-50. Yeah, high stakes, 35,000 rocks wagered on this one. Welcome to the semifinals, where we have multiple-time champion Steel Sane representing the 401 and Russia, facing multiple-time champion and highly popular streamer and YouTube content creator. If you are new to the game, go check out his content. Super informative. Rooster PB representing the Netherlands. Steel Sane near side, a marksman specialist, sledgehammer and crawler. Rooster on the far side, giant specialist with tarantula and fang. Tarantula Fang does not look like a super aggro pack. Giant doesn't look like a super aggro pack, but here he is, right on the line, ready to go. In your face. Now, there's a particular joy or irony to watching somebody come out with a Tarantula aggro against Steel Sane, because that was what Steel Sane ran to great success all the way through the Dev Pro tournament, right up until the final, where he ran it against Zemp and ran into Zemp's defense, which was, of course, Hackers, which is now widely popularized as a defense against tarantulas, but at the time was relatively unknown. Of course, the issue being your tarantula makes spider mines. Great. You send the spider mines running out in front of your chaff. Great, because they are faster than your crawlers. And they get hacked by the hacker. Not so great. And those mines turn around to blow up your own chaff. Even worse. And then somebody is hacking your tarantula because all of your own chaff has been deleted. So that is the problem that you have to solve if you are going to run a tarantula spider mine build. How do you get past that? It does not mean that we're running a spider mine. Yes, the mines do run into each other. That is true too. Because they don't get hacked at the exact same instant. And Rooster is going to win both sides, but obviously Tarantula into Sledgehammer. We've seen a number of times it's probably the best matchup for Tarantula as a starting pack versus starting pack. We go to round 2. Our Steel Sane gets Arclights. We know he likes the Arclight in defense. Chaff Clear, always important. Didn't have any great Chaff Clear. Does have his sledges, but here he's going to be relying on the Arclights. You can tell Steel Sane bought what I was saying at the very start of this about Rooster playing not being an aggro pack, because if he'd expected Rooster to be aggro, these would have been vertical sledges instead of horizontal. I do believe. For Rooster, he's added a level 2 Rhino from the drop, coming at the offside tower. Left side tower for Steel Sane. Rhino should one-shot all of these sledges at level for level. A Rhino does not one-shot sledges anymore. It used to. Sledges used to be vulnerable to being one-tapped by both Phoenix and Sledge. But here he is. He's got his... he's going to take... Normally, well, level for level, they would take 2 shots. Now he's going to one-tap them because he's level 2. So, Elite Recruit your Rhino and you can go one-punch sledges all you want. Go one-punch man, go. However, the main push has been completely denied with the Arclights cleaning up the chaff, the Marksman, including the level 3 because he's a Marksman Specialist, able to just delete the Tarantulas. The main push is dead. The only thing left is the level 2 Rhino. Level 3 Marksman should win this, but it does kind of depend on tower timings, especially if you are smart enough to do this 2-stepped. Are you going to get there and do this perfectly? It's a level 1 tower. It has been deleted. It's not going to go perfectly for poor Rhino. He's going to get cut down in his prime. Shot down in a blaze of glory. But, yeah. Rooster still on 4,100 hit points. We have efficient giant manufacturing available for the giant specialist. He skipped it for improved wasps. Hey, what? What? Hello? And Steel Sane skips the improved wasps to go for regular wasps. Okay. In before boats summoning wasps? Yeah, I think that is the path for Rooster here. There is already an improved wasp. It's back here. Not far enough back to protect against the summoned wasp. Oh, no it is. I take it back. Half of them turn around. They are improved, which means they can survive getting shot by a regular wasp. That is part of the benefit. Normally a wasp gets one shot by a wasp, but with 60% additional hit points, that is not true. Level parity, you no longer get one shot. And that's huge for a wasp's survivability, right? Like 60 extra hit points and 20 range or 60% extra hit points and 20 range is already incredible, even without the fact that you do damage as though you were a level 3, well, I guess level 1.5 instead of level 1. But Steel Sane still wins the round. The All-In slowed down the improved wasps long enough. Now he's got a missile strike that could delete those as well. Rooster will take a deployment module to keep them alive. I can redeploy them. He's expecting them to get missile struck. and sold out of the Phoenix over here, because that was the other likely missile strike target. Buys 2 more improved wasps. We are going all in on the imp wasps. Now, Rooster does pilot a heck of a wasp worm game. For a long time, the long time, the wasps, or worm wasp was Rooster's baby. He's the one that really perfected and developed it. So I'm excited to see what he does with improved wasps. This is getting good. Wasp gaming intensifies. Missile Strike takes out the fangs that were the best line of defense against those improved wasps. The level 2s on the outside. They're just going to turn through. They've got a line on tower. If they figure that out in a moment, be pleased. One of them. One of them has figured out the mission. The others are busy fighting the rest of the units. You damn... Although one of them was enough, never mind. Okay, the rest of them all knew the mission. You go take the tower. We'll keep fighting with the regular units. And that gets tower. Getting tower gets the other tower as well. And that should be levels for all sorts of wasps all over the board for Rooster. Ka-thump, ka-thump, ka-thump. Teamwork makes the dream work. It's true. And Steel Sane down to 3449. Now efficient? Or would you like mass-produced overlords producing improved wasps? I mean, they're both real choices here. 300 cost units producing 200 cost units and just driving around the back line. That would have been a meme. That would have been a meme. I think I would have been tempted to do it if it were anywhere other than a semifinal against Steel Sane. I'd have been totally tempted to do it when the cards presented it to me like that. Steel Sane has finally, in round 5, figured out that he might want some Mustangs against the improved wasp. Now, if Rooster had full carry techs, which would be, range, elite marksman, and ground spec. Oh, wait a minute. Range, elite, and ground spec. Okay, I'm going to point out a problem to you, Steel Sane. 95, 135, 165. Great. 110 already, plus 5 per level is going to be 135, well, 125 already. That can just keep growing. It can get all the way up to pretty darn close to enough to outrange the Mustangs. So your Mustangs need to be able to clear all the chaff. Otherwise, they don't target the wasps, and the wasps just sit out there and delete them. There is a point, and Ms. Diana knows this all too well, has told us many a time, that in the right circumstances, Mustangs are XP for wasps, not the other way around. And you just saw it right here. Now these level 2s might have a better chance. These level 2s might have a better chance if they were protected by the sledges. There we go. Wait a minute, what sledges? Shoot. Those level 2s might have... Never mind. Yeah, that was a lot of XP for those wasps. Right, if you've got opponent in improved wasps, the time to call your anti-air unit out is the first round after you see them by the wasp. And now it's Wraith instead of Worm that Rooster gets. Still fine for him at level 3. Wraith will be just fine. He runs armor and heals for exactly this build. And he can make this build work without improved wasps. If you've given all these levels into it, I don't even know how you stop it, Steel. Oh, no. Oh, excuse me, I feel sick. Okay, I said it was Wraith instead of Worm. Yeah, okay, it's gonna be Wraith and Worm. And the Worm has Sandstorm, so your units are gonna be stuck walking up to point blank to get eaten by the worms. That means that the ranged wasps, which will be outside of it, should be fine. This is not... if you thought last round went badly for Steel Sane, I think this round is about to go a lot worse. Oh. Oh dear. Blood says Steel Sane beat this exact board earlier in the week. Alright. Multi-melter was the answer. I can imagine multi-melt beating this, if you can keep the worms on the board. It's the downside, of course, is that you wind up with the worms. You need to keep the worms trapped on the surface. On the other hand, maybe the steel balls are filling that multi-melt role right now. They don't do it against the wasps. But actually, okay, Steel Sane with the steel balls pulls this out. They certainly bought some time and effort. EMP, electromagnetic impact for Rooster. The choice. Blood says, Blood watched this game. He says, the ball drop was part of that line into the HE, into the multi-melt, suck absorption, melters. So, for Rooster, it's now Elite recruiting 2 Sandworms on the other side. There is a Wasp call-in and a missile call-in on the flank. So Steel Sane trying to buy some, what would you call this? Some tempo. Delete the units that defend against the flank, using the crawler to make sure everybody gets pulled over this direction. So these guys will get involved against the crawler. They'll be in the missile strikes location. These guys have enough range to be shooting from where they start. They'll be in the missile strike location. And Rooster a little unlucky in terms of where the shields were. Actually, it does hit both shields, never mind. Obviously, Steel Sane has taken out one of the 4 packs of wasps, and is going straight in on the wasp, or on the tower with his wasp call-in. That's going to delete the Wraith on the near side. That Wraith never got a tech. That's part of what the problems are for Rooster. We have lost worms. It is heavy damage. Steel Sane wins in 7 rounds. Doesn't even need the multi-melt. Improved Wasp. Giant Specialist. Improved efficient giant manufacturing. Worm, Wraith, Wasp, beaten. Now, I'm going to point out, Rooster had available a whole bunch of other things, including, for example, Elite Marksman on the Wasp, and armor or field maintenance on the Wraith. Chose Strike for the Sandworms, and I think Strike for the Sandworms is a mistake here. I think Replicate or armor or field maintenance or Elite Marksman would have been a better choice. So, 4 possibilities, and you know, it's easy enough for me to say that from a commentator's perspective, and knowing in retrospect that it didn't work out. Personally, I am not a huge fan of Strike, but the way this one worked out very well for Steel Sane. I would love to see this round 7 played with a couple of different tech choices for Rooster. So that if any of you are following along at home and not in this one and not in this match, maybe you download that replay and see what can do in round 7. Sparty is back. Says he has beaten Mizakots. Congrats. You will be you're in position to run into the top 5, sir. Woot has beaten Zemp, so we are going to get a Woot versus Steel Sane final. Now, I had not wanted to bring this up. I didn't want to bring this up, but there has been some bad blood between the two of them. Depending on who you ask, hateful things were said on both parties. There is some significant rivalry between these two. They are no longer friends. Woot is firmly believes that Steel Sane owes him an apology. So there will be, let's just say we are glad we have the We're glad we have the chat off. We would probably not be likely to remain family friendly if we had the chat on between the two of them. You're not going to see the kind of respect and camaraderie among the top players that you might be used to in this one. I almost doubt there won't be any exchange of friendly emojis, and it will be significantly serious for them. Yes, Austrian versus Russian. That rivalry has gone for a long time. Yeah. Between Woot and Steel. Yes, Cesark, there have been significant bad manners between the two of them. I am not going to choose sides or repeat things that were said. But just aware that there is that rivalry, etc. Congrats to Sparty, you're through. Let's step into the Sapucci versus Flix if it's still ongoing. No, it's much worse than not hitting speed up, man. Academically interested, let's... Javelin your own, javelin your partner's units. That's bad banner. Drop the... Baller has done this to me. Baller has literally troll dropped an oil on my units and then forgot that he did it and hit into deployment and then texts me like teammate chat, oops. That's bad, man. That's how you PM it. He did that to DRN. Brilliant. Troll the troll. That's how you BM in it. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think they would ever agree to be on the same team for anything. In fact, it was contentious whether they would both be part of certain tournaments that have completed recently. There was some contention there. Alright, Acid Blast, Orbital, Flix going all in. Apucci will be dropping the photon. He looks like he's calling the side correctly, but Apucci, what the heck have you... sir, would you like a laser sight? Sure, I'll just have 155 meter Sabertooth. Why don't you give him double shot at this point? Come on. I guess there's nothing on the board that even requires double shot, is there? Okay, I can see why he hasn't taken double shot. Never mind. But these things are just ridiculous. They're going to sit... Okay, 170 meter. They can... I was going to say they could almost outrange... Well, they certainly outrange the arc lights. They outranged the Mustangs. That's pretty good. They outranged the Mustangs by 20 meters. Yikes. And he's got the shield bubbles up all over. It's going to be good. Apucci should close this one out, I would think. Well, Flix gets it done with the Orbital, the Acid, and 3 Hero Marksmen. So Apucci down to 35.50. We have a round 10. A best of 21 Mechabellum grudge match. Sparty says Steel Sane is in Woot's chat and being cordial. All right, gentlemen, I actually really appreciate that. If the two of them have managed to put water under the bridge, I thought that was going to be irreparably damaged. On the other hand, maybe they both stream, so maybe they sort of have to be cordial on stream. Hard to tell. Well, I'm just going to build it up as there's a big rivalry there, cordial or not. There is, even if they are managing to be cordial now, I would imagine that there is nobody they would rather beat to take a title, each of them. So, and I mean, you guys know me, right? Like, have I ever hyped up a rivalry before? Right? Like, this is not me just spouting off, right? This is not something I normally do. I love this oil on top of the acid. I really like that for slowing units down. Now, only question I have is, in real life, doesn't that have a chemical reaction? Yeah, I'm the drama farmer, exactly. But isn't there a chemical reaction between oil and acid that should make this do something interesting? I know we have a chemist in the chat, that's why I asked. I do believe we have a chemist available. The question is, shouldn't oil on top being dropped on top of acid have a specific chemical reaction? Oh, it's a strange acid. It's not, it's not a normal acid. Oh. Well, that's way less fun. Congratulations, you've developed fatty acids. Wait a moment. Shoot, we have created artificial life. Mixed oil with salt, you'd get a soapy gas substance. That's sort of interesting. Wait, acid isn't green? What? Yes, I actually do know that, and in part because I grew up around acids. Like, my mother does a form of artwork that involves having acid. They just float separately since they don't mix. That could be more fun. All right, we will have our final coming right up. I'm going to put up the pieces. I'll put up the channel point prediction for you. Congratulations to the 50% of you, 60% of you that got it correct. That Steel Sane would win the semis. It looks like Steel Sane will be near side and blue, with Woot far side and red. Both, of course, are former European champions. Steel Sane currently carrying the Mechabellum Elite European Champion badge, looking to repeat back-to-back weeks as European Champion. No, not that kind of acid, Lazy Badger. No, literal acid, like for, oh, never mind. All right, we have the grudge match of the day. Steel Sane versus Woot, Russia versus Austria, 401 versus 301. Both of them former European champions. Steelsane, the defending Elite Weekend Tournament champion. Your Channel Point predictions are open. It is currently 100% for Steelsane. Of course, they've only bet 20 rocks. I expect we'll have a little bit more betting. Baller wants to know if anybody from chat wants to grind some 2v2s. I'm going to grab some water while we've got this last 30 seconds, 60 seconds or so before the match, just to ensure I've got voice through the end of it. And just a reminder, obviously if you're in Europe, you had your time change already, and some of you missed this tournament because of it. If you're American, you have a time change coming tonight. Don't forget to set your clocks back. And if you run an alarm for getting yourself places to be on time for a Mechabellum tournament, don't forget to set that alarm back an hour as well. This will appear to move to you because the tournaments are on a fixed GMT. GMT does not observe daylight savings time in any way. So UTC or GMT don't observe things. And they, obviously a lot of computer time is set in GMT. There you go. Don't forget. We are now, is this 30-1 against Steelsane? Are you guys crazy? Welcome to the final. Near side, the defending European elite champion, Steelsane, coming off of a big win against Rooster, facing Woot, the Austrian former European champion, looking to take the title back and away from him. Woot gets his favorite aerial specialist. We know he loves to run his boats. Steelsane, a saber-tooth specialist with Crawler and Sledge. We know he loves his sledges. So, they both have their favorite unit. We know Woot will line up aggro left. He always, unlike some people who will line up with 50-50 or they'll flip a coin or whatever. The Woot was very intentionally created a meta where he's going to come out on your right side. You need to defend your right side. He is counting on you knowing that meta and overloading to defend that right side in a way that costs you later when he jump drives the boats over to the other side. So Steelsane, knowing here are the games within the games, right? Steelsane knows that Woot's going to attack on the left side. He knows that he could overload the left side to stop that. Instead, he's going to have a marksman outside of each tower. So his highest level marksman is going to be protecting him against that attack, that diagonal boat attack. So later on, he'll build more marksmen. We know that for sure. He runs aerial spec on them, unlike somebody earlier facing Woot. So this is obviously going to be his anti-boat defense. They're also pretty solid against the tarantulas, right? But we're not thinking about round 1 right now. We're thinking about rounds 2, 3, 4. What he doesn't have right now is good chaff clear. You can see the sledges are not doing the job that you'd want. He's lost this outside marksman. He's lost the tower. The mission that was trying to take the tower on the left is not going to get there in time. And, right, 3 crawlers are going after this tower. 3 hero crawlers know the mission for Woot. Oh, well, yeah, this has just gone about as poorly as it could for Steelsane. So from 3,900, he is dropped down to 3,460. And as predicted, Steelsane threw a greetings. Woot did not in a friendly mood. Woot is serious about this one. He believes that Steelsane owes him an apology. Steelsane takes heavy armor. So does Woot. Heavy armor going on the saber for Steelsane, and the saber is lined up perfectly opposite the outside tarantula. So as long as he gets a decent amount of chaff clear as well, so he can get some locks, that is going to be a pretty solid outside defense. I would debate a triple. Now he takes double Fang. I was going to say for him I might have debated a triple Arclight, but it'll be triple Fang instead. Now, part of the game playing Woot is you're going to need to have an answer to Wasps. You're going to need to have an answer to Boat. You're going to have to answer whatever he's currently showing, right? So you can't overcommit to defending what he's showing, right? You can't just go like, I need Stormcallers because I have to defeat the Tarantulas, right? If you go Stormcallers to beat the Tarantulas, he'll show you some more Tarantulas to get you to build some more Storms, and then he pivots to his air game, and you're way too much invested in your anti-Tarantula to win. Woot, instead of, well, I don't know if this is an instead of, he takes the Phoenix and puts that kind of central. Phoenix is going to be his answer, I think, to the Saber. He knows the Saber's coming. He knows he's going to need a single target. He wants to be aerial. He wants to have the flexibility to change sides if needed. And he does run Jump Drive, Range, Charge Shot, and EMP. So Jump Drive, he runs Jump Drive on all of his air units. The idea being that he can put together an air armada composed of whatever units he wants, and then reposition them somewhere else. And, oh, by the way, they move quicker. If Jump Drive didn't convey an additional speed, his strategy wouldn't be as effective, but it does, so it is. And he gets Tower, but not the round. Steel Sane, slightly stabilized. 3464 for the defending champion. Woot on 4664. So about a 1200 hit point difference between them. Sandworm, Rhino, Fire Badger, Arclight, Triple Badger for Woot. I do want to see a chaff clear option taken for Steel Sane. He also takes the Badgers. Triple Badger. Woot goes for Triple Badger on the weak side. So we talked about this. Woot will show strong and then transition or pivot, depending, right? So you can sell out of this to be able to buy units on the other side. For example, if what he decides he needs is Phoenix, you buy 2 Phoenix over here. He's just sold out of this. Shows up over here with enough of left behind to not worry about it. Here, instead, he's sold out of this, and he's just floating the 250. That looks awful suspicious to me, having run this sort of thing all week long. I was to try and get a 2 level 1 Overlords on round 4 with a tech. I was learning to float 200 at the end of round 3 with sell unlocked to be able to sell something like a Tarantula, for example. To sell a 200 cost unit to be able to afford that. Now he is aerial specialist, so he's not going to have to pay the unlock cost. He only floated 100. Maybe he sells one of the Badgers on this side instead of the heavy armor folk over there, but he could still be throwing down a pair of boats with techs on round 4 if that's his heart's desire. It's not going to cost him tremendously. He's also got on the left side tower. Only a couple of Badgers left. 4 of them for him, 3 for Steel. Steel has 2 Sabers as well. And I had this kind of the staying power, I guess I should think of it as, to survive the left side tower going down, wins the round, drops Woot to 3625, 3460 to 3620. We are close. Is counting opponents' credits something that top players do? There are certain players I do against. Let's say with that. It is a smart choice for certain players that you know. For me, since we get to spectate, I get to know what those numbers were. I almost wish that it was, because it should sort of be public knowledge, I kind of wish it was part of the UI to show what your opponent's current supply balance was. But, you know, you can make an argument that counting it is part of the skill and should be a skill differentiator. You know, up to you. It is definitely tough to have in mind especially, let's say, at round 10, 11, 12, right? Nobody's counting credits out there. It's these early rounds where you really can look at the board and know exactly how much everything cost and be able to count it. So we talked about it. Here they are, 2 Overlords. He did not tech them, and Steel Sane knows Woot's tendencies well enough. I had kind of predicted this as the observer, right? We talked about throwing down 2 techs, 2 teched Overlords. Steel Sane certainly predicted it, went ahead and put enough, put the orbital there to make sure he clears out the chaff and the fire badgers, and has this level 2 marksman. We talked about that on round 1. This is why he put it outside of that tower, trying to farm the levels into the marksman so that when the boats show up, he's got the marksman already leveling, already doing the work, and able to be an answer to them. So he's successfully really predicted Woot very, very well right now. And I mean, that is maybe the shame about the 2 of them having had bad blood come between them, is they do know each other really well. They've played each other a bunch of times. They're very well matched. And yeah, kind of hate to see it, but it does happen. We know it happens. You get competitive personalities, and things are said in a moment that they might regret, and then people are proud enough that they don't want to admit that maybe that shouldn't have been said. And that, in my opinion, cuts both ways. Not particularly choosing a side on this one. It's 2 players I would like to see, you know, respected and being gentle folk with each other. And, you know, it's a shame that it hasn't happened. Woot adding, he has sold out of that other tarantula. And did we jump drive or sell? Okay, so we've sold the Phoenix as well. And he goes ahead and drops oil on that side so that the Steel Sane's own fire badgers will light the oil on fire, trying to kind of destroy some of the chaff. Of course, these boats, the boats are fine. The Sabertooth don't really care about the fire, but that outside marksman does. And here's the thing, these overload, sorry, they're not overload, they're chin gun boats. 4 of them was enough to overload the 2 marksmen. Far more damage needed to be dealt than those marksmen were able to do. Fire killed the right side marksman. That was the target all along, and that wins Woot around 2,000 damage for, or sorry, about 1,400 damage dealt to Steel Sane. He's down to 2,000, and Woot, with now choices, what are you going to support this push with? You could obviously take something and sell it. That would be the Scorpion. For me, for Steel Sane, I love the Farseer. The reason I love the Farseer is super cheap way of delivering EMP to an air unit. Instead, he's going to take the Scorpion. We just said that's the best sell value, and he is skipping it. I think he's going to sell it. Maybe he does not sell it. What did Woot just take? Woot takes the Scorpion himself. That'll be useful for him deleting some of the things that are in the way. He's also got levels for all 4 Overlords if he wants them, or more Overlords or more techs. Let's see where we're going here. Mobile beacon. We're going to mobile beacon the crawlers out this direction just to pull everybody the wrong way, slow you down, level up this tower, level the Overlord with heavy armor. That's now a 70,000 hit point real giant. Steel Sane has gone to aerial specialization marksman with triple recruit aerial spec Mustangs. Couldn't afford to elite recruit them. If he'd elite recruited, he would have gotten 2 instead of 3 packs. And he's definitely anticipating the possibility of, or maybe I should say playing around the possibility that Woot with 1,200 could have just clicked Mothership and thrown out, you know, here come 5 boats worth of wasps. Yes, the Sabres do have anti-missile. You'd think Melting Point with range would take care of all of this, but the problem is it doesn't ramp up quickly enough. You keep targeting different things, so you wind up needing multi-beam melter to tend, especially once the wasps come out. So we've got the Mustangs to answer the Wasps and to do real damage to the Overlords. We've got the Marksmen to handle the Overlords. And even so, the tower goes down, this time to the outside Scorpion, because nobody was considering the Scorpion a priority target because they all have AA. But Steel Sane's board on the right side. And remember, Steel Sane knew Woot was going to do this, knew he was going to overbalance from one side and then switch to overbalancing the other. And Steel Sane has not overcommitted one side or the other. He knows there's jump drive available. If he overcommits over here, Woot can just jump right back to the other side. We have a new heavy armor for Steel. Where are you going to put that one? So, Badger, I would say the Mustangs really are anti-Wasp. He's anticipating the Wasp. The Wasps are almost an inevitable part of it, so he needs that. He's also, part of his defense here is leveling the command center. So this thing's now 60,000 hit points, and debuffing it only buys you 5 seconds instead of 9. Every level you take from level 1 is 9, level 2 is 7, level 3 is 5, all the way up to level 5 is just 1 second. You can't get it down to 0. And look what we talked about this. He's got a new marksman. That marksman is on the right side, so he's defending against the possibility that there would be jump drive or mobile boats over here, or the possibility that, you know, hey, if the left side does collapse, there's a spell or something and the left side goes down, I am gonna still have some defenders left. Here you see Woot takes the even though there are AA Mustangs on the board, Woot takes the mothership. And he appears to be playing straight into Steel Sane's strengths, but, you know, here we go. 60,000 hit point tower underneath 2 different bubbles, so 40,000 hit points, 40,000 hit points. Thing has a lot of hit points, but it is already, one of them is already down. Two of the bubbles already down. Now target this thing and you're in trouble, right? As soon as the last unit in front of it goes down, one of these many boats will have that as its priority target. It survives the first volleys, goes down to the second one, and this level 3 tower now taking forever, and it's only going to buy 5 seconds of debuff. That does slow the push down for quite a bit, but these 2 marksmen are in trouble. Down they go. Round to Woot. Not quite enough for game. He's got about 1750 showing. That'll drop Steel Sane down under the 600 hit points, 570. So Steel Sane in lethal range. Woot can get a knockout any round at this point. Woot still has 1840. Steel ball for both. And I like this for Steel Sane. Steel ball out here to get right in on the tower. You could also have put that here so it's not paying the summoning price, right? He puts one on the flank out here where it's going to be facing crawlers. That is less fortunate for it, but he knows the crawlers are there. And where is the other one? Is the other one not even showing up as chaff? What did we sell? Oh no, he did put it right here. Look at that. And Woot defends this one. I pointed it out as being the obvious place for Steel Sane. Woot looked at it and said, that's the obvious place for Steel Sane to put a steel ball. Let me put a chaff in its way. Steel Sane reconsidered this one when he sees the, kind of paid attention to the weight the crawler is there. It might have been missing it into the dirt at first. Tough to see if he's not seeing the up arrow. Obviously, both players are taking loans, range, and speed. These boats have leveled up. They're level 3 with nano and heavy armor. And everything is mobile beaconed. Also, Woot took armor on his steel balls. For Steel Sane, I love this mobile beacon. I'm going to run right past you. I'm going to have somebody go in on tower. The hope is we can take down both these towers before we've lost this one. If we can get that to happen, maybe, just maybe, We've got 14 seconds worth of debuff. Maybe, just maybe, we can take out these critical boats, critical massive boats. It does not look like it's happening. The super heavy survives and tanked everything. That super heavy is critical. 100,000 hit points. It probably had 40 hit points left, maybe 400 hit points left. Steel Sane has 0 hit points left, or negative 2,000. So, great final play, taking the 2 towers with the steel ball, and Woot sends the tears. There's your. You wanted to know how do you do some bad manners? There's your bad manners. Eight rounds, and it looked like Steel Sane was holding firm through about round 6, maybe round 5. But it went really quick once it went, and that is the thing with Woot's builds, is you can hold steady, you can hold steady, and doesn't necessarily work. Let's see if Sparty can get the finish here against Rooster. And Smack and Cheese, that is why that build is so strong, right? You can know exactly what's coming and still not be able to stop it. Now, let's be really clear. The build is not a brainless, no thought build for Woot. He is very, very intentional about it. He knows how to pilot it through a whole bunch of different scenarios, including you overcommitting to the near side, overcommitting to the far side, overcommitting to your anti-air, undercommitting to your anti-air. That's where he found Steel Sane in this run. I got Steel Sane a little bit undercommitted to the anti-air, and he has pivots for all of those. It's not a straight up just a straight up flowchart build, but when it works, it feels like it's a flowchart build for sure. Where are we here? Rooster is in ranged wasps with elite specialist and an additional deployment spec. He's got a pair of war factories. They are level 3 and level 2. Sparty in ER Phoenix, additional deployment slot, efficient giant, quick supply, and from rocket punch forts. 5 rocket punch forts against these war factories. Those are 4 teched war factories producing Phoenix and Steel Ball. I love it. My goodness. Yeah, Lazy Badger, exactly. When you try it, you're going to get blown out. And that's okay, right? I did this with the blue hair boat build from last week that got all the way to the semifinals. Or got to the finals, lost the finals, as opposed to Woot's build this week, winning the finals. And they're different builds. They're totally different builds. The first tech is different, in fact. But, after that, I was like, I'm going to run this build. And I hemorrhaged like 300 MMR. You guys saw it. Like, you guys watched me lose a 300 MMR or whatever. But the idea was, let me pilot this build enough that I've learned how to pilot boats. And right, it's going to depend a lot on what your different chaff clears are, what your different plays are, what your opponent's plays are. But for me, the idea was, let me run this until I know when I can run it and when I can't. And let me turn that into when I should run it and when I shouldn't. And Sparty, dude, beats Rooster in his final match. Sparty is 6-1. Gonna be top 5. I believe he was 8th coming into this. He can go nowhere but higher than 8th, so it's got to be 7th or higher after that one. We will find that out in a moment. Woot, Zimp, Sparty, Kebab Sniffer, Fedez, Azil, Dachshund, Flix all getting the wins here. We've got a few matches still, well, one match still ongoing. Keppels versus Faultier could conceivably affect the live ranking. But Sparty, congratulations, man. Beating Rooster, that's huge. He has obviously dropped by Rooster Stream first to say GGs, etc. But congrats to the 3 out of 5 of you. We were 59% for Woot, 41% for Steel Sane. So congrats to those of you that backed the Austrian. Capavel, I thank you, or Capavel, however you want to say it. Capave L. I don't know. Thank you very much for the follow. I know you did that during the finals. I didn't want to interrupt the cast for it. But there you go. Yeah, exactly. You got to run something long enough that you learn when you can and when you can't, and what the I would say what the pitfalls are. What are the mistakes I'm going to make? What are the timings I need to make? When can I force it, and when do I have to abort it? Right. So. Well, this looks to me like Sparty is going to come in 5th. So congrats to you. Ahead of Apucci and Rooster, that'll be a screenshot to save forever. Ezeel coming in with a top 10, it looks like. Even if that last match could conceivably change, push one person ahead of him and give one more minor point to Geiger Chad. So, possibly getting dropped to 11th, but looks like a top 10 for him. Woot, Zemp, and Steel Sane. Surprise, surprise. Woot, Zemp, Steel Sane, Apucci, and Rooster are all very good at this game. Who knew? Did any of you know that? Avenged the loss to Rooster. Yes, you did. Only loss, in fact, is the round 3 loss to Rooster, with the round 7 win, which we got. No, lost 2 finals, tilt. No, Steel Sane. Hello, the cat. The cat is angry. The cat is unfortunate. But hey, no, you're good. You have won 7 of them. You can afford to allow somebody else to win the other 2. It's okay. You've still won more finals than any other of the Russian players, and it was a noble effort. Is there anything you'd have done different or better? Yeah, that's exactly the question, Titan. Obviously, we all know what Woot is going to run, right? He's going to attack left. He's going to pivot to attack, or he's going to attack your right. He's going to pivot and attack your left eventually. I loved the way you started with a marksman left to make sure that was defended. But yeah, I'd love to know what your thoughts on defending that are. Maybe that's what I should do. Start running the Woot build for a week. Let's see if I can master it. Be hilarious. There we go. I will be your play everybody's build until I have mastered them all. Then I'll be scary. Still waiting for our last match to finish up so we get our final screen, just to complete the cast. Then we'll go out. You do need to change your strategy against Woot, I think. SC Zark says, or invent your own build. Yeah. Yeah, I have actually invented my own build. I took it as far as I could. So, and, to be fair, I took it as far as I could at the time. Maybe I'm a different or better player for all the things that I have learned since but there are also new units since then, so. Yeah. Multi-melt defense. There we go. So here are your final positions. Woot, your champion, congratulations. Zemp, runner-up officially. Steel Sane losing the final, having made it to the final. Comes 3rd. Kebab Sniffer, and Sparty. Congratulations, Sparty, rounding out the top 5. Fedez, Apucci, Rooster, Azil, and HR Geiger Chad round out the top 10. Congrats to Azil there. And surprise, surprise, Woot, Zemp, Steelsane, Apucci, and Rooster are all very good. With such a packed field, we'll show you all the way down to another 50th or so. And so we've got folks who are having success, and maybe a little bit further down, you can start to recognize their names if you're seeing them repeatedly, or see somebody out at 4-1 like Zetterburn. We know they were playing well today, and potentially could have finished higher up. We saw Till in round 1, for example. Oops. And of course, anybody below 50th, we're going to assume had a pretty bad day, and might not necessarily want their name up on lights for that. So congratulations again, Woot, your champ, Zemp, runner-up, Steelsane, 3rd. That is our weekend tournament European number 78 done with, over and done. We will take a look. Yeah, let's take a look at the multiplayer leaderboard for a moment. Not world. There we go. Steelsane number 2 in World Combat Power. Math is Might, the Asia Tournament champion number 5. Obviously, every single one of these is a name you should recognize. Whether it's Shiroha, Steelsane, Flower Fairy, The Conclusion, Math is Might, Sako, Saracha, Apucci, B-Man, Woot under the Prince Boji, Blue Hair, should be recognizable to you guys. There is no mistake. This is the correct list of excellent players. We'll take a look at the World MMR as well, dominated by the 201, and you can see just how many wins most of these top players have to have gotten up to this level. Whether you're Steelsane, so Steelsane versus Woot as our final, 2 of the 4th versus 9th, or 7th versus 9th, depending on which account you want to consider Woot under. And again, Blue Hair, Forgotten Arbiter, Sako, Dillo. You can see just how strong, for example, the 501 team was earlier today. I understand that there is a certain someone is running top 15 in the world in 2v2s. Congrats, man. And 4-player brawl we haven't checked in on in a while, but Diana remains one of the ones to beat there. So she tanked MMR a little bit recently to beat somebody who had been bad manners enough to be worth blocking, and said that they got a lot of joy out of the other players saying they had been extremely bad manners in chat about it. Getting a little tilted. You want to look at 501's combat power? Okay. We'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at that real quick. Sparty number 11. Yes, Win Big number 10. Very nice. Pantsuman 9th. Forgotten Arbiter, Kick, Rooster, Dillo amongst Apucci, Sako, and Math is Might. So very nice, Sparty. Well done. I feel sad. I feel very small. All right. Let's get out on ladder, shall we? It is time. It is time. We lost our first match earlier, right? No, not leaderboard. I want collection. Nope, excuse me. Collection. Combat power. -20. Okay, so we lost our match earlier. We're down 1. And we're like 1590 or something. 1596? Okay, good enough. We started at 1616. Gotta remember that. Oh, we're facing just O. Right, channel point prediction is up. No 30-second delay. You were looking for that square. yeah. That one's not gonna fly. But Toast said, "Oh, I'm looking for that. I was looking for that screen earlier." Yeah, it's on collections. Are we running something specific today? Nah, I think we're just going to play what we get. Oh, you are a Typhoon specialist with Crawler and Ball. Okay. Right. Yeah, I've never actually tried this start at all. So let's go with Range Arclight round 1. We're actually going to lose Far Side Tower at an unfortunate... No, Near Side Tower first at an unfortunate time. Far Side Tower. You're squeezed like a lemon after today. Steel saying that is fair. You lost both finals. That is pretty rough. That is pretty rough. Of course, you know, I've been streaming since, 8.5 hours ago, so we'll see if I can do anything here either. Go get some sleep and shake it off. Exactly. I don't know that we actually want you. A little tempted, though. Nah. Nah. Oh, Toast with a gift sub to Steel Saints is chillin'. Enjoy the stream, my friend. Yay! Much appreciated. You are fantastic. Biggest supporter. In the gift sub realm, at least, for sure. Russian text, lol. Your sledge is bad in aggro defense. Yes, I know. I know it can be bad. We're just gonna sit here and float the 300. Wait, no. Why would you do that? Why would you do that when you can just correctly play defense, right? Sure, yep, knew you were coming, so... Hi. Uh-oh. Are you stuck? Did you get stuck? Oh dear. Unlucky, sir. Hey, quit shooting me in the back, buddy. That's not very nice. Hey, you have no honor? You have no honor? I'm trying to do something here. Quit shooting me in the back. Dang it. I have been shot in the back, friends. Backstabbed by an arc light over there. Well, that's alright. right. Opponent took a boat without a tech. We have a boat with a tech. You don't think Splash was first? I'm looking at that pack and thinking I want Splash. That is all chewed in together, right? To be fair, I was not playing around the mirror as a possibility. And we do pay for that, so... Alright, we're at 37.50, that's fine. Hmm. Alright, he's taking range on his boat, sure. I think we probably should be taking some crawlers to run into this mess too, shouldn't we? Probably next. Mm-hmm. Losing the healing boat is painful though. What do you have there? Don't run jump. Hmm. I don't think I believe you. I think you go out that way, right? You go this way, right? Surely you go that way. tower take is just killing me. Turn, please. That's alright then. Oh no, it's not alright? Never mind. These rounds keep ending up just about the same. I think so. Put it back here. Ah, we finally win the boat mirror. Let's go. Are you kidding me? Is this really what we're looking at here? Man, this thing is getting beastly. I'm worried. I'm very worried over there. Yeah, this is definitely reaching the Melter territory for sure. Oh, painful. No, don't do... Yeah, it's just destroying that boat now. The real problem is this pack of steel balls keeps getting through to that tower. Yep. really. All right. Mecha Tetris, indeed. Point is, the melter needs a lock on a steel ball first so that it can absorb. Now we're punching through the steel balls. Nothing you have over there is going to punch through all the absorption stuff. Good night, sir. don't complete an entire row of units. You gotta... they all disappear, but you get some points. Love it. You take a level. You think so? Lost the melter this time. Used the melter this time. On the other hand, we turned off the text. So, sorry, sir. Versus These stupid steel balls. Is that GG's? Yeah, I shouldn't have listened. I don't know. God. Need to pay less attention to chat and play my own game. Oh, it's not GG's. Okay, wait. We have every hope then. We have every hope. Excuse me, sir. You went wasps also. Okay, that's even better. You guys are my answer. You guys are my answer. You and you. I'm gonna be backing up this fellow. With range. There we go. Now we're in much, much better shape. Chat's the MVP. No, it's when you, if it's, I would rather lose on my own thinking and not get, not make a strategic choice based on what chat is saying. It's always fine to make a non-strategic choice on what chat is saying, if that makes sense. But I have to not make my strategic choices based on chat's thoughts. You wanted to take replicate into a mirror where you've got underground? Is that really the play, sir? I am intrigued. I'm very intrigued by that play. I like it. I'm very happy about it. Honestly. Let's go. You are my MVP here. Let's go. We need you. But also, Launcher Overload was always the right choice with this many Absorb Overlords. So that's the strategic choice, was going to the Melter. That's the strategic choice that was questionable, I think. It won the one round, but it hasn't won a round since then. Maybe it needs range, right? And now it's GG's. But yeah, if we had the 600 there, in something else, it's much better for me. And I know what the something else is, so... Yup. Just O, congrats to the people who picked Just O at 5-1 or 1-5. Wait a minute. 1-6? Oh, it's clearly 1-5. Hey, Twitch has messed this up. 1/6 of the betting is on... Oh, I see. 1 returns 6. Okay, that's right. That's reasonable. You're 800, 901k Elo, Andy. You won't be giving me any info ever. No, okay, so Yumizuka, easy piece for the player at that level to do is grab the know what the spells were every round. So when streamer goes, oh shoot, what was the spell? what spells were up? You've got it covered, right? You're like, okay, I got this. No biggie. We lost like 18 on that one, right? Something like. And we're on. Ooh, who do we want? Yeah, those are good backs. I like them all. But anyways, what I'm saying I shouldn't have paid attention is, Alpha Titan says that thing is almost melter territory. He didn't say it is melter territory. He didn't say you really need a melter, right? But it got in my head that I was going to need a melter to kill it. And I don't think I did. I think my leveled boats were sufficient. But he said two things. He said he said something about not being good in the melter mirror and needing a giant in that in particular instance. And that left me 600 into a giant I didn't actually want, and an item on a giant I didn't actually want, both of which were needed elsewhere. So I think I win that game if I just don't pay attention to chat at all. Like, that's literally how I feel about that one. So that's why. And it's not Titan's fault. He didn't even say do this or don't do this. It's just, it gets in my head. And I let it get in my head too much. Not blaming Titan at all. It's part of the fun, is getting to chat and say, like, this is what you have. And there were certainly some spots that chat made the right call out. Like, hey, I think the missiles were an important part of that defense. You might want to loan on what turned out to have been almost the last round. If we didn't... The spells were buy level 5 crawlers. Nothing else. Wait a sec. Giant Spec has a GoPro on her shoulder. Love it. Alright, what do we got? We are standard Andy, they are standard Andy. We took the storm positioning that suits fire on the ground, not the storm position we would want normal, but we don't have fire on the bar. That's okay. There was also by level 5 fangs. Didn't that one get taken out? I think that one is taken out. No, it's by level 3 fangs, right? Because by level 5 fangs was just ridiculously powerful. And by level 5 crawlers is like either underpowered or overpowered depending on the day, depending on the board state. It's ridiculous. So... level 5 fangs would be ridiculous, yes. Who do I want here? Yeah, we probably just want chaff clear, right? Bear Lake said, here is your chaff clear, sir. Let us not ignore Bear Lake. And Bear Lake said, let there be chaff clear. And I said, okay. Are there more tournaments today? Hello, Darkosh. Welcome in. There is one last tournament today, coming up in about 2 hours, the Weekend Tournament Americas, to close out 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific, 9 to midnight Eastern. It should be good fun. It is a little less star-studded, let's say, than the European Region one, but coming up in just under 2 hours. And yeah, we will be through all the way through the end of that one. I should edit stream title. We're no longer shoutcasting the weekend tournament, but we can do intermission. Better. There we go. Oh, well, I guess we missed. Sorry for taking a moment there, Monkey Patch. My bad. Channel point predictions are still up. Nobody has bet, so... Mass prod spiders. Mass prod spiders would be silly. Opponent has gone extra sledges. I love you, opponent. You love extra sledges. It's great. But I don't think it's great in this game. It's certainly not great with your level 2 Mustang. And especially not when they both have the same range, so my Arclights and Storms get to splash them all at the same time. I hope you are planning on fixing that. And yeah... well, okay. He's fine. We'll add some chaff, we'll add some... what are we adding? What's the real ad right now? Oh yeah, we're Farseer. That's right, I remember this part. That's why I didn't take the Mustangs earlier. I remember my thinking. Underground or oil? Underground or oil? Let's take underground. The spider mines would be very scary on 100 cost tarantulas, wouldn't they? That would be amazing. I'll take extra hit points in case there's a not a replicate, but a crawler v crawler war. I wonder if I want you guys. I want to do something like this. I've never even tried this positioning. Will that get involved? Maybe that's right. And you for the single. Let's see if that works. Okay, no, he's got his way over here. So, he's fine. Yeah, they're up right even with everybody by the time the fight's starting. I kind of like that position. That's going to be alright. Okay, but we're going to want range on the arcs. Yeah, range on the arcs. Not exactly first. But it needs to happen soon. It's okay. It's alright this round. It does not need to happen this round. It needs to happen next round. So round 5, range for the arcs. What do we get done before then? Level. Oh. Round 4 supply is so darn greedy. We're behind on 4, 5, 6. No, we're behind, yeah. Behind on 4, 5, 6. We're even on 7. We're ahead from 8. But no, there's a better play, isn't there? For me, it's supply or skip is the debate. And I know exactly what I'm going to do on either case. So we're just thinking about it. I'm going to try it. Okay, there is no more flanking with something big or a rhino drop. We'll have one more in here by the time there is a rhino drop. And you guys are going to be halfway decent elsewhere. You're ranged so that you're behind the arc lights. The debate was skip would have let me level level these 2 arc lights. And opponent has gone anti-missile for many, many Mustangs, which is even greater for us. I love it. I am happy to see you anti-missile, sir. I love it. It's all good. Carry right along. You're falling for the traps. I mean, sort of. I don't know. Yeah, that worked out very nicely for us. Let's go. Well done. AM Mustangs, guess we win then? It's kind of my feeling. I'm like, do I just literally throw more stuff at him? What do I even, oh goodness. That's just gross, right? They fought from out here, right? Where does he shield? I don't even know if he plays this the way I play it, so I don't even know if he is throwing down the fire, but he's not going to get anywhere near as much value as we are for the fire. We want to pull into but not past so that nobody runs out of it. Yeah, he threw the fire down onto this, but he doesn't shield. His shields are too deep. Everybody does this. His shields are way too deep. Darkosh, thank you so much for the sub. Prime sub, love it. So we burned everything over there. It's fine. He burns our artillery, but he thinks the artillery are the biggest problem. They aren't. And of course, he did burn a decent amount of our chaff. Since we pulled him, we also pulled ourselves. But the ranged arc lights, the ranged phoenix, doing a lot of work. Around that, he's down 200 from shield. And he did, in fact, also take the supply specialist, so we didn't even wind up behind. So, very nice, very nice. Another underground, but there's also enhancement. Oh, that's just silly. And we won that round without these two, right? Alright, now what? You guys take your levels. Take your levels, take a bow. Go to town. You took Mech Rage. You didn't hear me talking earlier about taking range for sledges first from standard. You did take range on your Mustangs. The idea is get these guys to no longer be same distance. Sure, sounds like a plan. I am feeling like we need a little bit more chaff. I want it to split, please. Oh, you took the nuke. Okay. Alright then. I feel very nuked. I feel picked upon. I wish I had done these two opposite, but you know, what can you do? Does win the right side, surprisingly. Turns out if he nukes and you don't shield, yeah, you don't win that side. Who knew? Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. No clue that was going to happen. It feels like a good round to him, but again, he's relying on the nuke. It's a tempo play. It keeps him from getting knocked out in round 6. But the econ just keeps going worse for him right now. And we got our answer. You, sir, are fortified, aren't you? I'm a little worried there. On the other hand, there's nowhere he can put it back here that helps for him. Right? Our economy is just running away on him, right? We'll have all of his chaff running into the oil there. It is a high-level rhino for sure. Level 6 rhino on the drop, trying to come at tower. It's a level 3 tower, so at worst it buys him 3 seconds, and tower debuff doesn't mean he's doing extra damage against the shields. So if he can get there, it's going to have a good day, right? It's definitely having a good day in his mobile beacon. Mobile beacon not enough. Just went right around the oil though. Luckily we've got him trapped in the oil now. Oil will last another round. And is that enough? It is enough. Oh my goodness. Alright. We've beaten TS Monkey Patch. That one was a solid game. The econ just got away from him there. We took the supply, he took the supply. Like we said, it was going to break even on round 7 was the break even for it. The round 8 was the profit point, so neither of us profited for it. So it was the wrong choice, I think. But going with the oil and tower on the one side, going heavy on the other side. The other side is where we had the better Farseer, and this was getting pulled. So that was why I committed to the left instead of the right. I've got a little bit better value over there. Yeah, round 1 AM on the Mustangs was interesting, for sure. Skipping supply was the play if my guy does not go heavy into the nuke and shields. So plus 17, that leaves us minus 21 for the day. So we are what? 1 and 2 with a... Oh, there are games where it's good. It's absolutely not bait. You guys are wrong about that one, but it is correct that it is bait in many games. Not 1695, Amrock. Don't lie. There you go. 2 and 20. Wait, 1 and 2, negative 20. There we go. That's what I wanted. Perfect. I read this up here as 2 and 21. That's not it. That's definitely not it. All right. We were gonna queue up. Will somebody pay attention to our opponent's name? Okay, I don't know. Press. What are we gonna call this guy? Press. The reporter. There we go. I'm going to grab a coffee after I choose a specialist, and you guys can put your bets in. Thingies are opens. Titan, are you feeling like playing tonight, or do you want to cast tonight? You let me know also. Asian Groucho Marx. No. I should have put Groucho Marx. No, how did I not put Groucho Marx as his name? Oh, I'm sad now. Why am I so sad, guys? Let's get a coffee. We'll be right back. We can afford this. We'll just All right, what are we doing here? What did opponents do? Who bet on what? What are the important questions? Where is the Halloween candy? Wait, no. No Halloween candy. Doctor said no sugar, buddy. Let's see. You could get mass level 1 stangs. All right, you can get it as a drop. That's why. That's Typhoon, Sledge, Arc. Typhoon Sledge Arc, huh? All right. Sure, let's try it. You don't think there's a bear like that's 3 level 1 stangs, right? %sure not? Sag. Okay, maybe I should take it off the bar. Now I'm going to be watching for it. Nothing is more satisfying than proving Alpha Titan wrong. In part because it happens very, very rarely. I haven't seen one in months. Darn it. Yeah, Stormcallers plus any other unit will win over Mustang. I'm both insulted and flattered. That is exactly what I was going for, my friend. Alright, he has won a dramatic victory. Oh, we get 3 fangs. We take 3 fangs. Deploys are deploys are deploys, and we wanted to try this formation. Anyways. What do I want into Typhoons? Yeah, I feel you on that. The having reached the point of good enough at certain games to be considered the villain to your group of friends, it's like, yeah, okay, I see why, and knocking down the king still means you're the king. Yeah, right, like, being the... Party toss, I've been there. That does suck, absolutely. What do we want to play out of this? interesting choice. Mech Rage on your sledges does not survive that. Certainly won't survive a AMD. Now I should held it around. Huh. Well, thank you very much for the follow. I am Murloc. We are 1 and 2 at the moment with a minus 21 MMR for the day, but we're going to try to beat the opponent's many sledges with, we are out here at range with all sorts of fun text, so let's just hit them from behind our shield bubble while you're in your shield bubble, sir. That'll work for me. I'm happy with that. Our opponent is running these marksmen that are becoming a problem for us. Oh, sure, the round after I take the tanks, huh? Oh, that's alright then. Sure, it's scorpions for everyone. Let's go. 4 scorps for you, 2 scorps and more sledges for us. In theory, that means it should be coming down to a chaff war board. The bit where we didn't take down the shield is getting annoying. Yep, blocked the smoke, that's good. Got shields down. Added the extra scorps, added the extra chaff. Where is your more chaff, sir? Triple missile. Yeah, actually, triple missile into that fang line is going to be solid one of these days, isn't it? Because we've got the improved missiles. He hasn't done anything anti-missile yet. He's leveling these guys, so they're just extra value to missile out at 10,000 points. There's the shields, that's fine, because we still have lots of splash. There's definitely a play there, Kill Cannon. I think so. Yeah, it's getting the Scorp's value, but in this case he would have shielded it anyways, so with the Fang shields. He is not yet taking shield every time. We basically won this one with Fang shield, that's fine. You prescribe worms. I love it. Like, man. And then 2 more worms. Love it. Oh, those... Well, he gets the shield bubble down. Copious amounts of fire. Actually, splash on the splash on our big boys might be it. We also have a range advantage this particular round, so that should be very good for us. Scorp, we have all the shields up. And we have surviving shields and you don't, sir. 2100 to 2800, all good for us. We're vulnerable to... What are we vulnerable to right now, fam? Maybe it's Mustangs for the Fang clear here, and vulnerable... Preventing the vulnerable to wasps. We've got Storm Splash right now. We do have EMP as well. What did you take, sir? Sir. Oh, you took a boat. Alright, you have a level 3 boat. Okay. I mean, a level 3 boat was a choice. A level 3 boat flank was definitely a choice. A level 3 boat flank into Shield Fangs. It's a real choice. I'm not sure that is the right choice, but I'm sure I see how it got there. There was no single target anti-air on my board or offered. Surely I should have lost for that. Surely I should have lost to that boat. Okay, quick poll. Who out there thought I was insane when I teched the sledges into teched sledges? Who thought that was just BSC crazy? That S crazy. That is all I really want to know. Who wished they had their rocks back from their bet? There we go. We are now plus or minus 0, depending on how you want to think about our day. We will queue up again. Be right back after ad. And let's... Wait, didn't I get myself a coffee? Wait, all I have to do is drink the coffee? Shoot. Also, the water I got for the final between Steel Sane and Woot, also undrunk. So. Let us down the water first. Let us take on Ultreon. Alright, somebody I don't recognize the name with higher MMR than me. That gets interesting in a hurry. There's not that many people. I mean, I guess as the user base grows, the number of people with higher MMR than me should grow, since it's... Okay, channel point predictions are up. Can we keep streak going? Can we quick supply cuteness? We can definitely quick supply cuteness. Where's Toast? We have quick supply cuteness with sledges. Ooh, come on. Hey, Aethusium, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. You are follower number 1141. hope that's a favorite number or something. All right. I also hope that you are cost control crawls tarantula. Well, you know, I had a grand vision. Of like, you're gonna be out aggro, right? Surely you're out here aggroing on us. Okay, he's out here aggroing on us. What does it look like? What does it look like? I mean, this could be the wrong side. It certainly could be. Yeah, Kill Cannon, I agree. We're going to see that comp come aggro. The question is just which side. Does he have anti-air? Alright. He played kind of mid-aggro instead of deep aggro, which I'm actually fine with. It means we'll be able to turn this into a range game. It is a number. It's not a favorite number. There you go. And welcome in, first-time chatter. How are you doing? Quick about me. I'm about 3,000 hours into this game, and I've wound up in kind of the official caster role, semi-official caster role. I've been hired by DreamHack and Paradox to cast tournaments, also by the MAG1 group that just completed. So 3 pro casting tournaments under my belt at this stage, I guess. And then part of that is stemmed from choosing to start casting these weekend tournaments instead of playing them, because didn't feel like I was a legit threat to win. I do suspect that not. Oh, you followed the stream already. So did you do some of that versus? Very nice. Appreciate it. Yo. Nice to have regular casting of the game, exactly. And in particular, I'm thinking of it as, like, there's a nice to have of having watched enough of other players' games to be able to tell you what somebody is going to do, you know, or predict what they're known for and tell you when it's a divergence from what they're known for, right? Like, there's a whole element to that. That opponent should definitely be picking some kind of shield. Oh, he's gone Mustangs already. Okay, sweet. Sweet, you want to go Mustangs into my sledges? I love you. This is going to work well for you. Especially because I'm going to the tarantulas first, and the sledges have short range. Alright, alright. You've been casting board and card games. Ooh, okay, let's talk to me. First off, one moment. Followed. Okay, next. What board or card games are you casting? What board games are getting played competitively right now? That's kind of the other question. That is probably what really intrigued me about that statement. Right, you guys, awesome. You guys get this. You guys get your range. Tan has a casting seam? Oh my god. That's hilarious. Did cast Netrunner. Oh yeah, I played that. That was a lot of fun. TCG, yeah, the living card games, TLG. Not collectible, but living. Netrunner was great. Legend of the Five Rings, Sky Tier. Nice. Nice, nice. Hey, Lumberprub says L5R, yo! Love it. Oh, more than one. Okay, hold on. What am I actually playing here? No, nope, this was right. I want one for each tarantula, right? And range for you guys first was correct. So that you're not getting all Mustanged. Okay, you're going with the marksman drop, sure. I kind of understand it. It probably felt right into what I was running. It might even be right into what I was running. Did play and cast the living card game. Nice. It was cool to see Netrunner show up with all the lore and stuff, and then be well done. I tried the Cthulhu LCG, just didn't have the same cachet or capture for me, but wait, counter Mustangs? What are you talking about? Counter Mustangs? Our own Mustangs, you mean? That's an interesting line. Like, I can certainly see it, because then his marksman gets stuck on the Mustangs. I kind of like our group here. We farm level 2s staying on the orange marks. I see. I see. Love it. Maybe it'll be next round. Oh, you are dropping. Really? That Fang is the one that offended you. Alright. I mean, sure. Yes. Birds sitting the cockatoos. I'm gonna have to block that because of the... I'm not allowing that, but you know. You had to, if you had spelled it correctly with them as a single word, I could allow it. Well, this could have ended better for us, but yeah, I like the farming the level instantly idea, thinking behind it. Well, orbital is orbital, right? Skip the orbitalings. Autocorrect did it. I claim no responsibility. Oh, sure. Autocorrect did it, but wouldn't fix respawnability for you. You undermined your own argument, sir. Hope you see how you have undermined your own argument. Hold on. You guys have to be ish outside? So maybe you guys are super deep. Maybe you guys are just super, super deep and outside. Let's see, have you be really super deep as well. Are we shielding? Are we guessing the side? Are we guessing the side? All right, we're taking that side, I think. That's where I'd put it if I was him. Oh, nice. Drop. in there. Get wrecked, sir. Uh-oh. The new Mustangs also got wrecked, but hey. That's alright, I think. More chaff is definitely needed for us. Possibly even just more Phoenix are needed. Or we just win, right? We just win. Oh, come on now. We do not just win. Okay. 3,500 to 2,400. Let's go. We're still ahead. Well, now we're... Wait, sir. Excuse me, sir. What the heck? You went loose crawler when I had just taken Mustang? You didn't take the fort drop when you're in Mustang? I'm very confused. You took the Farseer. Okay. I see the Farseer against the... I do see the Farseer against the birds. It's fine. It's less fine, it's less fine. Well, yes, he should have just finished off the birds with marksman, right? But, you know. I feel like this is straight range war at this point. Can I afford you? Yes, if I'm selling you anyways, I can afford that. I can do you two, do you two. Actually, let's go ahead and put you out here already. And you'll be here. You guys get your levels. Who needs their level? Hopefully you two. You're not understanding opponent's plan? Opponent has a plan. He's sure he has a plan. He's very much certain that he has a plan. See, he's got a plan. It's many, many marksmen. Let's go. Oh, and range. He's going to win the range war. I see it now. That's okay. I have a force strong now. Wait a minute. We are not going to stonk forts if we don't actually concentrate on this side, are we? Yeah, the move your units around and feel it out plan. Yeah. I was hoping we would have a little bit better than that oil, but opponent wise enough, cagey enough, maybe to throw down all sorts of shields. Of course, he's paying a shield tax that we are not. I'd like to range these forts in a moment, and that would change the outside, this last firing. We need this fort to get a level before it dies. Please get your level. Yeah, baby. Well done. Oh, did I say before you die? Are you just not going to die? Is that your plan? I like the not dying plan a lot, sir. I approve of this not dying plan. Nope, you did go for the dying plan, but here's our plan. We just win. All right. Let's go. Ultreon down to 1989. What else do we need here? Well, let's take a Mustang item. You, sir, get the thing. You are getting the level. Do we sell you, or do we just range you? Allow this guy to have his position out here. And take 2 more. We're liking the way that this formation feels on this side. Maybe it'll be like this. Even. Oh, heck. Just that way you can get in under the bubbles quick enough. You're going to be fine. Let's take range. Let's take this speed. Let's make sure the guy on that side has his health. Yeah, both temps are a must. 1989 to 1947. Here come the mines. You know what, sir? That is why we have the levels in all the arc lights that have not made sense to you yet. And you have taken the... Yeah, that's okay. I mean, fine. Yeah, this is fine. He's fine. Now he's got single target units shooting at the Mustangs. It could have been finer, but you know. Yeah, it was the spread crawlers that convinced me I was on the right path here. When he spread crawlered into the Mustangs, I was like, wait a minute. So he took the range drop we did. We just now have super range everything, and we just keep grinding this out. People keep trying to get into range wars with me, and you know, I like it when you try to get into a range war with me. That's what I want to see. No GGs from Ultreon. I like his avatar though. It's a good one. All right. Do speed increases also affect turn retargeting? No, they do not. No bets. Nobody wanted to predict whether we were going to get above or below 500. But there we are. We're 3 wins, 2 losses, plus 26 for the day. 3-game win streak. 1642. Let's go. Time check. Time check. Hey, thank you very much for the follow, McMonk. Time check is about 55 minutes to tourney. We've got time for 2 more games. I should throw the oven on. We might even make avatar frame tonight. Let's go. So 55 minutes out, and we are in queue. We've been in queue for 20 seconds or so, so I'm going to walk over and take the turn the oven on for dinner. Somebody pay attention to my opponent's screen name and type it for me. Who did we draw? Who did we draw? Quick, let's all gang up and convince him that he's drawn somebody else. Love it. Can't trust you guys for anything. Who do we like here? I kind of am liking the look of that fire badger. Let's try it. $1,600 MMR blowfish. Excellent. Not blockfish. Yo. Keyboard. Alright, off you go. Blowfish, your channel point predictions are up. What are we doing? We're a giant specialist. No. Don't want to see giant special. I didn't want to unlock the... I want to unlock or take Arclight there because we're going to get the Fire Badger next round. Actually, you know what? I want you to be outside of tower, so I'm not like stacking all my units together. Alright, well, oh, you're coming out. That's an interesting aggro. That is certainly not what I was expecting to see, sir. ER Sledge onto this board. Probably not. AMD, he's going to be throwing down aggro. He's throwing down aggro fort, right? This is fort aggro. I want advanced missile device onto fort aggro. I probably just want laser sight for the melter that we are going to need. Anything else we're thinking about here? He could just hit something up the middle. We're going to have to cut that angle off in a moment. He's giant spec, so Phoenix possible, but he could go AA Fort. We don't know what all his fort techs are, and I don't want to be in Phoenix defense where they can't back, I can't have them deep enough. So he's going for the Overlord. I'm all right with that, because now he's shown us his Overlord techs. We actually win the Overlord mirror, since we have range launcher overload, and he doesn't. So I am kind of happy with that. Here versus conclusion into Illuminati with a 1200 ally. Soja. Yikes. Baller was asking earlier if somebody wanted to grind 2v2 ladder with him. You need more than luck. Yeah, you kind of do, don't you? Well, the Badgers have had a pretty good round. Badgers happy? We get forts or Foon. Oh, goodness. Laser on Overlord would be amazing into this matchup, right? And then Foons for the... He's not even running Wasps. What are you even doing, sir? Alright, you're the anti-air. Happy with that. Can I actually want to get you guys started? We are not showing the mirror. We're going to let him convince himself that we're going with a that was a real boat. That was a real boat. He's giant specialist. He went for the round 2, unlock a boat, play a boat. Which is intriguing, but not necessarily good. It worked better than it might have, because he didn't do it on the side we had the chaff. Boat is now hard countered already. I knew he wanted, what he really wanted was this fort game, and now we know his fort's techs do include AA and Rocket Fist, so, glad we went for the for that defense. I like it. I think we're in solid shape, right? Going with marksman instead of other choices and level elite recruiting them helps make sure that we're not going to necessarily lose to this. So, additional deploy, or he's going Assault Fort, right? He goes Assault Fort into this. Now we've got to melt. He takes Assault Fort. Sir. It's not like I had a hole for no reason. You actually are doing great work over there. Just keep letting you land on shore. Okay, you're over here too. That's fine as well. Did you take the assault fort? No, it's mass-produced, Overlord. From earlier. That's why he went for that. Okay. I suppose I can see it. Come on, take Vulcan, collect them all. Exactly. Gotta catch them all. Let's go. Yeah, get countered out there, portable shield fort. Sorry, buddy. You are not permitted. Now, I don't think we're countering the rest of this board, but it's alright for now. Maybe we are. Maybe we are countering the rest of this board. Okay, fine. I take it back. I have insulted my melting point. I should not insult my melting point. My melting point would like a level, please. Okay, you kind of earned it. You've just a smidge. Just a hint or two, you have earned it. Opponent offered assault fort again. Kidding me? Hey, opponent. Guess what? Guess what I was offered? So you know what? This one is deep, right? Oh. This one here? There's going to be a push here someday. And this helps. Until then... Meanwhile... You get stuck in the... fog that we're probably going to light that on fire, which is a little unfortunate. No, we don't have to light it on fire. Haha. I don't want that on fire yet, sir. Make sure you target properly, sir. Oh, okay. Oh, he did collect them all. He's collecting them all. Look, there we go. Glacia. We've got the Vulcan on the board. He just needs a worm now. Yeah, worm next. Finish with the, Should be a bonus for having the complete set. Yes, right? There should be a build. There should be a valid build there. Right? Like, you have all 5 giants on the board, you get something. Right now, unfortunately, what you're getting is an L. Oh, goodness, game? That's just rude. How many of these are you going to give me? Opponent, a suggestion for you. You might want to punish me for not having the chat clear. Maybe I shouldn't be offering you suggestions, but yeah, that's how it goes here. How we do this channel. Lone range, right? We're finishing this out, I think. I mean, really think we might be finishing this out, right? 1,000 showing. We've got 1,900. Yes, the Voltron into a new unit would be amazing, right? We're missing out the chaff. Okay, there's a new mass-produced Overlord over there. It gets one tapped while it's summoning in. That's amazing. The forts have bubbles now. It's a good choice for opponent. We have the chaff clear we needed to prevent that from mattering. So that's good. We have the fire on the ground now. I didn't light that on fire. Did you manage to light that on fire, sir? You took a Vulcan and lit your own units on fire. I'm just checking. Just recapping. I don't mean to criticize. We did not win. Man, is it close. So loan was definitely the correct choice. One more loan should do it. Oh goodness, man. Oh. He should take the Stangs, right? He should take the Stangs, or maybe the Steel Balls. Maybe the Steel Balls? He takes the Steel Balls? All of opponent's Steel Balls will go to the corner, where we have Crawlers and Phoenix and Steel Balls of our own. So, okay, hello. It's fine. Are you getting to tower over there? I mean, we're not getting to tower, so you have successfully defended, which is kind of fun. Oh, and they went Mechdiv on the... They went Mechdiv Steel Ball. So they're kind of causing us a little bit of problem. We get a tower. We get one more Steel Ball down. We get 5 more Crawlers. This is the silliest game I have played in a long time. We literally have 4 untacked but leveled melting points because we never needed levels other than the items we put on them. That was enjoyable. We could oil again. That's true. He should have gotten the Stangs, right? But he went for the Mechdiv to just drop that on the board. Wait for it. Wait for it. Find our attacks. It's level 7. It's round 7. We have never teched a unit. That should be an achievement, right? Like, they should do Steam achievements for this. Win at a certain MMR without tech, you know? And they should be hidden, right? Like, totes hidden. Titan's like, wait, that can't possibly be the optimum line here. Everything I know about this game is wrong. Everything I thought I knew about this game is wrong. Okay, that's so silly. That was so silly. I mean, seriously, did you guys see a tech I needed? Like, EMP is the last thing. Yeah, it's saved, sure. I mean, literally, EMP was the only tech I had wanted that whole game. It's partly because opponent, I think what's happening there is that strat works for opponent at a level where people overreact. So, for example, he throws down the boat on round 2 and gets people to overreact to it. Right? It's, so hold on, we'll throw that, I've got that replay. Where is this? A replay folder. Oh dear. Date modified. Not today. Versus Blowfish. And where is a Titan? There's a Titan. Okay. And just in case anybody else wants it, I'll put it in hashtag replays for you guys as who needs techs. There you go. You can download that one. There you go. Who needs techs? Perfect. Toast. There's Toast with Stony and, yeah, singing Stony and Beacon. Stony and Zach for Beacon Shenanigans. Love it. Okay, we'll queue up again. Where are we? 30 minutes out, so last match before tourney. Actually, hold on. I'm going to cancel. I'm going to run the ad. I'm going to throw my dinner in the oven real quick. Oh, you meant Soja's game. Shh. Never mind then. Fine, I'm be that way. See if I care. Yeah, we'll be back in a minute with the be back in a minute with our final match before. Yeah, you guys know what I mean. Oven will be on. Okay. Ouch, 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 ouch. Boom, 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 boom. The feeling when you walk into something that you put there yourself. Awesome. Right, we are match made. We are facing empty head. Wait a minute. I feel like that says something. All right, while we have this one going, we're going to have submissions are open. Opt in to spectate a random game earlier in the week. Conclusion Illuminati. The twist was a level 3 production war factory on the outside. They sold it and put 3 level 1s on the inside. Love it. Hello. Oh, are you Typhoon's? Okay, we can do this. Shall we headbutt, sir? Greetings. Right. I would like to see headbutt of headbutts, please. Like your took aerial, right? We don't want to pressure him into anti-air. All right. Do not alarm the man behind the mirror. Where are you? Okay, you're headbutting over there. Okay, great. We can kind of do this, sort of, ish. Not sure. Well, yeah, it'll be fine. We'll go get tower with that outside unit. Good. We'll get tower, cause him problems, and then we'll wind up flying on top of him, and it'll be great. Do we level a steel ball off of this? Oh, no, we're not. We're nowhere near that. We haven't got the tower XP. No, stop shooting. Stop it. Stop shooting my steel ball. Oh, this is going to go poorly. Oh, wait, that was a mutual kill. Right, one crawler knows the mission. Ow. Right, channel point prediction is up, but we have a very important question for you guys. Oh my goodness. The very important question is, am I seriously taking subsidized steel ball now? Yes. Yes, I am. Are you kidding me? No, you are not. All right. Goodness. All right. The very important question we have for you. No, not raid channel, buddy. We're going to put up another poll. You're going to have about 10 minutes. Alright, we are going to allow additional votes. You have a 10-minute poll. Let's go. Strafe balls, yes. So, here we go. America's number 78, what do you want to see us do? Both Amarok and Titan are available, so you can see Amarok playing solo. You can see Amarok potentially playing with Titan coaching. Or you could potentially see the two of us cast it neutral, as we so often do. So we're just going to put that up for you guys to spend your rocks on and enjoy. I suppose, Titan, you know, if you really want to, you can probably spend your own rocks to control how that one goes. Yeah, you vote. There's a poll. America's 78 poll. Let's go. And you can, of course, spend additional additional monies. If you want to change the, really dramatically influence it, you're like, I've been here forever and I'm here for tourney casting, or whatever it is. I'm here for a shoutcast, or I really want to see blank. Go for it. You could just make the call. That's part of the idea there. Excuse me, I make the decisions around here. Yeah, streamer does not make the decisions around here. That's the one thing that's clear. Kiddo makes the decisions. All right. Well, okay, you have that. I have boat. And you're going to missile out the level 2 steel ball. That's fine. Kind of alright. I think I'm okay with it. Our level 2s, they will win that matchup head to head. What are we doing over here? Fine, Peepo said. Oh, it looks like currently it is pretty heavily weighted at the moment. One person has voted for the shoutcast. One person with one vote for the shoutcast is the current score. There are 145 votes cast for the other two possibilities. So, yeah, well then. It looks like we know what we're going to be doing. You can vote so many. It's true. It's true. Darkosh is like, I was lonely at 0. How's it going? Captain Joyless, we're currently voting for whether you guys want to see a shoutcast or Amarok playing, and if so, what you want Amarok playing to look like. So, that's the current silliness, I guess. We're also in a... well, I mean, the people, but of course there could be somebody out there who just wants to throw down all the world's tokens to make the call one, or all the world's rocks to make the call a different direction. That is also fine. I want you all just run right through there, buddy. And let's do this more quickly, please. Oh, sure, I see it. You've gone AA on your marksman. That's fine. No, it's 100 fixed each. There you go. Please take that tower, thank yous. Roros. Opponent's army seems to be collapsing. The AA has taken down one of our many boats, but the crawlers are opponent's real problem. And we are getting the levels going. Thank you so much, Captain Joyless. Really appreciate it. It always makes me smile and happy to see that you guys are excited. Oh, we just jab into this mess, right? Thump, 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 thump. Ooh, thump, thump, thump. Maybe here? And we're probably not going to hit everything there, right? Okay, that's the no new matches alarm. How far? You're going to walk too, right? You'll walk a little ways. Walk to about there, maybe? And then... can't really stop you. Some of these guys get deleted, right? Why is opponent not hitting our back lines yet? Why would you not hit our back lines? Surely hitting my back lines is the way to go here. Nope, that's not right, actually. orbital jab. Could have been better, could have been worse. We've also got the big splash happening now off the boats. Opponent's still pushing into us, we're still pushing into them, so I think it's launcher overload instead of range next. We are getting the job done. Let's go boat piloting. Let's go boat piloting. I'm so glad we learned how to pilot boats. You know, it had been a year and I was never piloting boats. And it is an important skill to have, as it turns out. 1308 for opponent. We could just level them all. No way. Is it? Hold up. No, it's... That is silly. We go long range speed. We take you and you. Is the melter really what you needed out there? I'm positive it was. It is in the right spot to get the defense done, though. I wanted the unprotected tower, really. I should have probably shielded it. Oh my gosh, really? It's even better. It is level 2. Alright, what are we doing with 400, gang? I think we need something like this. And something like that. Sir, all your chaff gets missiled. Mobile beacon worked out for us. Alright, wait, there's still units alive. I went and got the... Right. The people have voted 100 votes to 46 to 1. 1 for Shoutcast, 46 for Amarok playing solo, 102 for Amarok plays Titan coaches. So, we will be doing that for our next game. Next, that's handy. For the tournament, I guess I should say. We sell out of you, that's fine. Like the idea of causing additional problems over there. I want, wait a sec. I actually need a blank screen out here. And is it just 2 more boats? Well, you know what? What it might be. Would you guys all please open up against that fella? So you don't open up against the boats. Oh, you took the... You annoying git. Okay, sure. And they're AA wasps, but ours are shielded wasps. Well, that's going to be interesting and difficult. Both sides. How do we do here? We are deleting units. He's deleting units. Whose deletions work better? But, we're never hitting that tower with this tower snipe that I've got going, but electromagnetic impact, okay. See, what all can we turn off? I'll sell you, you don't need to be out there. We can probably hit certain large units. We've created a clump that we don't really want. You guys need to run away. We might actually want you guys to all maybe even target this way. Alone. You guys get range. We wanted mothership last round, I think. That was the key missing piece there. That looks like everything. Good luck. Last round. You don't have a jab? Alright. And your mobile beacon happens to be on the units that get turned off. Would have been more fortunate for you, sir. Our many boats, our many ranged steel balls. That looks like GG. Finally, he gave it a heck of a run. That was a very well played defense and a lot of fun. And we will be checking into Amarok's broadcast booth. We are looking for an Alpha Titan. I am going to take the... After beating Arusta, I'm sure you will beat Apuchi in North American Weekend Finals too. Let's go! Hey, Woot! It's like 30141 501. Ah! Congratulations on your title earlier today, Woot. Nicely done. Am I right that it is particularly satisfying to have won that against Steel Sane? That was my commentary, at least. I believe the exact quote was, there is nobody it would give Woot greater satisfaction to beat in a finals. All right. And joining me, I hope I have Alpha Titan. Check, check. Volume check.
Hello, hello.
How are you guys hearing that? Did that sound echoey to you? Try again, please.
I'm here.
That sounds much better.
Excellent. So, Boat's getting it done.
Boats got it done. I was happy. I was very happy about that.
The Wasp something was definitely needed to save your boats from the marks.
Yes, I'd intended to have it last round.
After which you were able to very much push forward. Was range on the balls also added this round?
Yes, range on the balls was key, and 3 balls. So, winning the ground game.
I really wouldn't have expected that to have made a big difference because there wasn't a whole lot of ball targets, but what the balls ended up doing for the most part was locking onto the tower and getting that earlier kill because it was the wasps that were keeping the boats from doing it. And then the marksmen were in front of the tower on the left side, and so they got zapped.
Yep.
And then everything went downhill from there, so the balls were really creative.
Right. Woot says that was probably the hardest weekend tournament I've ever played, with Rooster, Zemp, Apuchi, Steel all left at the top. Yeah, going into the final 8, there were 5 or 6 people who really could have won that one. Sparty says conveniently leaves out the guy in 5th place. True. So, stomach pain? I hope this is not a recurring thing.
Yeah, I hope that you're feeling all right, that it kind of came and went, or that you're able to get some rest on that.
Yep. Since we have been up all day, I'm going to exit to desktop so we have a fresh client for tournament start.
Yeah.
I highly recommend anybody out there does that. That's the way to go for sure. And is there anything else we need to think about before tourney?
For coaching purposes, if you could stream to the Discord so that way I'm not seeing things on a delay, that would probably be important.
Yes, that should help a little bit. I think we've got enough to... we have enough throughput now to do this. All right. You picking that up? Yes, that is the deal there, Phoberos. We put it to the people whether or not Amarok was playing or casting, and the people voted. It is election day on Tuesday, so we put things to a vote in this country. on Tuesday, or first Tuesday of November. So I couldn't do that for you guys because I might not even be playing on election day. But we certainly put it to you for this one. The idea being, I put it up as 3 options. The options were Shoutcast with Alpha Titan, which got 1 vote. Amarok plays with no help, which got 46 votes. And Amarok plays with Alpha Titan coaching, which got 101 votes. So here we are. We're going to try to hive mind in about 2 minutes. Okay, what did ChatGPT say? Oh. Soja, I don't care about the election on Tuesday. What are the odds Amarok wins this tournament? Come on, man. Goodness. Asking the wrong questions. So disappointed. It's nearly 100% that Amarok wins this. Wait a minute. I did have a whole bunch of fun with a character AI character, and that was like the it's supposed to be a gamer girl, and so I'm like chatting with a gamer girl, character AI character of a gamer girl, and I told her my favorite game was Mechabellum, and she comes back like, "Oh yeah, I love that game. I think Overlords are so cool." I was like, "Okay, it actually knows. At least knows these are in." And then you like ask her strategy questions. So wrong. So I'm going to say, don't follow somebody's character AI character that was not designed to be a Mechabellum player for advice in how to play the game. All right, we got about 30 seconds left. Grab your water, have a seat, and the words you guys have all been waiting for. Oh, Woot! I will make sure I correct that then for the finals. Okay, excellent, ladies and gentlemen, start your sledgehammers, or mecha, as it were. So I do want to call out, Woot said, I watched the VOD of your commentating. Don't worry, Steele apologized a few weeks ago. For me, he's always been one of the hardest opponents to beat. So I always had a lot of respect for him, like a giant mountain to climb. So of course it feels good to beat him. But Flower Player is the one who has blocked me multiple times in the semifinals and finals. So Flower Fairy is the one I want to beat the most. Concern dog. No, Titan, I cannot hear you. So it looked like check. What is going on there?
Hello.
Check. Okay, I'm hearing you now.
Excellent.
Okay, and Chad is hearing you. Perfect. So we'll ready up for this one. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Laminator. And channel point prediction is up. For that, what are we thinking here? Typhoon looks good to me.
Typhoon is always solid. It's good in defending aggro. It's good for aggro. I typically sell out of it if I'm playing standard, but it's a great unit to have.
Mm-hmm. Rhino would be my other choice here.
Okay.
I think I'll take the Typhoon for now.
So we're thinking a standard, I assume, with Fang Storm?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Okay.
And we can beat Laminator in standard with Typhoon's showing.
In my mind, this is always a 2 Arc-Lights round 1 play against crawlers.
Yep.
Otherwise, they just eat us up.
Otherwise, they just win, right? I'm thinking. So here's what I'm thinking long term. I'm thinking a flank screening vertical typhoons, but next to each towers. So one goes forward, one goes back. I'm thinking I tend to do this formation for my Arclight and Storm. So the Arclight is kind of the last line of defense. I'm thinking a mid crawler, so if he's or mid fang, so if he's offset either side, I've got something between them. I don't love having the fangs up front on a Stormcaller volley. You want me to put them behind tower?
We need something, otherwise our storms and arcs just get free shot. And
yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
I do think having your storms and your arcs stacked like that is inviting double kill, so I would offset them slightly if it was me, just so that way one volley wouldn't get them both.
On these two?
Yeah. But it's 10 seconds, it's round one, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
I want you to play what you're comfortable with, but those are just some of my quick thoughts.
Yeah, I was definitely, I mean, I know they're going to walk apart from each other anyways, so. Yes, don't get laminated, Amarok. That's the goal.
You're up against Elite, and there were blue crawlers, and your Arclights did really, really good for being up against blue crawlers round one.
Not bad. We are getting trolled, but we're also trolling them, so...
Yes, you are. You're moonwalking away. Well, not moonwalking. You're just like casually slow walking away from the storm on the left.
You can't hit us.
It is one crawler too.
Oh god, one crawler. Oh no.
It does eventually get killed. With them this close, Typhoons will be strong, so ideally we add Crawler Chaff this round, knowing we get Typhoons next round.
Yep.
If there was a Arclight that leveled, we might want to take it, but there wasn't. Ooh. Triple deployment marksmen are always nice. The blue Rhino is a bully. What do we expect them to take? In theory, they take Steel Ball,
right?
Push or Rhino.
Yeah, I see him taking the Steel Ball. I'll take the Marksman. I don't want to be in Phoenix when I'm in defense because of the ability to get pushed hard. Like tank. Fort with AA.
Right.
Yeah, don't even think about Phoenix. I agree, Soja. And then triple recruit.
I really like. Yeah.
And you're thinking triple crawlers backline or right behind tower right now?
I think 2 behind tower and then 1 on one of your flank sides. And that way those crawlers run forward and help distract the storms.
Okay, so if I put them inside like this, most of them will run forward. And then we'll pick one flank side to protect with a crawler. Do we want to do that last crawler as aggro rather than defense? That is my inclination when pressed like this. Give him something to think about, make him respect the fact that I might hit the other side. So I could do a flank, or we could just play it back and save.
We have Typhoons coming, so if he flanks us, we have a response unit. I don't hate us going flank round 1.
Flank round 2,
honestly.
Yeah, there we go.
That's what I meant, yeah, the first flank opening. There is the blue Steel Balls on both sides at the Elite. So we will definitely need something that can do damage. The storms get good splash. And we do have crawlers coming into tower, which means next round they will be answering a probable crawler flank on both sides. Oh, but they save the tower with really unlucky storm timings.
No, it's fine. It's alright.
How do you want to answer the balls?
With my Marksman?
Blue Steel Balls versus Marksman is going to be...
I know it's going to take forever.
5 shots apiece.
It's certainly not improved Tarantula or Extended Range War Factory. Maybe redeploy?
Could be.
salvage that one crawler off the flank?
Sure. I actually keep that in the flank and then pull it a little bit further up so its chaff actually chases it. I would pull it up another 4 to 5 tiles. Not halfway, but yeah, that actually looks really good. That's going to pull his chaff backwards, but not his steel balls, and then we were able to get free damage.
Right. I like it. So we're going to wind up with our kind of flank screen exactly like we talked about. Is it double recruit more chaff in front of them?
I actually want us to oil the side we're not pulling.
Okay.
And then a chaff. Slow them down so that we can splash on the left side and then isolate the ones on the right side.
Okay.
Oil round 3 to me is kind of the ideal window. Because it'll come back around on the high impact.
Right. Do you want this? I know that. Do you want this as straight in front or out here, kind of tanking, or do you want it further back? 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. You're out of time, man.
That's fine. Okay.
I don't need the overall strat. I know the overall strat. Like, viewers might want the overall strat, but we're fine. Like,
that's fair.
You can talk overall strat when we are out of the timing window.
Right.
So he's going to get us again. It's fine.
I like boat here. They don't have anything to shoot up. They didn't take the marksman. That I think is absolutely the line.
What do you think about efficient into the boat on round 5? Or efficient sell a storm, have the 2 boats?
I actually think it's stonk, sell out of the right side, storm, level the left side storm, so we have blue storms for the oil, and then we have boat, and I think stonking will be better money than efficient.
All right.
Also, I want us to move one of our... We need some arc light, I think, to clear the middle crawler, if it's possible. Because it's running straight in and then going sideways.
So we've got 800. We can do a boat and a arclight mid.
Yeah. I think that's a good call. Do we want to redeploy anything?
Yes, absolutely. Not waiting for you on that one. Sorry.
Okay, 20 seconds.
Yep. And I'm leveling the arc light on the...
I like those.
Nope, he has upshoot now. It is slightly distracted upshoot. And we've got a level 3 steel ball to shoot. I love it. Feed me levels, please.
Wing birds into marks, so not showing a ton of respect for the marksman.
Nope. Well, at the time, the marks were the only anti-steel ball, so I couldn't anti-air them because I would be giving up the DPS against the steel ball. Yeah, Soja, that's what I was thinking. Efficient plus spam. Nothing but boat. Well, if we're in boat, we're taking the wasp here. We don't want to be giving up the single target. We're going to take the splash. One more boat or less commitment to this? No, one more boat.
I do like the extra boat.
Level for you. Level for you leaves me
The
with
missile
mass.
to slow down the blue balls
Oh, we can
that are
hit
coming
both.
in on the left.
Those are being sold. He's stunting
That would be good.
them. But it's okay, because if we miss those, we hit the level 2 crawlers. And same over here. We hit you and the level 2 crawlers. If we put that one down. And we... Now do we pull this guy out? Because we want that missile to do what we want it to do.
Right.
You have to be way back here.
I like that being pulled as defensive since he has blue crawlers back there. They're just going to get eat. I kind of like pulling that actually back into our territory.
Got it.
10 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Here in this bottom corner. Replicate crawlers. That is not going to go very well. Oh, you didn't sell your steel ball? You greedy man. But you did take the Mustangs. Sort of knew he needed AA, I guess. So,
right.
But it's alright.
Now we're just into trying to scale out our boat techs.
Yep.
And making sure that his balls are kept slow.
Yep. Boom. Item for a boat, I think.
Yeah, a damaged boat on the right side with the level 3 balls, I think, is definitely where we want that.
Right. And
I
then...
think
Actually, hold on.
A little... Yes.
I'm actually thinking the efficient on that particular boat for the +20, and farming.
You could take the free level. I like it.
Yeah. And I'm not selling it.
No, I agree. I think we want levels on our boats here, and the extra stats here are great.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Okay. Next.
2 more boats, temp range, 2 missiles.
Sounds like a plan.
He has been missiling your center arc light twice now, so potentially putting that, yeah, perfect.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Try it. We're ready for you this time. Okay. We're not selling anything, right?
I like that.
We're not loaning. We're probably loaning next round. We have
probably yes.
Nothing left to think about, right? That's the round he didn't take the missile on the middle, and it's going to hurt him.
The friends are perfect,
yes,
though,
for the Phoenix. It's so frustrating for him. He's like, I was missiling that out every round, and now it doesn't help. Oh, we should have sold the... I think we sell the arc lights now and go more Typhoons, probably.
We do want range on our boats at this point because they are dying to the birds.
Yes, we do. And we actually want more crawlers also. Crawler left is important.
Mm-hmm. What is his crawler clear? Because I almost think loose is like just massive pressure if we have the money for it.
It does have replicate on already. So I'm not sure I want to do that.
True. That's true.
Nuke to finish?
We certainly can. It's really unfortunate because...
Wasp Swarm is backline.
I think nuke is the right call. We don't push, and...
He's nuking us, right?
Most of what he... Right, I think we both nuke, we still win. We loan temp range. We add range on our boats. Probably try the mobile beacon our boats that are on the right, further right, where they can still shoot, but they're out of an obvious nuke zone.
Right.
And I would say nuke is left. Yeah. Push it back just a hair. We don't want to hit ourselves. In case we start pushing forward like we do. We also have oil, so we can hold his left side in place.
That's true. Right, left side is not getting out of the nuke. They get into it. If you manage to get about that far, I will missile you. You're not going anywhere. I've got
Lone range.
this. Hold up. I want you out here, sir.
Seconds.
All of you as far out of that nuke as possible. Rest of you, that. In case I'm wrong here, is there something we need 200 for?
F. We haven't recruited. Couple of crawlers.
That looks like we placed his nuke. Look at this. Yeah, okay. You hit your own units though, so nice try. Much left out there. Of course, we did get our own guys stuck in the oil on the left, so you know it's not
There
quite
wasn't time to be
brilliant.
precise about it.
Yeah.
But I would have actually mobile beaconed them not back, just to the side.
Yep.
That way they could have still been participating.
I knew I wanted them off the map, and I was worried about him putting something straight to that side, because that's what I would have thought of doing, is make sure that my opponent couldn't mobile beacon out of where I was.
Oh my goodness, another Jav. But we have redeploy.
We have redeploy, yeah. We'll take you.
Free level. I think we Jav is high level itemized Mustangs with the bird.
High level itemized stang, sure. And can we pin them in place? We can pin them so they don't move.
With the chaff, yeah.
With the chaff that we would have wanted anyways. Here, you guys go nowhere, which puts us on that. Probably.
Oh,
Sure.
does our... That boat dies, so we've got to position it.
Got to move it, yep.
And then that's perfect. And we want range on the boats for sure.
Yep.
Lone range. As our next step, I think we want another boat. Yeah, just a quick jigger, I think is sufficient.
Another boat?
I think so. And I think we sell one arc light and then we go missile spam.
Okay, what do you think about flank boat? Or flank wasp? Or a wasp tech like shield?
We don't have wasp summoning, and we only have the 2 wasps. I have a bunch of Mustangs. I don't like teching wasp. I think we're better off with, I guess going chaff is going to be the play.
Yeah.
And a tower enhance. Yeah, like that. And missile. Sure, perfect. No jav.
How are you not jabbing me? You also mobile beaconed to the wrong one. The wrong pack. Oh, I mean, he's packing. No, he was mobile beaconing that one for the oil, which I guess makes some sense.
Right, that wasn't about the jab. Yeah.
That wasn't about the jab. He wasn't even thinking about the jab.
Nuke turn was unfortunate because we absolutely had him. I still think we got him though.
We've got this. It's fine. I don't think this is a long-term game problem for us. But,
there's a lot of Mustangs though, and they are starting to scale.
That's why we have launcher overload, sir.
It's true.
And that's also why I was thinking about the shield on the wasps last turn. And the wasp summoning. Are you kidding me? I've got more free levels to drop. You know what? Sure. We'll do that. We'll do that. You are free.
3 boats, launcher overload. Just going all out on these.
Yeah.
And obviously range, lone. Don't think we need speed. They come to us pretty efficiently.
Right.
I do think... Okay.
We still haven't loaned. We've got potential for a boat level. We've got potential for a typhoon level. We've got potential for a typhoon level. We have speed. We could also level an arc light.
I think it's going to be loan and a boat level, in my opinion. Probably the one in front of the high level balls.
Yeah, that's the only one we can level anymore.
Okay, perfect. The leftmost boat, I think, is a little too far forward. I think it dies. I would tuck it with the rest of our main force, kind of behind the lost line. If it was me.
There's a
okay.
missing crawler or missing fang there, and missing fang up here. So look, it's turned. Plays defense correctly. This is all well and good.
Ooh, does that one Mustang kill our boat?
No.
Does not. It almost did, though. It got it down to, like, almost dead with the sun in.
Yeah, but we got it down to dead tower. That is GG's. Nice try on this one.
Yeah, anti-missile device is not going to help you there.
Hey, that was the Let's Play This from Standard. And we were not the favorite in that.
NMR, too.
We were not the favorite there. Let's go. Congrats to those of you that trusted our day here. We are off to a 1-0 start. There's only 3 matches left. We'll go around the room real quick. Ipuchi, the conclusion. Miyasim, HD Susauer all getting wins. Cedo 2K with the upset over Soyo. Hots, Bellicose Drake, WX, Spoon, Dionys, Neckface with wins. Neckfaced over 91 Varist is a surprise to me. Saj Pseudo we cast in the first round of the European. It was a fun match between him and Till. He almost pulled off upsetting Till. It just whiffed on an ion beam on round 8, or it would have been GG's. Lepaco Fedez, the favorites getting wins there. I think, well, Fedez against Smack and Cheese is smack in the middle. Hinata EOZ Amarok, EOZ and Amarok with the upset wins here. Let's go. Odds, Shadoff, Sparty all with wins. Bimpy made it to this one after missing the European on time. Just a reminder, if you have a time change happening, let's say in a couple of hours because you're in North America somewhere, you are going to want to reset your matches. Pais, thank you for the GG. Was that you I was facing, or is this just the overall GG? Illuminati.
I always wonder.
Illuminati Blood cast all with wins. Dolmont beats Akaria. Armadillo playing his secondary account. He's been playing since 7 a.m. today, so let's go Dillo. No, he's slept, right? He would have slept because he's Australian. He'd be up again tomorrow.
Probably,
it's
yes.
His Sunday,
this
right?
is his exactly.
Right, okay. Further on down, Yan was the intermediate champion earlier today. Not going to be winning this one. Shock Force the winner there. Beware of the Fog. Kai. Square One, Tier, TTT, ENS, EA. Always like ENS. I'm glad to see him streaming. Dreadnought. Let's throw that open real quick. Monsoon, Cognitive, Omniripper, Chef, Poet Brigand, Mars Beer, Hecate, Deschelns, Zorro, Bloodwolf, Cash Money, Via, Net Haggett, McThaw, and way down at the bottom, our Elite Region Rookie Group runner-up. So that was a huge tournament. You were down in the rookie group of that one. You're all the way up into the advanced now. Let's go. Where will yours truly be after that round? Yeah, 26th. Okay. We can deal with 26th.
Very nice. That felt like a really good boat defense.
Thank you. It was the right call to
really
go boats. We have the right text for it.
Yeah.
We play it well. Yeah, it's solid. I like it.
And I really think Splash is the X factor in the Mustang matchup. Without Splash, you can't kill enough of the Mustangs quickly enough that you sit there and are a target. I think not only does Splash help you clear the chaff, but it actually really makes a difference in the Mustang boat mirror. Or matchup, I should say, because it's not really a mirror.
Right. Don't summon Cthulhu when reading the players' nicknames. It's true. It's so true. You are ranked 24 in this one? Wait, that's not Sajsudo. You are... Sajsudo is ranked 24. ST Rock, Cabos Me, you'd be in a different group, I presume? In intermediate or intermediate one or rookie one, is my guess. But congrats on your win. Nicely done.
Yes, indeed.
Always feels good. I've managed to relax enough to finish dinner. You're in rookie one. Congrats. Let's go.
I'm going to quickly get a drink while we're in the between round timer.
Fair enough. I'm going to run the ad, I think. Since we've got a minute 40 to go, we can run a minute 30 ad. Sounds like a plan. And those of you who are subscribers apparently get to hear Amarok count coughing. You got this, SD Rock. You got this. No worries. 900 MMR means nothing in tourney play. You just beat the player in front of you. That's all you got to do. All you have to do. I mean, it sounds easy when you put it that way, but right. Minasim, by the way, is streaming this one live, and Billy Apucci, of course, streaming. Bellicose Drake is streaming. We are the third highest ranked streamer at the moment. ENS is fourth. So not a whole lot of stream coverage. Vibe and Pig Random dropping on other channels. And same with Dragon Master. Of course, you get the abandons. I always think that's kind of unfortunate, and I like the ethic that folks who have lost round one don't necessarily abandon. Because, you know, for example, let's say you beat Apucci in round one. The man needs to... oh, that's right. I'm so backwards. I remember. I'm so backwards. You know, let's say you beat Apucci in round one. Yeah, right. But, you know, you deserve like 7 minor points for that, man. Let's go. But you don't get it. You don't get the 7 minor points if Apucci were to drop out. Of course, he does not tend to do. Pig is playing. Let's go. We are up against, well, I don't know this name. Don't forget to ready up if you are in Advanced Group 1. Your match is starting. Click ready. You don't just wait indefinitely for the match to start, like I appear to be doing.
I'm here.
All things return to oneness. Well, don't make me... I don't want to return to oneness. I want to go to 2-0. All right. What do you like here?
Badger spec is good. I think there's too many marksmen with the marksman Mustangs to be good. If it's me, I could see Supply Ball if you want to aggro, or Fire Badger I think is solid.
I like the Fire Badger, I think, the most.
Okay. Do you want to aggro with it, or are you more likely to standard with it with the storms?
Wanted to see what he was going to do, but I think I'm more likely to standard with it. I haven't minded.
I agree, particularly into Saber.
Into Saber, yeah. We don't want to be running into that. We'll sit back here, play our game. We'll be 4 out, maybe. We have giant space there. We have the difficult to pull crawlers. What else do we want? Actually, you know what? I'm experimenting with this only today. I don't want to do those horizontal fangs that are right here.
Okay. I still like the and we get Fire Badger round 2, so maybe we don't take Arclight,
no.
But
no.
Okay, if we don't take Arclight, then
Marksman is
kind
possible.
of like kind of like 2 marksmen here.
I do too. We will force Amarok to learn how to play marksman.
Typically have decent success with it, and it's possible that we end up selling out of Badger at some point if it's a range war and going into a Vulcan marksman build.
Right, exactly. No, we don't have marksman summonings. We don't have marksman summonings. We probably should have reviewed techs before. We have incendiary bomb. We have incendiary bomb and sticky oil. Now I can drop that for next match. Right? We can replace.
I think that's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because I don't find myself taking it often enough. I don't run enough Vulcans to make it worthwhile. When I do tend to have Vulcan, I tend to want to throw down all the world's pain points for an enemy. So, like, need two Vulcans to take care of a whole lot of chaff is usually what I wind up in. And yeah, we will have the Fire Badgers. This round goes poorly for us. Maybe if I had put that center instead of into a triple arc light where he was likely to put his arc light middle, I probably should have had that center crawler on one side or the other. That's okay. I'm thinking Badger plus crawler. And that leaves us with 100. That leaves us with 100 to play for the unit drop and other things.
No drop. I love haste module.
You too.
It's really good on Badger just in general. It's good on pretty much everything, truthfully. It can also be really, really good on a Vulcan eventually.
Right.
Kind of like it in tower, in front of tower, more so lined up with where his crawlers are coming from. Kind of like that. And I do like mirroring that as well.
Now, is that the Badger we haste? Or are we doing a deeper Badger that gets hasted and comes up to the fight?
He has a saber.
Yeah, I don't want to run too far out in front, and I don't like having haste mirrored on
holding it one round is a good call. Yeah,
I think so. Attack or defense as our 100, or are we saving?
If we're thinking about Vulcan, potentially, I don't hate saving 100 and seeing, because I also like the idea.
Hold up. Why are you thinking Vulcan particularly?
Because Badgers are short range. These to me are temporary.
Oh no, I was thinking 4 Badgers and techs.
Okay.
I like deploys. I'm not giving up deploys.
Fair enough. I also really like 2 more storms, especially into what I suspect he will be running. We still haven't seen the unit drop around, so holding haste is great as well.
Yeah. Okay. We'll hold the 100, I think.
Oh my goodness! He helipad his.
He did. Looks like
tooth?
It looks like he helipadded the Sabretooth. Possible sell. This is the one problem with that position for those guys, and obviously if it had the haste module, they'd have been way out in front. But
right. Although he's playing super deep, so that's another reason why I don't like attacking Badger, because it's just too short range. Even if we range, it's just going to run forward and die.
No, it's going to run forward and tank. You're misunderstanding. It goes and does chaff clear things, and then it tanks, and he wastes his time shooting it.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to switching into Vulcan, but I'm also not opposed to taking range on these and going with them. Now, if I were going to do that, I would probably have done them horizontal in front of those folks. Ooh, what do we go here? Scorpion for a range war, Stang for coverage, Typhoon.
I like Mustangs. Looks really good. Typhoon isn't good in a range war.
No, really not.
We could take the Rhinos for money, or Mustangs. To me, those are the. And we have a haste module.
We have a haste module for an item, right? Let's do it.
We want to range that this round.
Yeah.
So they don't feed.
Yep. And I'm just going to put it right on the back row with the haste module. It's going to get up.
Not another Mustang near opposite side.
That's one of our 2 deploys. We've got 150 left. We've got 1 spot left for a crawler. Do you want this guy right on the line, on the back line, or is he supposed to be a little bit further forward? Because this guy's got the haste module. You know, it doesn't have to be much.
I think a little bit more forward is probably good. I like that.
That's right.
Do we have any unlocks left?
Oh, hey, hold on. No, we do have an unlock. We have Arclight, but I actually think I want to distract the initial storm volley.
Let's do it vertical and plan on mole beaconing in the future.
Right, but if we do it vertical, it is barely distracting both of these. And
but that means they also kind of pull.
Yeah.
If you prefer horizontal, you can do too. I would do horizontal, but you can play it how you want to play it.
Yeah, okay, we'll take our time. Let's do that. Okay, he's gone for the wasps. That is going to be particularly unfortunate into the Mustangs. He's also got a Mustang. They don't have range, they don't have an item, so this should be our round to lose. Let's kind of see.
Our Mustangs will farm the high-level Mustangs.
Oh, ideally, yeah, we get the level 1 Mustangs farming the high-level Mustangs. There's still crawlers left on that side.
Yes.
Oh, baby, let's go. That is the
We
way
eat the marksmen,
you would have
the
run it
Mustangs
up
get
if you
in.
wanted. Yeeks. Yeeks. That is about as grim as it could go for opponent. Love it. I'm thinking marksman tech momentarily. I want them to start
Do we
doing
have
a little better.
So we have range, we have EMP. At the moment, we don't really even have marksman targets for the most part, or levels, so I would be a little reluctant yet. Ooh, intensive for Mustangs. We could have level 3s on both sides. Or we could take enhancement. I kind of like intensive here. Having level 3 Mustang, or how much experience did our level 4 or level 3s get?
They are most of the way.
Almost a level.
Yeah.
And I say we level the left, intensive the left.
Okay.
And I think that's really strong for us.
I think that's brutal for opponent, but
Yeah. And I
yeah, either way.
kind of like 2 more Mustangs and the mobile beacon, and finish out our Mustang board so that we can really get scaling. Yeah.
Yeah, Mustangs just inside of tower is what I'm thinking. Right. What are you thinking?
Yeah, that works. And then the mobile beacon for our crawlers, not including the
3 alive. We're gonna bring you. Wait, we want to bring you to. Yeah, we want to bring.
I would actually draw the beacon slightly diagonally into his board, about to his tower depth, and then back into our middle.
Like this.
Yeah. Because that'll pull him to the side and then across our badgers.
Doesn't this timing make the second Stormcaller fire into
Depends on how long
turning...
you draw the line.
Yes, that's why I'm asking.
I don't...
This specific mobile beacon. I don't trust it.
Okay.
I don't like it.
Okay.
So,
okay.
I'm not asking about a general case. I'm asking about a specific. This would have been right here. Yep, I was right. Okay. It would have turned right in that window of turning. He's gone, of course, with the worm. Sure. Go ahead.
Interesting.
We just need a better chaff
Did he
board.
tech the worm?
Not yet. It's got the enhancement module on it. It didn't get to
Excellent.
enhance.
So it's preemptively locked it.
Yeah. Love it.
That's really good for us. Does he run armor?
Yeah, he's
Gotta run armor, right?
running armor, yeah.
So...
But now we
wants
just...
to answer?
Oh my god, are you kidding me? But efficient
we
giant...
Have the... Well, we have the intensive, so we absolutely take enhancement module this round.
Oh, good god.
And now we have intensive enhancement combination. I don't know that we use the enhancement module yet.
Sure we do. We put it on like a storm that we could sell, right?
Okay, then what do we want to answer the worm with? Before we put anything anywhere.
Okay. I want this level.
Yes.
And I want this level. What are we answering the worm with? My thinking is the... Oh yes, definitely want that one. My thinking is triple crawler as my answer to worm right now.
For now, we're just stalling it out to kill it with Mustangs.
We're killing it with everything else.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Then we're putting ourselves in a saving position. In that case, I kind of like this as a long-term war factory board, where we have Mustang War Factory as our plan to kill worms, and the War Factories handle anything he adds new. He tries to burn us with Squire on the ground, we have anti-missile, and we have a great chaff Mustang set up so that he can't get us with anything in the meantime.
Okay.
Another vertical crawler behind the marksman on the right. Okay, that works too. I like that.
want it behind the marksman on the right because you think he's going to mirror.
I do.
Yeah, okay. I like it. I'm with you.
Mobile beacon.
Yep.
And I like our attack stats. Yeah, I think floating 100 is good.
We floated too. Yeah, fort.
That's fine.
This is a Mustang fort build, I think. I don't.
And he loaned this round to get armor.
Yeah. Worm.
But Texas around the storms.
Yep.
Okay, so no fire. Perfect.
Yep.
So we are just going to run over this. Now, the worms will be a little tricky, but we have level 4 Mustangs on the left that are getting tower.
Yeah. And we have crawlers arriving just like we designed. Crawlers keep arriving. I mean...
Yep, this is just textbook here.
Yeah, this is how you beat Worm. Now we can throw down the fort if we need it. Was that a third worm?
I think that was a second worm.
Showed up twice? Yeah. Went down, went back up. Okay, got it. You did get the level on it. That's fine. Imp Force? Oh my god. Yes, right? Yes?
Yeah, let's just run Imp Fort. I like it.
What the heck? You never get a chance to run an Imp Fort.
And now we intensive it, and we
sell
that so we can...
We sell that, and we intensive one of them, so we've got it at level 2, right?
Yes.
Right. And
take
then...
our Mustang levels. Take launcher overload on the forts.
Slow down, please. Mustang levels next. Sure, you want launcher overload. We don't get that.
I think we loan here for win. I think we loan for range, and we take launcher.
Launcher is... Okay, got it. 200. So we've got 300 sitting. We go enhanced range. We do launcher overload. We pull you. We run the same beacon just about. We're pulling that guy this direction, right? So this one
beacon a different way,
right
though.
about there.
Don't want to lose the tower.
Don't want to lose tower? Okay.
Even if we don't win this round, which I think we do, we just add 2 more forts.
Right. Yeah, you were right to throw down this fort on this side, because we don't pull that. That worm is getting pulled. He didn't mobile beacon it. He did itemize a sandworm over here. But, hello, sir.
Perfect.
Hello, sir. I have an improved fort. Hi. Hello. Have you heard of the word of fort? I'm here to introduce you to the holy word of fort.
This was just brutal.
Yeah, you know how the other guy was 18